so hot right now. Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, I'm gonna go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Oh, lovely to see you all here tonight. Moon Day. The week is just getting started. And yet there's so much to talk about. But first, some shoutouts. Trevor Borens, Fishbone, BCat123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist Close Forth. Nightbot, also here. Tamara Chance, Sweet Chewy, Emily S, Chuck L, Young Chris, Ricky said on the Twitch, and Miss Pennywise are over on the vertical chat. All right, I think that was everyone. Well, beautiful to see all you space fams here. It's only been one day so far this week, and yet we have so much to talk about. Epstein files, tariffs, wildfires, Keir Starmer officially out as Prime Minister, Andy Burnham officially in. Ah, yes. Red Sea now officially blockaded. That's gonna be a problem. And the Cockroach Janta Party in India rising. Government cracking down. But let's start in the United States. Talk about the Attorney General. Well, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was grilled by senators during his confirmation hearing Wednesday to become Attorney General. Blanche previously served as President Trump's personal lawyer. He's headed the Justice Department on an acting basis since Trump fired Pam Bondi as Attorney General. It's unclear if Republicans have enough votes to confirm Blanche. During the hearing, outgoing Texas Senator John Cornyn blasted Blanche for his role in proposing a $1.8 billion fund for Trump to give to his allies, including January 6th insurrectionists. Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana questioned Blanche about his ties to Trump.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General.
I'm his lawyer. Was his lawyer. Blanche corrected himself. Democratic Senator Dick Durbin criticized Blanche for continuing to act as if he were Trump's personal attorney.
In less than 18 months at the Department of Justice, you've shown you're still President Trump's personal attorney. Your tenure can be summed up in the 4 words you said, quote, "I love you, sir," to President Trump. This was your response when you were asked what you would say to him.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
This nation deserves an Attorney General who loves the Constitution more than any single president. An Attorney General focused on keeping America safe and combating corruption, not satisfying the president's personal grievances or channeling crypto cash to the administration's MAGA faithful.
During the Senate hearing, Blanche also faced questions about his handling of the Epstein files, and we'll hear his comments in a bit. But for more, we're joined now from Washington, D.C. by Democratic Congressmember Pramila Jayapal of Washington State. She's just introduced a bill with Senator Cory Booker to protect Epstein survivors whose personal information was improperly disclosed during the Trump's DOJ's recent release of the Epstein files, which Blanche was in charge of.
Yes, that's right. Todd Blanche was very, very in charge. Well, in charge-ish. It's confusing, actually. I rushed to agree with that sentence, but actually, the more I unpack it, the more I question who was in charge of the Epstein files. Because let's not forget, before any actual investigation or anything involving the Epstein files, we had Pam Bondi, then Attorney General, saying that the files were on her desk. So for me, it's a little confused. Who was in charge of they were on her desk. Let's forget whether or not you could fit 6 million files on a desk. But you had 6, 12, however many million files on a desk. Pam Bondi's desk. Wouldn't that be the person in charge of the investigation? If all the files are on your desk, unless your office is in the storage room at the FBI, DOJ office, it would be weird for you not to be considered the one who's in charge of the files. Now, after Pam left office, suddenly we're told it was actually Todd. Todd was in charge.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
One way or another, there were at least 1, 2 people very in charge of this, if not 3 or 4. Let's not forget Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, director and deputy director of the FBI. They too were heavily involved in all of this, right? Let's not forget that first off, right, the files were supposedly on Pam's desk. Then they say once they're told that they actually need to go through the files, months later, like 4 or 5 months later, they're like, oh, like, you want us to release them? We have to go through them. Right? And then supposedly the FBI starts at some point. Actually, I take it back. At some point during that time, FBI is supposedly going through the files, but scrubbing, just doing it to scrub the name of the president from it, and then they start doing all of this other investigations. Bunch of redactions done. Who knows exactly when any particular redaction was done in these files? We had like months of redactions done by the FBI. Then it's handed over to the DOJ, who supposedly do even more redactions on top of those. There's a lot of people. They had their hands on this thing. And I'm not trying to get Todd off of anything here. I'm just suggesting that we can't forget all the other people who are culpable for this. It would be unfair to just hold Todd accountable for this. Not that we shouldn't, but that we would be amiss to forget about Pam or Kash or Dan. Now, considering all the time spent by the... Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I forgot. There's a couple more clips I want to get. Before we get to rigorousness of investigations, we should talk about a little bit more the failure to redact the names of the victims. How that's... I think that's what this next clip is about. A little in part.
calling on senators to reject Blanche's nomination because of his role in disclosing their personal information while protecting the names of alleged abusers during the Department of Justice's release of records related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
My name was released.
My phone number was released.
Where I went to school.
Where I live.
My students can now search me and read about my abuse.
I am an Epstein survivor.
I am an Epstein survivor.
I am an Epstein survivor.
We were exposed.
Nude pictures of victims were released.
Our family's safety was put at risk.
Now, Todd Blanche wants to be the Attorney General of the United States.
Todd Blanche had a duty to protect us.
Instead, he protected the people who committed crimes against us. 30 years.
1,200 victims.
And 6 million files.
A mountain of evidence.
But Todd Blanche says there are no investigative leads.
Todd Blanche failed us.
He failed victims everywhere.
We deserve better.
Our country deserves better.
Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
Vote no.
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 No. Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
And several of Epstein's accusers were, in fact, seated in the Senate gallery during the hearing. And at the hearing, Illinois Democratic Senator Dick Durbin had a heated exchange with Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on whether he would commit to personally meeting with Epstein survivors.
There are 10 individuals who were exploited and abused by Mr. Epstein. They are here today. None of them have had a chance to speak to anyone in the department or FBI, though they've asked repeatedly. So can I get your word under oath that within the next 30 days, you will personally sit down with these 10 victims and hear their case in terms of what needs to be done by the Department of Justice?
Chairman, I appreciate them being here today. I also have somebody from my office who's spent her entire career working on cases like Mr. Epstein's. She's in charge of our task force investigating human trafficking. She's available to talk to them.
But she's available.
She can sit right next to you.
This is such a dismissive answer. Oh, you can call my secretary. Oh my God. Oh God. They can't even pretend to care. He can't even pretend to be a human. Oh, look, you called my secretary. She's got time.
Cases like Mr. Epstein's. She's in charge of our task force investigating human trafficking. She's available to talk to them.
She can sit right next to you. She can sit right next to you when you meet with these survivors.
I have never said I will not meet with survivors.
Will you meet with these 10 survivors? I'm asking you on the record.
They have
Dude, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Like he's so obviously avoiding the question. He's being asked, will you meet with the survivors? And he's like, I've never said I won't meet with the survivors. What? What? No one asked you. That's not the question, you piece of shit.
As you know, I'm prohibited from meeting directly with them.
I think you ought to be in the room because you ought to hear this. You had singular responsibility for these files. There was a delay in meeting the statutory requirement of disclosure. You were involved in that. I think you ought to be part of this.
I am definitely part of it, and I have been from day one.
And Congressmember Jayapal, you've just introduced a bill with Senator Cory Booker.
Oh, he's deeply involved with it. He's just not involved enough to care enough to talk to the victims about how they completely failed them, or about what they plan to do in the future to get justice. It is a disturbing farce that is being perpetrated by our government when it comes to this. It's one of many farces, I would point out. This is one of those farces that is not only quite obvious in nature, but it's truly disturbing. And it clearly has something to do, at least the reason, in my, and I think everyone's estimations at this point, the cover-up, the farce, is all, to some degree, interwoven into the fact that Donald Trump was close friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And the more that we learn, it seems that everybody around Donald Trump still was, in one way or another, tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Going back to the first administration all the way up to now, as we've been going through the files, learning more about all of this shit, the more it becomes clear it's not just Trump, it's Trump and the whole crew. Maybe that's why Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Todd Blanche aren't doing a good job on the investigation. Aren't doing any investigations at all, in fact. It's a farce to call it. That's on me. To even call it an investigation is in itself a farce, because they themselves claimed there is no investigation. There's nothing to investigate. We've seen it all. We've seen all the millions of documents, and actually, case closed. And while Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi may not have spent a great deal of their career, I don't know what to call it exactly, in the recent years calling for the release of the files, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel over at the FBI have. Maybe this is why people like Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, is just continuing in his job, unabated. A guy whose links to Jeffrey Epstein are, well, not what he's claimed.
Nick, before the Epstein files are actually released, how much do we know about the alleged links between Mr. Lutnick and Mr. Epstein?
What we did know is that they both knew Trump. So Epstein knew Trump and Lutnick knew Trump. They were both in New York. They were in that scene of wealthy people and billionaires who knew each other at celebrity events, etc., etc. And then after Trump's first term, when he started to think about running again, and when he succeeded in getting into office, Howard Lutnick took charge of his transition team. Trump then promotes him to become his trade secretary. So for most people around the world, they'll know him as the man who imposed tariffs on the rest of the world.
But Jeffrey Epstein and Howard Lutnick, correct me if I'm wrong, are actually neighbors at one point. Is that right?
That's right.
Next door neighbors.
That's right. Anybody could look it up and discover that actually that Howard Lutnick lived at one house and they shared a wall. And he's admitted this publicly to the New York Post in a Podforce One podcast in October 2025. Now, his story in October 2025 was that he'd gone round once. He'd only ever seen Jeffrey Epstein once in 2005. And in that Podforce One interview, he says that he had gone round in 2005 and he'd had a little tour of the house with his wife. He says that he was shown a massage table and that Jeffrey Epstein made an inappropriate comment along the lines of, "I like to have a massage every day." And Howard Lutnick says that he came up to him and said in a sort of low voice, "and the right kind of massage." And Howard Lutnick's initial account is that he then looked at his wife and they said, "We're leaving pretty soon." And that he resolved never to be in the same room as him again because he's gross. None of us knew that until very recently, though. All you saw on the public record before he gave that interview was the fact that they had been neighbors in New York and they both knew Trump.
Yeah. Exactly. We were just neighbors, and one time I found out he was creepy. And after that, me and my wife, we decided we would never, ever be near that man ever again. Oh. Oh, God, never, never, ever. Howard said. It's like 2 decades ago. More than 2 decades ago. Howard, he got one bad sign from that Jeffrey Epstein. He said, I would never associate with that man ever again. Never.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, so just to be absolutely clear, Howard Lutnick says that he cuts off contact with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005. Subsequently, there is evidence that they are still in contact. How has he addressed and explained the fact that they are still in contact? It would appear whether or not they're having lunch on an island in the Caribbean or they're exchanging emails about a company called Adfin. Like, how does he justify all that?
Well, he's asked in Congress in May when he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was also an investor in this Adfin company. He said, not until this year, 2026. But this other email under HWL, which Simon Andrews discovered, shows he's discussing Adfin directly with Epstein in May 2018, which would appear to contradict its account. Here's the exact quotes in May 2018. Epstein asks, on another note, what do you think the prospects for Adfin are? Now, if Howard Lutnick had been unaware...
I'm sorry. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Oh. I'll never speak to that disgusting man ever again. I didn't know that we're invested in the same company. That is a coincidence. I am shocked. Hey, Jeffy. What do you think about the prospects on Advinar?
This is ridiculous.
the actual fact
that Jeffrey Epstein was an investor in this company which he had also invested in, then wouldn't he have said, oh, Jeffrey, I didn't know you were also an investor in Adfin.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say anything like that in
Exactly.
this email exchange. He answers...
No, exactly. There's... This is not the conversation between two dudes who are just finding out they're invested in the same company.
Producing revenue finally. This is their year. Next 12 months, they need to become economically self-sufficient.
This is their year,
you see
baby.
Elsewhere in the files, the chief executive of Adfin seeking meetings with both Lutnick and Epstein.
And yet Howard continues to sit in his job as Secretary of Commerce.
Follow the rich white man.
Maybe that's why we're not getting the accountability. The whole government's in the files. Trump promised to drain the swamp. Just went in and filled the swamp with Epstein files monsters. All right, let's just talk about this one a little bit really quickly. We talked about Zorro Ranch down in New Mexico, which was the former property of Jeffrey Epstein. and was eventually, I believe, sold off by the Epstein estate to a Trump donor slash like ally. The state of New Mexico, like a few months ago, like when did we talk about this? I'm trying to remember when they first, because there's been a number of different events that I think I'm starting to confuse in my head a little bit, but like this, I think like a DA was involved in launching new investigations into Zorro Ranch, and then I think local and maybe even state governments got involved in passing shit to like try and get to the bottom of what of Zorro Ranch, because people had a lot of questions and it was just sort of it was all these questions were just going unanswered. This property was now in the hands of some Trump billionaire ally, or I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he's like a centimillionaire or something like that, I think. Like some super rich fuckbag who went down there and just, swooped up an Epstein property. Also, who buys former Epstein homes? Like, what kind of creep is like, yeah, that's for me. That's my vibe. I want a property with ghosts.
What you talking about?
But suffice to say, Trump administration trying to shut all that down.
All right, y'all. So big story dropped, and unfortunately, nowhere near enough people are talking about this, but we're here to break it down for you. So take a look here. Kyle Griffin says, the New Mexico Attorney General's office says Trump's Southern District of New York has refused to provide his office with unredacted Epstein files to aid in its investigation of Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Let me explain what this means. For those of you that don't know, Zorro Ranch was the epicenter of Epstein's criminal syndicate. Okay, it's there, and some argue Mar-a-Lago. It was subpoenaed in the Ghislaine Maxwell investigation as like the heart of the child trafficking. But Zorro Ranch is where the most depraved of the crimes were committed. We're talking about women effectively being kidnapped and held against their will. We're talking about using women or girls to incubate babies, basically. We're talking about Jeffrey Epstein trying to create like a superior race on some Nazi-type shit, right? Like he was a Jewish supremacist Nazi-type eugenics believer. He invested a lot of money into all these different scientific programs, basically to exercise eugenics ideas. That's who this guy was. And there's also allegedly murders that happened at this Zorro Ranch. In fact, one thing is specifically mentioned in the Epstein files of a murder that happened there. And, they opened up an investigation over exactly that. And so here you have the New Mexico Attorney General's office, and they go to the federal government and they go, look, we're doing this investigation. It's super important. We got a murder going on. We got other things as well. Very disturbing stuff in the Epstein files about this place. And so we would like your cooperation. And
and if I recall correctly, some of the allegations around this place, it wasn't just like a murder. It was like people, this is like, we saw images of Zorro Ranch. The property is quite large. I don't know exactly how many acres it is, but there's nothing around it. And there was claims that there's like bodies buried all over the property. Like, look at it. Like, this is what we're talking about. There's nothing around aside from this giant mansion. It's just empty New Mexican wilderness for miles, it looks like. People were claiming that there's like bodies buried all over the property. And he was like using its remoteness to hide shit. illegal shit. Jeffrey Epstein style illegal shit.
Government goes, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, whatever, we'll cooperate with you. And then they go, okay. So, they've only released about half of the Epstein files so far, maybe a little more than that. And Trump's name has already been mentioned over 1 million times in the Epstein files. Okay, in the first 1% of the Epstein files, Trump's name was in there 38,000 times. That's not an exaggeration. He's the number one mentioned person in the Epstein files. And so they ask for help. And the federal government goes, yeah, okay, we'll help you. And then they stonewall. They stonewall, they block, they obfuscate, they deflect.
Yeah, I think that detail can't be reiterated enough. The fact that Donald Trump is the number one most named person in the Epstein files, even after the FBI and DOJ went through it to scrub, from my understanding, the most damning Trump Epstein shit from the files, among other things. And if that is the case, what in the hell is in there? What's the most damning stuff? If what we saw was the least damning, allegations of, just incredible depravity and illegality, if those things were like, you know what, leave those in, it's better than this. What hit the cutting room floor in the Epstein files? FBI investigation room.
And then eventually, the New Mexico Attorney General's office goes, they're not going to fucking work with us here. What they wanted was access to the full unredacted Epstein files. And they got blocked at every single turn. Now, what did I tell you with the roughly half of the Epstein files that were released? This is the definition of what's called a limited hangout. Namely, give some of the information, but you're really hiding the most juicy stuff. Okay? And you pretend like you gave all the stuff away. You didn't. You gave away half of it. And you're really hiding the most important stuff. And so now, even with New Mexico's Attorney General saying, you got to share this with us because we need it for our investigation, they're refusing to accommodate.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yeah. DOJ refusing to cooperate. It's incredible. The DOJ is actively preventing an investigation into the Epstein files. Oh. We have literal legislation. Remember the Epstein Files Transparency Act? We have literal legislation intended to create an environment to make these sorts of investigations easier. The DOJ has done the exact opposite of that at every single turn. Fact is, DOJ could have just done their jobs without the legislation. I would point that out to begin with. Technically, you never needed the legislation if the DOJ wasn't acting... what's the word? Like, oppositionally to justice and, like, the victims and, like, the millions of people asking for the files. Then we passed the EFTA. We still don't have all the files, and the DOJ is continuing to block any attempts to investigate them or anything involving Jeffrey. I mean, it's just it is insane. It's obstructionist. They are actively obstructing justice. It's the Department of Injustice now. The DOI. Okay, one more Epstein Files based story. This one coming in the form of a phone call.
calling from a 478 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Yes, this is Cody from Georgia.
Cody from Georgia. What's on your mind?
Do you have a second for me to bring up the Epstein files and something I found?
Of course.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
All right. So I'm in aviation. So I was looking at some of the flight records. And airplanes, pilots are required to keep 2 records. They're required to keep the actual aircraft log that stays with the airplane, and then they keep a personal log. So I was looking through pilot for Epstein. I believe his name is David Rogers. I was looking through his log.
Interesting.
And
that's such a generic name. It sounds made up, but continue.
Yes, of course. With a D, Rodgers. Okay, bear with me. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're great. You're doing great.
So you go through, and part of naming an aircraft is the N number, and you can request whatever comes after the N to be like a personalized license plate, basically. So Jeffrey Epstein, a lot of his planes ended with JE, 908, 909, JE, etc. Well, there's this one plane in 530GA. Doesn't really belong in this list of flights. And under the comments section, which you'd use for any kind of interesting thing, if you had weather, turbulence, whatever, there's a name. John Roberts.
Okay.
So I look up that airplane tail number. Can you tell us more about this flight,
though? Yeah.
Well, this is around 2010, I believe, is the. I have to pull up the actual record again. But the interesting thing is the plane to me, because you can look up the tail number and you can track these aircraft and who owns them and whatnot. And this one doesn't go back to a Jeffrey Epstein; it goes back to the TWA. But Jeffrey Epstein famously purchased a lot of TWA aircraft, the 1979 Gulfstream. But where is the airplane now? It was destroyed about a month after Epstein died. It flew illegally into Guatemalan airspace, landed at a dirt runway, was offloaded by a bunch of people, and then by the time the military got there, they had escaped across the Mexican border.
Okay, this thing is insane. I don't know how this guy, I don't know what the hell this guy has been up to over here. But holy shit, what a phone call. What a phone call this was. When I first heard this, I was like, wait, what happened? Because we've been talking about this, like the cover-up, like the years-long cover-up since Jeffrey Epstein's death. Claims that people went to his apartment in Manhattan, the island, and to his home in Palm Beach, and removed all whatever they could, like lawyers, supposedly. Like there's been claims that like lawyers and other sorts of like Jeffrey Epstein associates, like paid associates, because we had a bunch of those. Like went and like cleared out the houses of as much of the most valuable material as possible. And this is one of those stories that just lines right up with that. You got some old 70s TWA plane that flies over the border, gets blown up. I mean, it offloads a bunch of shit, and then they escape back across the border. It's wild.
And they set the aircraft on fire.
Wow. Look, audience.
This is what we're talking about when we say we don't have like a newsroom behind us.
Right. I would love to be able to fact check you in real time. You sound.
GA, you can look it up. You can
say it again.
There's actual store in 530 GA. Is the aircraft number?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
N530GA.
Okay. Got it.
And there's actually a couple of news articles in Guatemala about these aircraft. There's pictures of it sitting on the runway, on this dirt runway, torched, just completely burnt, destroyed. And there's also a couple of vehicles that these, I guess, gang members or whatever that drove up also burned out before the military got there. So what was on that aircraft?
This is nuts. Aiden in Kansas City says hook this guy up with Pablo Torre. Pablo, I mean, maybe I'll try to DM him or something, because if he's been on this beat, then I'll alert him to what you're saying.
I haven't seen anybody like pull this thread, like what John Roberts was doing on an airplane that was later destroyed after flying illegally into Guatemalan airspace that was owned by Jeffrey Epstein, more than likely.
Here it is, Aviation Safety Network, Sunday 27th, October 2019. So you're talking about 2 months? Jeffrey's dying August 10th. October 27th, Gulfstream N530GA observed illegally entering Guatemalan airspace. The aircraft landed on a strip close to the Mexican border. Cargo offloaded, and armed men set the aircraft on fire before the Guatemalan army arrived. The aircraft was presumed to have been carrying narcotics, which, considering the location, makes sense. But this whole thing is a little bit weird. Now getting very, very, very weird. Now, I don't know who GA could be. J.E. Jeffrey Epstein. I was thinking Ghislaine, but I don't know. I don't know what GA could stand for, but
that was destroyed a month after Jeffrey Epstein
in 2019. We have it here.
And who is operating Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft? Who is the pilot in that one?
Okay.
Like, there has to be a pilot that knows how to fly a Gulfstream.
Right. Interesting.
You know?
All right, well, we're going to wait to verify it a little bit more before we put this up, but...
Sure.
It's a good story for any journalist.
I've been trying to call and connect about that for months, but it's just kind of like going up in the ether. Thanks for letting me get through.
I appreciate it, Cody, and this, I mean, it sounds juicy what you're saying here. I would be very intrigued to look into this further, or for some reporter to do so. So appreciate the.
Okay, look at this. This is ITN News in the news. This is 6 years ago now. December 31st, 2020. Mike DeCock. Spelled D-A-K-K-A-K. A plane suspected of being associated with infamous sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein was found last year in Guatemala, near the Mexican border. It had been burned and abandoned by quote-unquote armed men. A Gulfstream II jet was observed illegally entering Guatemalan airspace. The aircraft landed on it. We knew this part. We've already read that part. The plane was pointed out by former Overstock CEO Patrick Byrne today on Twitter. Jeffrey Epstein's plane had been dubbed the Lolita Express for their alleged shuttling of underage girls to Epstein's private Caribbean island, where they were reportedly abused by Epstein and his rich friends. The tail number of the plane, N530GA, has also been associated with a mysterious John Roberts, quote unquote. There is suspicion it is Chief Justice John Roberts.
What?
So that's 6 years ago, people tying this plane potentially to Chief Justice John Roberts. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what to make of it. Like, there's so little reporting on it, but I just needed to talk about this today because it's quite startling. All of this. It's quite startling to say the least. Hold on, I'm gonna let them finish this clip out. But what do you make of it, Space Fams? I mean, it's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh, thank
I'd
you.
love to see if you follow up on it. Thank you.
I will. Thanks so much. Marge Simpson anime. I just watched Zodiac. Is this caller also a cartoonist? One of my favorite movies, by the way. David Fincher's a technician, and that might be his best film. Zodiac.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah.
It's really good. Although I rewatched Gone Girl recently, it's not his best movie, but it's just so campy and fun. But I love the level of precision and I don't know, the technical parts of how he directs. It's just so good.
Is there any corroboration? No, just to be clear, in case the way I put that just now wasn't clear. No, there is not. These are just allegations that have been made over the years regarding this plane. This is dating back 6+ years ago. I've just never heard of it before. And that's basically all I in the time I had that I could find on this. Is that some people were suggesting that this John Roberts was Chief Justice John Roberts, and that article, that Sky News Aviation article, just detailing the events and the plane. It's insane. But honestly, we know how close Jeffrey Epstein was to all sorts of people. Powerful people in the government. I haven't had time to look into John Roberts. Like, somebody needs to cross-reference John Roberts and Jeffrey Epstein on the files, I think. I haven't had as much time last couple of days to do the show work as I would normally have had, because I've been dealing with the goddamn monetization system. Still not remonetized, by the way. We were denied once again for a completely different reason, by the way. Get into that in a second. I'm getting caught up on shit.
McConnell's ghost was Nathan.
Oh, actually, I forgot. We don't need the rest of this. But point is I think we need to look into this situation even more. The more I look into it, the more I feel it warrants a real investigation. That said, you could also say the same broadly about the Epstein files. Okay. Well, while we're talking about horrible and infamous predators, we should talk about the arrest of one of the most infamous predators on the planet, Andrew Tate, and his little bro Tristan. Both arrested in Miami, Florida, according to the U.S. Marshals Service yesterday.
Influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate have been arrested by federal authorities in Miami. A spokesperson for the U.S. Marshals Service told the Associated Press that the brothers were taken into custody on a sealed warrant. British prosecutors announced on Saturday they were seeking the extradition of the brothers on rape and sex trafficking charges. The offences are alleged to have occurred between July 2010 and August 2017. The Crown Prosecution Service said.
Oh. Wow, wow, wow. Poor Tristan and Andrew. I mean, can you imagine two guys who deserve this more? No, actually, I can't. I mean, well, actually, I guess there's some people who deserve it as much. The president. I found this story to be rather fascinating. These were the last two guys I expected to be arrested in the United States. I know that what's his name? Not Marco Rubio. Fucking hell. Governor of Florida. Fuck. Ron DeSantis. He was saying he didn't want them in the state of Florida. Was it last year? They showed up. But I mean, since they'd clearly come back to the United States. And all of a sudden, picked up by U.S. authorities and threatened with extradition to the United Kingdom for their alleged crimes. I guess it is easier when you think about it. If you're the Trump government, easier to go after other guys than, hold yourself and your friends accountable.
Well, our correspondent Greg McKenzie has more on those charges.
In terms of the Crown Prosecution Service, they say that Andrew Tate has been charged with 7 additional counts of rape, along with further offences including alleged sex trafficking and indecent images of a child. Now, Tristan Tate has been charged with 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation.
Greg McKenzie. Well, the journalist and documentary filmmaker Matt Shea made the 2023 BBC film Andrew Tate, the Man Who Groomed the World. He explained what more we know about the brothers.
Andrew and Tristan Tate are sort of the leaders of what's called the manosphere, which is this kind of movement across the internet and social media that promotes this kind of hyper-masculinity, women being submissive, women being second-class citizens. They openly support these things. They also sell courses online that train young men how to, in their eyes, be better men. However, a lot of those courses also train those young men how to groom women into submission.
How surprising is this latest arrest?
Well, it's surprising because we have to remember, right, that throughout the litany of accusations against the Tate brothers, perhaps the biggest ongoing right now is the Romanian investigation into them. So there are 2 indictments in Romania. There's one from 2023, which alleges both Andrew and Tristan Tate formed an organized criminal group and did human trafficking and were guilty of rape as well, and a newer investigation involving additional allegations, including trafficking of a minor, sex with a minor, money laundering, witness tampering, and the list goes on. Now,
all of the crimes.
Violent crime.
Yeah. I gotta say, this was also not on my list, of things expected for the week. It is it's a nice surprise. Although they still haven't been extradited. And I get the sense that somehow they're going to manage to get away scot-free on this. And they won't be extradited to the United Kingdom, or Romania for that matter. Here's, because here, follow me on this, right? Because while I don't think Trump cares about Andrew Tate at all, he's probably something of, like I was suggesting, a useful scapegoat. Something to point to, like you're doing something about crimes against women or minors. But here's the problem, as I see it. All the Trump supporters love Andrew. Oh my God, they love him. It's gross, but it's true. You can't deny it.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Dad!
And they're all gonna go to Donald Trump and be like, "Oh, sir, you can't extradite Andrew. He's our hero." I could just go. I could go on True Social right now. I can almost guarantee you, there's a bunch of Tate stands right now on Twitter and True Social tweeting at the president, saying, "Mr. President, please, sir, please. You must protect our second favorite guy. After you, of course, Mr. President."
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not hoping for this to happen. I'm just saying I can almost guarantee it's happening right now. I don't have the time to get lost in Twitter every whim I have, but anybody who doubts me, please double check this, because I'd love to know too. Maybe all the Kekistans have come out and condemned Andrew Tate.
Come on!
I invite anybody with evidence to prove me wrong to present it, because I would welcome that shocking change. Meanwhile, the Tate brothers' lawyers gave a press conference in front of a Florida courtroom.
Today went as expected. There was never going to be any fireworks today. Today wasn't about controversy. Today was about just enforcing Mr. Tate's, Andrew and Tristan Tate's rights, and objecting to the extradition process. We are, of course, objecting to extradition because Andrew and Tristan are innocent. They've never done nothing wrong. They shouldn't be extradited for crimes they did not commit. They're entitled to have their day of court. We've been litigating the case for 3 years in Palm Beach County in Florida. So we're fighting extradition. We've assembled a team here. These are from the Roy Black's prestigious firm. Politically motivated? I think any one of these trees, any one of these rocks could answer that question. Yes, it's politically motivated. There's no question about it.
Trees and rocks cannot answer questions. It is not shocking to me that this guy, this fucking guy, is the lead legal counsel for the Tate Bros with the Versace sunglasses, the bald head and the beard. It's just like he's literally. He's just like a slightly bigger copy of the Andrew Tate brothers. There you go. They're innocent. Even the rocks and the trees can tell you that. Okay? They're innocent. Not with that attitude. Oh my God. Anyway, they're trying to prevent the extradition of of Andrew and Tristan to the United Kingdom, where they would indeed face charges for those crimes. Allegedly. Always gotta get that in there. Even though these guys literally have covered the internet with the evidence. Okay. Speaking of parasites, let's talk about another parasite. Ravaging our nation. Cyclosporiasis.
An apparent reversal by the FDA, Taylor Farms says the FDA apologized and is walking back its claim that it found traces of the parasite Cyclospora on a sample of its lettuce. There have been thousands of illnesses across the country. The outbreaks, you've heard of them, of explosive diarrhea. A source tells CNN that funding cuts by the administration.
Wait, did the lawyer say they never done nothing wrong? Did he really? I almost want to go back and listen to it again. Did he really say they've never done nothing wrong? That's great lawyer talk right there. You're right. That is a double negative. Several wolves. several wolves apparently combined intellect better than the lawyer of Andrew and Tristan Tate. That is a double negative, which means that they did do something wrong. Huh.
Created a perfect storm. CNN medical correspondent Meg Terrell is here with all the details here. So we thought we knew where this was from, but now not so much?
Well, so the FDA announcement over the weekend caused a little bit of confusion. And so essentially they had said that they had this positive test result of Cyclospora, and it was on a sample that actually hadn't been included in this recall. And so now they're saying that's a false positive. Taylor Farms is saying the FDA apologized about that, but it doesn't actually change the fact that this recall still stands. The trace back still stands to the lettuce that people ate at Taco Bell and this broader recall. And so Taylor Farms has
if anything, it means we have a bigger problem on our hands. Me, 24 hours ago when I heard the story, initially, like a little bit more than 24 hours ago, when they were talking about Taylor Farms or whatever it was called as being the source of this, I was like, okay, maybe they finally tracked it down and this is it. That's it. The fact that they were wrong is just disturbing on multiple fronts. It shows you just how unprepared the government is under this leadership to handle this kind of shit. And we still got ourselves a goddamn parasite. As I said earlier, ravaging the goddamn nation, specifically the nation's intestinal fortitude.
This lettuce from central Mexico, this iceberg lettuce. But we also have new reporting this morning about what a lot of public health experts have complained is a slower than expected response from the CDC and the federal government broadly to this outbreak. And just to give you a timeline, the first illnesses started in mid-May. It was July 1st that Michigan warned of an outbreak. And of course, we know there are so many cases in that state. But then it was 2 weeks later that the CDC issued its health advisory. And a lot of public health experts said, why did this take the CDC so long? 2 weeks after Michigan. They said it should have been much earlier. And so our reporting from our investigative team, my colleague Brenda Goodman.
Yes, why did it take the CDC so long? God, why did it take the CDC so long? Who's in charge of the CDC again? I'm trying to remember. Anybody? Anybody remember who's in charge? I'm sorry, I just happened to be perusing these Dr. Oz photos. What? Oh, that's right. It's this guy. He's the one in charge of all this. Maybe we shouldn't have put him in charge of the CDC. There's an idea.
The health team, they talked with the head of a former federal lab that was responsible for tracking outbreaks of parasitic illnesses. That staff at that lab had been cut from 11 to 3 last year by the time that the director of this lab, Dr. Joel Barrett, resigned in September, warning his superiors that the cuts to that lab could affect their ability to track outbreaks quickly in the future. They also were affected by cuts to USAID funding because they did a lot of work on parasitic illnesses. Malaria is a parasitic illness. There were a lot of
So staff reduced by 80%, almost. What is that? 70%, 75%? The staff that is literally intended to identify these outbreaks. $30 million lost from USAID cuts. Thanks, Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And then 25% reduction in CDC workforce. Thanks, Dr. Oz, because he's the one who proposed that last year. Good. So it's just pure incompetence up and down the board. Complete and utter disregard for the consequences. Seemingly zero concern at all for what this might do to America. Well, hopefully our government gets a grasp on this situation sometime soon. Although I don't have a ton of faith. One can hope. One can hope. Although we could get engaged. There is that. We could also get engaged politically in just a myriad different ways. Voting, activism, using the First Amendment. There's just so many different options out there. Unfortunately, we have parasites in our intestines, in our lettuce, and on the streets. Yes, indeed. Parasites all over America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Parasites in the White House and, of course, the armed parasites the president and his allies have unleashed on unsuspecting Americans, unsuspecting American neighborhoods. Of course, talking about the terrorist, fascist cronies known as Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE.
Last week, we covered the killing of an immigrant in Maine by an ICE officer. We now know the identity of that ICE agent, a guy by the name of David Brouillette, and his former wives, as well as some of his family members, are speaking out, talking about how mentally unstable he is, his violent tendencies, how they had to take him to court, how he was violent against those wives and his children. Let's go ahead and take a listen to one of those wives who bravely went on the record talking about her experience with him.
David, back in November, brought up that he had accepted a job with ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking crazy, so to speak. So I said, yeah, sure you are, buddy, you know. I didn't realize that he was actually working for ICE until yesterday, and I was completely shocked because I'm like, how do you keep getting into these jobs where you're around guns all the time? I asked him what was going on. He told me that I don't need to be answering questions for anybody, that all I needed to know was that it was a justified shooting and that he did do it. And he claimed that this man had tried to run him over. And I said, I don't see that in anything, and I've watched it from all angles. All I seen is how the car was going in circle after the fact. And then he's like, well, I need you to lie about my character because this is
Need you to
how,
lie
like, this is
about
what it
my
comes down to is my character. I don't want you talking about any of the abuse.
I need you to lie about my character. At least the guy is self-aware enough to know he's a piece of shit. Hey, I need you to lie about my character. You know how I'm a piece of shit? Would you tell people I'm not?
Aren't I a good guy?
In our relationship, like, this is literally about me, actually. I told him that I was not going to lie for him, that I've waited years to speak my truth. I've been silenced long enough, and now I need to come out with everything because a man lost his life. It was abuse, not only to me, but to our daughter. And even being divorced from him, I've dealt with harassing phone calls, threats of him wanting to kill me. I believe that this man was murdered. I believe that David's mental health played a part in what happened. I think what happened was he was standing there during that operation, had a PTSD moment, and hit fight or flight mode. And unfortunately, a man lost his life due to it.
So this gives you a window into the type of people who are being hired and the complete lack of vetting, I would say intentionally, because obviously.
Yeah, thank you, Crystal. I found that utterly disturbing. Quite revelatory, but not all that shocking, considering everything we've heard about the hiring processes over there at DICE. It seems like these are the literal people they're hiring for. They're in search of the despicables. And they're finding them. Real quick clip here of Tom Homan on Face the Nation. I honestly think I need to watch this whole thing. But, Tom Homan, of course, the border czar. And is he technically in charge of ICE now? Can't remember. I don't. Didn't they? Isn't he like the acting director for the time? Didn't he take over for Tom Bovine? Tim Bovino, whatever his fucking name is. Tom Bovino. Forget that fucking guy's name. Yes, Marblemouth. He's been saying all sorts of stuff lately.
Call went down here. This is E0. Let's take a listen to that.
These were fatal shootings, of course, in Houston and in Maine. And in Houston, it was an unmarked car. So when you're saying don't resist, these individuals who were chasing the man who died, they didn't have markings on that vehicle that would allow for him to know that they were ICE. It just looked like a car coming after them in the videos.
No, they have emergency lights. Officers have insignia, so when they get out of that car and approach the car, you can clearly see they're law enforcement officers.
Well, in the video that has been public, it's not a marked car.
These people, I'm not saying it's a marked car, but they have emergency lights and sirens. So when they pull somebody, they want to activate the emergency lights. A lot of police departments. I'm in New York City right now. A lot of NYPD officers are driving unmarked vehicles, and that helps them find people that don't want to be found, right? So, you know, but bottom line is, we'll see when the investigation plays out, but they would be alive today if they simply complied with a vehicle stop by federal law enforcement. Just comply. You can, if you don't think you've been treated right and they had no reason to stop you, then there's avenues to take them to court, to sue.
Well,
to
the family of the man in Houston said that he thought he was being robbed because it was an unmarked vehicle. Not that it was law enforcement at all.
They had emergency lights. They activate emergency lights, blue and light. You know, in my vehicle I drive where I'm with my security detail.
You've seen that on video? Because we haven't.
Seen what on video, ma'am?
that there were lights, because in the videos that we've seen, there aren't. And because there weren't body cameras, it is hard to substantiate some of what you were saying.
Okay, well, I have not seen the videos, but I'm saying our vehicles are equipped with emergency lights. Now, if they didn't activate the lights, again, I haven't seen that video. If they didn't activate the lights, then there's an issue there, right? But I'm
they have lights. They have light in the vehicles, and they can make them light up and go boo. And then when they do that, when they make them light up and they go boo, then people will know. Well, I haven't seen the video. I don't either.
How is it? Can somebody explain to me how this guy, the guy who's supposed to be preventing bad behavior by ICE agents, hasn't seen the video in question? The one that we've all seen. The video that's got millions of views now across multiple platforms. How is it that the guy in charge of all this shit hasn't? It's either a lie, it's either just a flat out lie, or it's a clear admission of a dereliction of duty and a clear disregard, callous disregard for and disconcern, right? Like for any of these deaths. It's quite concerning. Unfortunately, I've had to listen to a bunch of Tom Homan recently. He gave a little press conference here. Where's this? God, I hate this guy. This guy is such an idiot.
Say that again?
Is this administration more concerned about the number, the quantity of ICE administrations that have
No.
taken place over the quality?
I can't speak for everybody in the administration, but quality agents are very important. So it should be, you're going to give somebody a badge and gun, they need to be the best they can be.
So are there going to be reevaluations then of the hiring?
That's a question for ICE.
Is there any other procedure or protocol on the ground changing? Stops?
There's already, the director of ICE decided that, there needs to be at least one body camera on the scene. And again, I'm a big supporter of the body cameras. And as more body camera gets out there, they all have them.
That's the only change.
But let's be clear, you can attack the men and women at ICE all you want. It comes down to one simple fact. These people fail to comply with law enforcement. Even some of the major chiefs in this country who don't necessarily agree with this administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that resist. ICE are the...
Okay, prepare yourselves. This is, I put it in the right spot. I couldn't remember whether or not. Hold on to your hat, Space Babs. Tom Homan is about to explain to us some very important things about ICE officers.
This administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that resist. ICE are the, let's abolish them. They're fascists. When you keep that hateful rhetoric up for a year and a half, there's going to be that percentage of that part, that left population that's going to be emboldened to take action because they're not a real law enforcement agency. I should resist them. All they had to do is simply comply with law enforcement. If you don't like what law enforcement did to you, then go to the courts, sue, call the ACLU, do whatever you want to do. But you should always comply with law enforcement. If they did, they'd be alive today. Now, I'm not going to comment on the investigation itself. We'll wait for it to play out. This is about complying with law enforcement, and a lot of the negative, hateful. And I said this a year ago. If a hateful rhetoric doesn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And unfortunately, I was right. Now I'll tell you something else. It's not over yet. unless they keep attacking and miscommunicating what ICE does every day, calling them Nazis and comparing ICE to the Nazi regime. Are you kidding me? And I'm not saying the whole country's convinced, but there's going to be that population that's just going to embolden to do something stupid. And I'm afraid that we're going to bury an ICE agent. I'm afraid I'm going to hand another folded flag to a spouse or a child of an ICE agent for simply doing his job. And for any member of Congress to keep attacking ICE and calling them fascists and Nazis, I said it 1,000 times. If they're a Nazi for enforcing the law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. We're not making this up. We're enforcing the laws they wrote, and that they appropriate us money to enforce. Now, I'll say it once again. If ICE agents act inappropriately or illegal, they'll be held accountable, just like they were held accountable in Minnesota. Everybody, guys, ICE agents are mom and dads too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day to do this job. And it's just not attacking the ICE agents, it's attacking their spouses and children, and no one knows that better than me.
Well, everybody, there's calm home and talking about ICE agents who have feelings and families. Okay? Everybody needs to remember ICE agents have feelings too, and families. And this hate rhetoric thing, abolish ICE. I'm sorry, I can't keep doing the Homan impression. I mean, this whole thing was fucking deranged. I don't know whether to laugh or scream. First, he's claiming that it's hate speech to suggest that ICE is not a law enforcement agency instead of an immigration enforcement agency, which it is. It's just factual shit. But he's very upset. That's hate speech, apparently. Saying abolish ICE, that's also hate speech. It's it's akin to using a racial slur. Right? He's the one making the comparison. He's calling it hate. It's hatred. It's hatred to say that. How dare you? How dare you say abolish ICE? That's hate speech. These people they're people. They're not Nazis. Nazis didn't have families. These people have families. As it turns out, Nazis did have families. You know, Heinrich Himmler, for instance. I think he had like half a dozen kids or something like that. He was the commander of the SS. That's the one organization most often compared to the whole ICE enforcement here in the United States. That dude had a bunch of kids. But apparently, they have families, okay? And saying abolish ICE is endangering the children somehow. Saying abolish ICE is hurting the kids.
You're hurting the kids.
But honestly, the most disturbing thing about what Tom said before I finish this one up is that he said that there's going to be bloodshed and that there's going to be more. He seems to completely disregard the lives of the people who have so far been killed by ICE and is most concerned about the ICE officers themselves. He didn't give 1 ounce of concern to the family. These people were killed wrongly. He said he's not going to comment on the fucking case while simultaneously claiming that they should have just complied. Those two things are obviously diametrically opposed. Because, of course, saying that they should have complied is a comment on the case. He's suggesting that they didn't comply. There's no evidence that that's the case. Not even slightly. ICE has not been able to provide any evidence of that. And they're out here saying more bloodshed is coming. But they're not worried about the innocent people losing their lives. He's worried about what might happen to ICE officers. Poor innocent murderers. What might happen to those guys? You know, people who've been convicted of domestic crimes, right? So he's worried about them. He's worried about those families, the people who are deathly afraid of the ICE officers we're talking about. Because that's one thing I found fascinating about this. We just got done listening to a woman talk about her fear of one of these ICE officers, one of the ICE officers involved in the murders that we've been talking about here. And ICE is saying, look, everybody's saying all these mean stuff. They're hurting the families who are literally afraid of the ICE officers too, just like the immigrants and the rest of America. They just have more personal reasons to be afraid of them. What do you call it? It's not quite hypocrisy. It's something. I can't think of the word. I can't think of the word right now. Anyway, while I think of words, let's listen to the words of Representative Al Green from Texas on the Trump administration's attempts to cover up these killings on Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We're joined now in Houston by Democratic Congressmember Al Green, who served...
By the way, I almost forgot. I keep meaning to mention this. I missed it during the clip. Ep Silver with the Prime sub on Twitch. I think I know who that is. Well, I don't see you on YouTube very often anymore, Ep Silver, but good to see you on Twitch. Showing the support.
Homeland Security Committee. On Sunday, he attended a rally for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the 52-year-old Mexican father of 3 U.S. citizens shot and killed by an ICE agent July 7th. He'd been in this country for almost 35 years. Last week, Congressman Green took to the House floor to warn of a possible Trump cover-up in the killing. Representative Green, thank you so much for being with us. If you can talk about what you are demanding now and the congressional hearing on the road in Houston that will take place on Friday.
Well, thank you for having me, Amy. May I please take just a moment to compliment you on the excellent reporting. That was probably the best that I've heard or read in terms of what actually happened, and those reporters should be commended highly. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to talk about the demands. The demands are very simple. A demand for justice. The justice has to include an investigation. The investigation has to be independent. It has to be transparent. It has to give us the opportunity to know what happened to Mr. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. We still don't have all of the facts. We have what typically happens in these circumstances, which is ICE will make a statement, and then after they make a statement that appears to be bogus, they will say, wait until all of the facts are out. Well, they have rushed to judgment, and then they encourage that others not rush to judgment. But they make the initial statement that creates the confusion that surrounds a case, which is the case with what happened here. My belief is that there is an attempt to cover up currently taking place. And that attempt to cover up is something that ICE has perpetrated in other cases. We can recall what happened in Minnesota. We remember Mr. Preddy. We remember what happened with Ms. Good. These attempts to cover up have manifested themselves, and they've been exposed.
Unfortunately, they are determined to do a cover-up. They're continuing to blame the victims. They're claiming both. Tom Homan just got done telling us both of these victims are to blame. They didn't comply. This is the officers who are experiencing hatred and violence and all these other things. Not the people that ICE is literally murdering. Throwing in detention camps. They're fine. They can sue. They can sue after they're dead. Now, of course, lately, Trump administration has been rehashing the 2020 election, making more claims of voter fraud, that immigrants are somehow voting in mass in elections that is causing them to be stolen for Democrats. But the evidence does not support that. Here's 9 News 2 days ago.
Documents released by the Trump administration list Colorado's voter rolls as being compromised by China. But another document in the stack showed that China simply downloaded those publicly available files. Anyone can get them. This would be like saying that you have compromised a 7-Eleven Slurpee by walking into the store and purchasing one. They're not a secret. Anyone is allowed to get them. Our Spencer Soysher explains.
Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption.
In President Donald Trump's attempt to prove foreign election interference, he said newly declassified documents show shocking revelations that China hacked or stole voter rolls. The documents, released by the White House Thursday on China's acquisition of voter data, mentioned Colorado 3 times.
As far as hacking, no. It's publicly available.
Republican El Paso County Clerk Steve Schleicher watched Trump's speech. Found nothing shocking. Colorado's voter rolls can be purchased by anyone.
It's less of a hack and more of an access to public information.
Denver Elections Director Todd Davidson, who works under a Democrat clerk, showed us how to do it in Denver.
This is our website. Scroll down to election data.
It doesn't take a Chinese hacker to get Denver's voter roll. It took less than 10 clicks right from the city's own website.
The zip,
Immediately,
the
if not
precinct
sooner.
number, the split style of the ballot. It allows voters to see for themselves who's voting on the ballot. Of course, it doesn't allow them to see who they voted for.
El Paso County also lets you do it.
The state has these out there as a downloadable file.
These claims of a shock.
Oh, God. It's all been hacked.
Has these out there as a...
China hacked all the data. By hacked, I mean clicked at least 3 links. And then click download.
Illegal.
That's hacking. Very illegal. Thank you, 9 News, for making it so incredibly clear. Just how spurious these claims of election fraud are from Donald Trump. All of this information he's claiming China has, anybody could have. And they wouldn't have to hack shit to get it. You know, there is no evidence, as we talked about, that there is any significant amount of voter fraud happening in any state that is overthrowing or changing the results of any election. There's been zero evidence of anything even close to that. What you do have are people who have registered in most cases. Maybe even unknowingly. Because there are, in fact, you may not realize this, but for instance, there's a lot of states that have little boxes you can check when you sign up for a new driver's license or any other sort of document at the DMV to register. All you have to do is click a box, check a box with a pen, and you'll be registered technically, potentially in that state. There is some processing done by the elections offices, but it will get the ball rolling on that. The government adds these sorts of things at the end of all sorts of forms to just make it easier for people to vote. And some people, not understanding, may very well be registering themselves to vote without ever having any intention to vote. In some fringe cases, some people register unlawfully, vote unlawfully. Fringe cases like this from 10 years ago. Let's talk about the story of one woman who cast an illegal vote in 2016 who was recently deported for having done so.
Said she recognizes she broke the law, so in that sense she realizes she should be prosecuted. She does at the same time will very quickly say, but it seems very unfair. The crime is a misdemeanor. It is not a felony. She was in that detention center for 6 months or maybe even longer than that before she was deported. Yeah, probably the most interesting character we connected with was a woman named Dora D'Amata. Dora is was a resident of North Carolina. She was born in Panama. She entered the United States as a lawful resident in 1973, and she was here ever since. She's a great-grandmother. And she voted in the 2016 election. And then in December, she was stopped by immigration authorities for that vote, for that crime. And when I connected with her in the month of May, I think it was the first time.
This woman is a Trump voter. Look at her with a Trump flag. A Trump 2020 Make America Great Again flag. They just deported a MAGA grandma.
And then in December, she was stopped by immigration authorities for that vote, for that crime. And when I connected with her in the month of May, I think it was the first time, she was already in a detention center on her way to being deported back to Panama. She truly believed that she could register to vote because she had been on YouTube and had seen something, it's a little unclear what she saw, that seemed to indicate that she believed President Obama had issued an executive order allowing long-term lawful residents to cast ballots. Adding to her confusion, she went to go register to vote using her driver's license. She's a resident of North Carolina. At the time, a North Carolina, and still today, I believe, a North Carolina driver's license is stamped with something that says limited term. She understood that the person she gave the license to would realize limited term means I'm not a citizen. She handed over the driver's license. They signed her up. She went to the polls to vote, handed over the driver's license. They let her vote. So in her mind, she'd done everything right. She identified herself as a non-citizen and she was allowed to vote. She's 72. She's not young. She has 4 children and 21 grandchildren that she was separated from. You can appreciate it. It feels really harsh, And
yeah, no, it's incredibly unfair. I can't imagine anything. I mean, I could, but this is, wildly unfair. Yeah, a woman who's been here for decades. Once again. With a beautiful family, an enormous family, 4 kids, 20 grandchildren. She's been here lawfully her entire life. No crimes committed. She gives the state of North Carolina a North Carolina ID, a red state, I would mind you. She gives the state of North Carolina a North Carolina ID to register to vote, thinking that she can. They register her. She votes, and now she's deported. She's also a Trump supporter, which I find fascinating. And supposedly one of the people murdered in the last week by ICE was a Trump supporter. They don't care. They don't care. You're the wrong color. You're from the wrong place. But this is literally... The fact that this is one of the only stories that we've heard of about actual voter fraud, I think tells you a lot. Right? And that this wasn't even intentional voter fraud. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Hey, hey, hey. Let me think. Just realizing I don't love the way that this is set up. Is this what I want to do next? Shit. It sounds like we need that SAVE Act, yeah. One whole election fraud, and it was a Trump voter. One whole election fraud. And by election fraud, I mean vote. One fraudulent vote. And it was for Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The fact that that's the only case we've heard should tell you just how much of a nothing burger these election fraud claims are and always have been. My whole stream vibe, it's all fucked up today. Sorry, Space Fams. Unfortunately, getting this bad news, and then good news, and then bad news, and then good news and bad news, and then good news and bad news with YouTube monetization, it's really starting to weigh on me. And the last 48 hours have been the culmination of that. It's making it hard for me to do a show.
I'm having a hard time.
Like, I have one put together. I'm looking at it right now. I don't love it. I don't love this section. So we're gonna do a little rearranging, live rearranging. It's happening. Fact is, there's some Sunday Funday stuff in here that I left in because I was going to do a Sunday Funday stream yesterday, but didn't do it. Speaking of Sunday Funday and documents, now one woman may have gotten registered when she shouldn't have. This woman got a license plate that she apparently doesn't want. Aww. Here's WWL-TV on a real Florida Sunshine State mystery.
I said, I don't think so. I don't think a woman that lives in a senior community that's going to be 77 years old next month will be driving around with what this plate has to say. Oh. And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years.
It just says the letters and numbers have a different type of message. A55, but from a distance, those fives look like S's. It's a little risque for her. It says squeeze,
A 5-5.
Can you tell how little her husband cares about it? I'm pretty sure this guy here in the purple is her husband. Can you tell how little he cares about it? I'm with him. Who gives a shit? She's having an episode, okay? She's having some kind of like a mental breakdown over a license plate. Honestly, she hit the jackpot and she's complaining about it. I mean, come on.
Come on! Have a different type of message. A 5-5, but from a distance, those fives look like S's. It's a little risque for her. It says squeeze,
A 5-5.
Yeah, A 5-5. Nancy says she is kind of resigning to the plate, so she is keeping it.
She's keeping it for now. She's like, why not?
But I bet if there's a high bidder, she'll switch it out. Just planted to let the state kind of know about it.
Yeah.
Let's give
Exactly. Just use the plates or sell them to somebody else. Somebody will buy those things. Somebody will buy those as a vanity plate. People pay money for vanity plates. She got one for free. And considering her advanced age, why not have a little fun? You're 77. Why not? My question is why not? You're 77 years old. If you're not going to squeeze ass now, it's over. There's so little time left for that anyway. All right. Well, to other small objects that could go for a bunch of money. From license plates to trash. Apparently, people across the planet have been buying garbage. One New York artist has been repackaging trash from Taylor Swift's wedding found in and around Madison Square Garden. And apparently it's been selling like Taylor Swift on the internet.
An artist is making hundreds of dollars off of selling garbage from Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. New York City artist Justin Gignac picked up the trash from Madison Square Garden after the wedding wrapped up. He then packaged the trash into tiny cubes and then sold them for $25. He says he sold out.
Well, there you go, people. You could get, I don't know, might all be gone already. Probably all gone. But you had a chance. Get yourself some real New York City garbage. From Taylor, Travis Wells, wedding, whatever, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift wedding. The Swift-Kelce affair. People will pay for anything, you know? People will pay for anything. Well, while we're in New York, should talk about the mayor. Who, oh my God, I hate this. This is terrible. Who put this together? I need to, I have to rethink this whole thing. How do I do that?
skip that.
Yeah. Spectrum News. Spectrum News' Errol, what's his last name? I always forget. Spectrum News, Errol, and Zoran here at Gracie Mansion. Some creepy old white lady staring back at me. Who is this? Who is this person?
The First Lady, Rama Duwaji. How does she like the house? How does she like the place?
she likes the house. We're the only host city in the country that secured affordable tickets at $50 a piece. There hasn't been any additional movement in the building structure in over 24 hours.
I'm Errol Lewis, and welcome to Inside City Hall, although for this edition it should be maybe Inside Gracie Mansion. This is the start of a series we will be doing called Out of the Office with Mayor Mamdani. The idea is that instead of him coming to the studio or us going to City Hall, we're going to go and look at some things outside of the office. In this case, actually the mayor's home, sort of a work from home episode. This is, of course, the official residence for New York City mayors. We're going to have a chance to talk about a number of different things. What's going on with that?
Okay, hold on. We're not gonna. I was gonna do more of this on Sunday Funday. Errol was in here checking in with the mayor. What was the part that I wanted here? Right. Let's see what the mayor had to say about Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed.
I trust the voters of Maine to point us in that right direction.
Do you support them? They're calling him the Michigan Mamdani. Out in Michigan, the candidate, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who is a progressive running for the U.S. Senate nomination. That's going to be coming up in a few weeks. Are you endorsing in that race?
The endorsements I've made have all been right here in New York City. I'm excited about the 5 state legislative candidates, 3 congressional candidates. That's where my focus is.
Oh, okay. Do you know him? Do you know Dr. El Sayed?
I've met him once or twice.
Okay, very interesting. Let's talk a little bit about what is going on.
Oh, there you go. Zohran Mamdani laying it close to the vest on Abdul El Sayed, but seemingly not supportive. Really quickly, I just want to do this one too.
A recent AP poll found that your favorability rating is 44% with American Jews, compared with 32% for Benjamin Netanyahu. I was wondering if you'd seen that.
I had.
What do you think of that?
I think it's great. I think it's. I think I'll leave it to New Yorkers and pundits to make of it what they will. My focus is on delivering for each and every New Yorker, and I'm proud to be the mayor of the city with the largest Jewish population in the country. And I think too often we frame that responsibility as solely in the context of uprooting anti-Semitism from across the 5 boroughs, which is critical and necessary. I want to go beyond just the question of keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, but also ensuring that Jewish New Yorkers look at this city and understand themselves to be home. They understand themselves to be cherished and celebrated by the city. And I take a real pleasure in being able to be the mayor of this same city.
Like it or not, you're part.
Okay. I think that's all I need from that one there, but there's Zohran Mamdani. Sitting down with Spectrum News, talking about a bunch of different issues. Reminding everybody that he wants to be the mayor for all of New York. Make everybody feel welcome and, most importantly, supported by their government. He also mentioned Abdul El Sayed, who was out here with Representative Ocasio-Cortez. A couple days ago.
There is a match happening, and we talked about 66.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on. This is, I don't, wait, did I click the, son of a bitch. I clicked through, didn't I? Oh, I meant to put this in the, that's not it. Come on.
Come on!
Why? How far down? Oh, no. Oh, I gotta redo this. Oh, that's a disaster. Here's the here's the Detroit Free Press from 2 days ago with the clip. Just gotta reopen this window because I totally fucked up. I moved something around.
I say that Abdul is running a campaign about the politics of the future. It's not something that is just seen on a screen. It is felt here in person, in the streets, at people's doors. The way that people are actually building community around a positive and affirmative message of the future is the way Democrats should be running. And I genuinely believe it's going to be the way that we can win back the House and win back the Senate as well. And it is absolutely electric, and I'm so proud to stand with Dr. Abdullah.
We watched and learned from the best, right? That's how you built your movement that surprised the world in 2018. You knocked doors, you did the actual work. And that's the thing about it, is that, like, you know, you can tell when something is built with love and care. And we tried to build this with love and care for the people of Michigan, by the people of Michigan, of the people of Michigan, and I'm grateful that it shows. There is no other test case of the money versus the many that is as big and profound as this one. They're pulling out all the stops. They're going to probably set a record for how much money is spent against one candidate. And the idea that we're still in most polling winning, right, despite that, tells you what the people really want. And I'll just say, it's anti-democratic as hell to bring $50 million into an election. Like, imagine, just everybody should imagine. Imagine there was no outside spending at all. Where would this race be? Which should tell you something about electability. Turns out, if you're electable, you actually have to inspire people to want to be a part of a movement. You actually have to inspire people to want to be a part of something, to vote affirmatively for a vision of a future that they actually want to live in. And so, you know, I just think this should open up a broader conversation about how we do politics in general, in particular, how we do politics in a party that claims to be for working people. There's a reason the UAW endorsed us. There's a reason the AFT endorsed us. There's a reason that the nurses endorsed us. There's a reason that AOC and Bernie are here. And that is because we want movements that put people first, front, center, and always deliver for them. I don't take money from those corporations, and they see me as an incredible threat to that system, and they should. But, you know, they're trying to, in effect, bring $50 million of outside cynical money, right, to corrupt this election in a way that the Democratic Party, frankly, should hear that.
Haley Stevens has made those comments personally about Abdul al-Sayed as well.
There you go. Abdul al-Sayed making some very strong statements there to the press with AOC there to support him. Continuing to point out, Haley Stevens is receiving tens of millions of dollars in a Senate primary. Primary. Not a general election. They are unloading all of the clips over there at APAC. By the way, I just want to say thank you to two different people. Young Chris with the dono. PayPal, $5. And Cthulhu, $10. I thought this was America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Thank you, both of you. Very much helpful. I'm going to add that to the Galactic financing goal, the deficit goal. What is that? 15,407? Right? Well, we're getting there. Making slow, steady progress. We're almost halfway. It's not terrible. Though we are 3/4 of the way through the month. We're doing it.
Abdul Al-Sayed, on the other hand, did not get outside. Abdul Al-Sayed didn't put in a red box in his media tab on his platform to attack Haley Stevens for having a goofy voice or not knowing what she speaks of, whereas Haley Stevens did do that to Abdul Al-Sayed. So campaigns... Anyway, on that note, let's get to Jake Tapper interviewing Abdul Al-Sayed.
A huge rally last night with Bernie and AOC.
I gotta pee.
I want to play something you said at this rally in Detroit last night.
Are we going to let 50 million in lies steal this election? Hell no. Are we going to let Trump donors, billionaires, and AIPAC lies steal this election?
Steal this election is a pretty stark term. I haven't really heard it used since 2024. To be clear, this is a close.
Look at Jake Tapper trying to play language police over here. Hey, Abdul, I haven't heard the word steal before as an adult man. Can you explain what you mean by that? Hey, Jake, go write another fucking book, pal.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens is a 4-term congresswoman endorsed by outgoing Senator Gary Peters. Are you saying that if you don't win this election, it will be because it was stolen?
I believe in the rigor of the democratic process, Jake, but I also believe that the corruption of billionaire money, AIPAC money, to the tune of $50 million being spent is anti-democratic on its own terms. If you were to take all the outside spending in this race out, this would not be a close election, but it speaks to the way that, unfortunately, money from DTE, our local utility, money from Blue Cross Blue Shield, money from AIPAC has come in to try to truck this election in favor of somebody who they know is going to do their business instead of the people's. And I think that's anti-democratic on its own terms. It's why I'm running on getting money out of politics so we can put money back in people's pockets and pass Medicare for all.
So the attacks on Haley Stevens are also at issue. I know there are a lot of attack ads against you, but there are so many attacks on Haley Stevens that...
Oh, God, people are saying mean things about Haley Stevens. Oh, my God.
How dare people say mean things about Haley Stevens? She's a great gal, and I don't know why anybody would ever say or do anything mean to her. She's very normal, very relatable gal who's gotten $50 million in money from corporations and AIPAC. And she definitely doesn't talk like a cartoon character.
I love how that's the new thing coming from the media now. It's like, are people being too mean to Haley Stevens? It's like, what are you talking about? She's in a political... What? Are people being too mean to Haley Stevens? What do you mean? What does that even mean? Is it 2026? What year is it? No, but like, seriously. Has anybody ever even seen the news? Has Jake Tapper seen the news? Being too mean. People are being too mean to Haley while she spends $50 million on attack ads calling Abdul an Islamist. You know, it's like, are you ever being too mean to Haley Stevens? Because she talks funny? No. In fact, that's just the fun part of it all. Because the rest of Haley is disturbing. That's when we get to laugh. Sure, it's not with Haley, but that's not my fault. I don't make her talk like that. But most of the criticisms of Haley are the fact that she's receiving, that they are spending tens of millions of dollars. They are taking all of this corporate and AIPAC money. She's got no good policies. She's got no good policies. She's done nothing good while in government, really. And people want to say we're being too mean. And we can't allow them to do that. If we do, we allow them to destroy American democracy. That's not me saying it. Take it from this guy.
Thanks very much for joining me. We are living in a very, very crazy and unprecedented time. And if you are feeling a bit unsettled, a bit overwhelmed, you are not alone. Welcome to the club. Let me say a few words as to where we are today, as I see it, and where we should be moving in the future. Today, as I think you all know, we have a president who is an authoritarian, who wants more and more power in his own hands, and does not believe in democracy or the rule of law. He is a narcissist, and if he had his way, I suspect that half the buildings in the country would be named after him. He is a pathological liar. He is a corrupt kleptocrat who has increased his wealth and the wealth of his family by billions of dollars since he has been president. And despite campaigning against endless wars, he and his pal Netanyahu started an unprovoked war with Iran that has already killed many thousands of people throughout the region, increased the destabilization of an already unstable area, and has driven up prices here in the United States and around the world. But it is not just Trump and his policies that worry people. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of our country. While 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, trying to afford housing and food and health care and other basic necessities of life, the richest people in our country have never, ever had it so good. The top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%, and if you can believe it, one man, Mr. Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire, now owns 3 times more wealth than the bottom half of our nation, and that is 170 million people. Meanwhile, economists tell us that our younger generation will likely have a lower standard of living than their parents. But it's not just Trump and income and wealth inequality that is bothering people. Today, as climate scientists have been predicting for years, we now are experiencing record-breaking heat waves in the United States and throughout the world, heat waves that have caused many thousands of deaths. In addition, as a result of rising temperatures, we're seeing more and more drought, flooding, and forest fires. And yet, because of the incredibly stupid policies of Trump, we are cutting back on the development of renewable energy and putting more and more money into fossil fuels. But it's not just Trump. It's not just income and wealth inequality. It's not just climate change that people are worried about. Increasingly, Americans are concerned about the impact that AI, artificial intelligence, will have on their lives. Let us be clear.
Okay, hold on. We don't need to listen to this whole Bernie clip. Skip in here towards the end. Yeah, this is the spot that I want.
Super PACs. Unbelievably, and I want you to please hear this. AIPAC and allied billionaire-funded super PACs have already spent nearly $50 million to defeat Abdul in the Democratic Senate primary. $50 million in one state, the state of Michigan, and there is still 3 weeks left to go. And that, it turns out, is almost 15 times all of the spending in support of Abdul. My friends, what you're looking at in Michigan right now is what a corrupt, billionaire-funded campaign finance system is all about. This is what billionaires buying elections is all about. This is what the undermining of American democracy is all about. And let me say to my friends in Michigan, I would really urge you to vote for Abdul, even if you don't agree with everything that he says. Because it is absolutely imperative that if we're going to save democracy, we have got to tell the billionaire class they cannot buy elections. So this is a lot more than whether what Abdul's position is or what Haley Stevens' positions are. This is whether or not democracy survives or we let billionaires control our political process.
Thank you, Bernie. Serious message there from Bernie. Message isn't just about the issues. This is about who controls the political process, the people or the billionaires. And we've been watching the polls. We've looked at them a number of times now. They continue to funnel as much money as they can into this race. Abdul continues to be either tied or in the lead. In most of the polls that we see. Which tells you, it should tell you a lot about the dynamics currently at play. Imagine if he had $50 million to spend. You know, because if somebody who's only raising 1% of what the opposition is raising, or 5% or whatever it is, I can't remember the exact numbers on there, because they're raising money too, but it's nothing close. Okay, imagine if all those funds were getting funneled towards him. Imagine if we didn't have a system where you could funnel corporate or special interest money to campaigns. You could only get individual donations of a reasonable size from voters. Unfortunately, as Bernie has pointed out, we have a system captured by the billionaires.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
People are angry, and Elon Musk knows it.
The trillionaire era has a horrible ring to it, name, I've got to say. The idea that billionaires are able to get away with this or make themselves trillionaires by promising the moon, to borrow a line,
Literally.
is insane to me.
That is actually the dream at the heart of this IPO. It's almost like it's a metaphor.
Get on board the rocket. Get
Yeah.
on board the rocket with your bags of gold and leave. Congressman Khanna saying that Elon Musk potentially sentenced 14 million people to death. That is a Lancet study that was done, a peer-reviewed study.
He's part of this machine that is very consciously trying to make a lot of people comfortable with culling, like with mass death. Peter Thiel gave the game away in 2009. He wrote that he decided to give up on democracy.
Is there a correlation that says the first person to reach that horrible benchmark is a horrible, horrible person?
I'm Naomi Klein.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And today we are getting unshocked about Elon Musk and what it means to live in the trillionaire era.
The trillionaire era has a horrible ring to it, name, I've got to say. Not pleased about the sound of that.
It's absolutely disgusting. You know, I've just finished a book. I'm not doing the plug, but I sort of am. But I do have to say that, you know, when you get the final pages for the book and that's your very last moment to make changes, we were just, Astra Taylor and I were just in that moment, and we had to change our billionaires to trillionaires.
Well,
and
keeps changing.
It sucked. I know. And then we were like, do we have to change it back?
You have to change it back because Musk was a trillionaire for all of 12 days. Then the SpaceX valuation shock horror went down.
Yeah.
And now I was about to call him a former trillionaire, but just before we started taping, we read that he's become a trillionaire again, which tells you everything about the valuation of SpaceX.
Yeah, who knows what he'll be when this airs, but we are in the era where a single individual can be worth the same as the 21 richest nations on Earth. There are only 21 countries that have a GDP of $1 trillion or more. Argentina doesn't, Sweden doesn't, Israel doesn't. And Elon Musk today, maybe not tomorrow, I know,
Well, he's in the ballpark. Even if he goes back to being 970 billion, he's in the ballpark. And I do think
people don't quite understand what it.
I mean, what a trillionaire represents. Like, if you have $1,000 in the bank, right? If $1,000 were to like represent your savings, right? I mean, he's got 1 billion times as much as you do. 1 billion times. Not 1 billion more, 1 billion times as much. I know it's crazy to think of it like that, but that's literally what it is. It's 1,000 billions. $1 trillion is 1,000 billions. Went from having 999,999,999,999 to $1 trillion. And then over that. It is a nearly unfathomable number. Like, when you get into this territory, the human brain struggles to conceive of how much it is, which is why we just need to shut it down. Just like, there's no way this should exist. Anybody should be that rich. So we need to end that, and why we need to protect our elections simultaneously from people like Elon Musk and all the billionaires that have been involving themselves in our elections. Just gonna skip towards the middle of this clip from Zateo. Look at Mehdi and Naomi having fun over here.
Get on board the rocket. Get on board the rocket with your bags of gold and
But they don't actually think they're going to colonize Mars. It's like this. It's this double consciousness where SpaceX is a metaphor for what they're actually doing with their bunkers in Argentina and New Zealand and private islands in Albania. You know, like.
But it is the most. But some of these people are some of the most ridiculous people, and Peter Thiel is a ridiculous figure. If you watch him speak, he's just a very, very odd man.
You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist. What does that mean to you?
In the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
Looking at Western Europe, I would say there are basically three plausible futures on offer. Number one is Islamic Sharia law. And
Can you
if you're a woman,
imagine?
you get to wear a burqa.
I know our watchers here are not even nearly this deranged, but can you imagine being such a deranged lunatic that you think the threat to democracy is Greta Thunberg? Or like the threat to humanity is Greta Thunberg? Like a fucking warped mind of Peter Thiel should not have access to the kind of capital that he does.
Number two is totalitarian AI a la China.
One of my co-founders, Luke Nosek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party. You know, a Tupperware party. People sell Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
They sell their. Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a
head
full
or
body,
body.
or just a
Just the
head.
head.
Enlightenment ration.
You could get a head or body for a freeze at the freezing party. Oh, wow. These people don't know what to do with their money. This is what I'm saying, right? Like, you shouldn't, like, billionaires and trillionaires shouldn't exist because these guys don't know what to do with their money. They run out of things to do. They buy everything that they could possibly want and then more. And then they're like, let's have a freezing party. Let's spend some money on a completely theoretical thing. You know what I mean? Like, like there's like, by the way, nobody has gone from being frozen to unfrozen. I know Encino Man, other things exist, but that's not real life. This is what I'm saying. Like, you know, like you get a certain amount of wealth, and then you just don't know what to do with your money anymore. And it'd be better for society if someone else, you know, doled it out, like redistributed it effectively, rather than you playing these sorts of ridiculous cryogenics games.
It's always, democracy is good. The more people vote for something, the more rational it is. Although, at some point, you get 99.99% of the people who vote for something and you're in North Korea.
The fact that he spoke at the 2016 RNC convention backed Donald Trump, despite being opposed to democracy, tells you everything about the modern Republican Party. Deeply, this is a man who's wined and dined with white supremacists, etc. Think Greta Thunberg is the Antichrist. Is an odd dude. And you look at him and you look at Elon Musk, even odder dude, very, very strange man. And then you think about all the billionaires who could have got the title of first trillionaire. Like, if Warren Buffett had become the first trillionaire, I think you would have seen less of a backlash, less outrage. I do think it is because it is particularly these odious people.
I mean, it shouldn't be, though. I think anybody...
It shouldn't be. It should be across the board. It's interesting because the New York Post...
Yeah, no, Naomi, it's a good point to make. It's like, it shouldn't be, but there is more of a backlash to the right-wing billionaires, I feel like. And it should just be just on a classist, like a class basis, right? Like, because the fact is all billionaires are, to some degree, right-wing. Even, like, George Soros, right? Like, these guys aren't, like, really pro-democracy. Even George Soros is still funneling, millions and millions of dollars into election campaigns. Same way Republicans are, right? These guys are all still...
Did a front page the other...
going to the same clubs to some degree, right? They're all still hoarding all the resources. That's still the main problem. The right-wing thing is a separate issue, in my opinion. Like, or at least the extremist issue, but they're still, like, right-wing. All of them support, generally, like, a neoliberal, neoconservative framework for those that aren't, explicitly, like, extremist, like, right-wing authoritarians, like Elon and Thiel and fucking, what's that other weirdo dude? The Maleficent, whatever, forget that fucking dude's name. Moldbug, that guy, I can't remember his actual name right now. But, like, there really are no actual left-wing billionaires, right? Like, does George Soros maybe have some, like, left-of-center social, like, beliefs? Yeah, sure, great. That does not mean he's my ally. Doesn't mean that I think that he should be a billionaire, or anybody for that matter. It doesn't matter what you're, in my opinion, it shouldn't matter what you're using that money for. Because as we've seen, just allowing billionaires to exist is inherently part of the problem.
He turned up in Iron Man 2 with Tony Stark trying to be the kind of great inventor.
And then there is this moment where he shows up at a Trump rally and says, "I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA," right? I am not the superhero, I am the supervillain.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
And it really is like a flipping, right? Where there is so I think that they need a story to explain how they could possibly have so much. And the story is that they're a different breed of humans. I mean, they're part of another project. They're transcending, they're merging with machines, they're colonizing planets. I mean, this is why I think the stories that capitalism is telling to itself have become so much more outlandish. Like, this is not the story that Henry Ford told about what he was doing with his cars, right? Like this, it's untethered from reality in the same way that the wealth has become so untethered. So they are a danger to us, not just because like we need their money to pay for social programs and because they're hijacking democracy. They're also a danger because they need these stories to rationalize their wealth concentration.
Yeah. Really do. And they keep telling themselves all sorts of stories to justify their wealth concentration and their refusal to to change anything that might jeopardize that in the slightest. Including with things like housing, which is quite aptly displayed in this More Perfect Union investigation in Jackson, Wyoming.
Do you have any advice for me to find really rich people in Jackson? Look for really, really nice houses.
This is Jackson Hole, Wyoming, the last of the Old West, and also the wealthiest county per capita in America.
Everybody wants that shot, that view of the Tetons, and it's open to the highest bidder.
Here, the billionaires can be hard to pick out in a crowd.
Do you think you've met any while you're here?
Probably. I don't know.
They kind of blend in?
Yeah, I would guess so.
But even if you can't always see them, the impact of their wealth is impossible to ignore. That's because Jackson Hole isn't just the richest place in the country, it's also the most unequal.
Teton County is just for rich people now.
How bad is that housing crisis right now?
It may be one of the worst in the country.
For your average person outside of Jackson, this sounds bonkers.
So I spent a week here.
Here we go.
Looking for billionaires.
Are you a billionaire? Are you a billionaire?
Trying to blend in. To understand how this small mountain town became the wealthiest in the country. What that's meant for the people who keep it running. And what, if anything, it means for the rest of the country.
Yeah. Yeah, what's fascinating, one of the things that's been used to justify billionaires' continued reluctance to change the housing situation in Jackson, it's the environment.
What this community chooses to prioritize. It helps to follow the money. That's because Jackson Hole isn't just known for its wealth, it's also known for its generosity.
We have this nonprofit world here. Over 200 nonprofits for this community.
But not all nonprofits are funded equally.
Of those nonprofits, there's like 4 that get funding from the lion's share.
Here, there's no shortage of donations for conservation and the arts.
If you were to put it on a map, you would have these circles of, this is the Land Trust, and then Wildlife Museum, Center for the Arts. And then over here is the One Health and Human Service Organization, and then everything else is like dots.
We have the richest county in the country, and we have 70-some homeless families. Like, that's shame on us.
Sarah Cavallaro.
But this is this is why I think that the philanthropy industry is deeply problematic, right? Because it's a way for billionaires to get tax deductions, right? They give money to these sorts of charities, then these charities use that money to enact policies that the billionaires want. Even when they try to make it sound good, they're actually doing something bad. They're intentionally making it more difficult for people to live in Wyoming, spending $100 million to just basically occupy land, prevent any development from happening there. Has nothing to do with actually protecting the environment. And they get tax deductions for it while they're at it. Pay less taxes. Yay.
70-some homeless families, like, that's shame on us.
Sarah Cavallaro runs Teton Youth and Family Services. In the last few years, she's seen another side of Jackson's housing crisis.
It's mom and dad are getting divorced. We don't have a house. We can't pay for food. We've got 7 jobs going on, so nobody's watching the kids.
But with recent funding cuts from the state, she struggled to make up the difference with philanthropy.
The priorities are completely fucking skewed. Like, they don't make any sense.
And even though affordable housing does occasionally get funded by wealthy donors,
A very generous donor donated somewhere around $20 million to lower the price of housing in a project downtown.
it hasn't happened at a scale that comes anywhere close to meeting the need.
There is a small donor pool for people that contribute to housing. That's just the way it is.
It's another reason why the Northern South Park project is anything but guaranteed.
That project will require 2 of our nonprofit housing providers to raise somewhere between $250 million and $400 million. I will believe that when I see it.
It raises an obvious question. Why can't the wealthiest community in the country find the money to provide housing for everyone?
All these people are like, doing these things in the name of conservation that ultimately benefit them.
The arts are definitely always getting funded. Go downtown and there's 10 galleries. You can't house a person in an art gallery.
They're not impacted by the lack of affordable housing. Maybe they lose their favorite server at the Thai restaurant they love going to. It's like the hell with everybody else. I got mine. I'm not worried.
Yep, this is the world that we live in, and honestly, Wyoming is just sort of a microcosm of what's being played out across the country. The fact is, yeah, we need more housing. To some degree, the reason we need more housing is because billionaires have bought it all up and leave it empty. Or use it as Airbnbs. Because billionaires and corporations have bought up all this stuff as investment properties. In some cases, they're being rented, sure. But when they can't get the money that they don't want, they just leave them empty. They just leave them empty. Stuff that could have been used just to house humans, left empty because it's more profitable. And or in the cases where we do need development, the same people fighting to prevent it when it comes anywhere near their beloved homes. The people are being priced out everywhere. We go all the way south. I think this is in Georgia.
We wanted to settle down in this neighborhood. I mean, this is where I was raised, and this is what we're comfortable with, and this is what we know, but we didn't have the money. We didn't have the money to purchase it.
Everything is converging here in Atlanta. Housing prices, gas prices, grocery prices, insurance costs, all at once. It is a reality that has helped drive a state where credit card balances have jumped more than 25% over the last couple of years, most in the nation. A reality that makes people who grew up here, people who raised families here, no longer able to live here.
This is where I grew up. That's the house that is the majority of my childhood. Around like 2017, I felt like a lot of my family friends began moving out.
Why?
The rising rent prices in that neighborhood.
I met Myra Martinez, who was born and raised here in Chosewood Park, a neighborhood in southeast Atlanta. She's 23 and the daughter of immigrants, and her family's dream was to put down roots here in the community they helped build.
To see the neighborhood change was very painful to me because I felt like there was nothing I can do. I felt like I was only there to just watch everything pass by me.
This is exactly the development you should want in your community. What they're missing is that the people who made that community their home for decades are no longer able to live in it.
Absolutely.
So they don't get to enjoy the benefits.
Exactly. I just don't think that my family has the opportunity to come to the Beltline because they're struggling to make sure that they're making enough to support themselves and support our family and bring food on the table.
And when they did live closer to it, it didn't exist.
Yep. America is collapsing right now. Things are getting more expensive so rapidly. People are struggling to just continue in their lives as they were. You know, and honestly, like, people who are in retirement age, I think when I talk about inflation, when we talk about cost of living, there's a lot of different people who are facing different cost of living crises. But I think a lot about retirement age people who didn't, make millions during their lifetime to put away, who just were working class, who maybe got hit during the financial crisis, who, got wiped out. And there's a whole bunch of people who are, just retiring now because they couldn't retire back then, that are trying to figure out how to have a fixed income while looking at, your average new car costing, what's the new number, 50,000 or something, like $50,000 for the average new car. With rents where they are, depending where you're at, talking, thousands for nothing, what you could get. People looking to downsize are realizing I might be paying more to rent a place than to just stay in my home. Which is also part of what's causing a lack of movement in the housing market for new buyers. It's still, of course, billionaires and corporations that are a huge problem, but there is also a lack of people leaving their homes, because leaving your home for a lot of people, if you're at if you're at 65 or something like that, if you're retirement age or near it, why would you do it? Why would you sell your place to go spend $2,000 a month on a 1-bedroom? And you got, but here's the thing. You got homeowners that are getting hit by all sorts of stuff. Rising property means rising taxes. And for those on fixed income, you're not going to be able to keep up with that, as well as rising insurance costs, which were just mentioned. That's a huge thing. We haven't been talking about it lately because there's been so much other stuff, but over the years, we've talked about this. It's been a rapid shift in the insurance market, but due to a number of different factors, climate change, increasing risk, as well as insurance companies cutting off insurance for people at too high climate change risk. Honestly, to some degree, the insurance crisis is being completely driven by climate change, right? Because it's the confluence of those two factors. It's the increase of climate change risk and the loss of all of the former insurance payers, people that were originally used to be in the pool that are now out of it because insurance companies are refusing to insure. So anybody who can afford it is in a much smaller pool of people looking to get insurance, and as a result, it's just more, that right there is way more expensive. We have so many things that are making life less affordable. And the government is doing fuck all to do that. If anything, they're doing the opposite of that. They're deregulating the financial markets, letting insurance companies do whatever the hell they want. Crypto companies do whatever the hell you want. Banks do whatever the hell you want. It's not a good combination. Meanwhile, gas prices are going to be rocketing back up. I'm not looking at it right now, but the last I checked, oil prices were steadily moving back upwards. They're in the 80s again. honestly, we got to do something about the inherent problems in some of our system, right? We have used the capitalist brush to solve every single problem in our systems. We have been sold a bill of goods, that being free markets, being a catch-all solution for absolutely everything. And they're not. Haven't been. And in fact, they're proving to be deleterious to our society. Right? It's why people can't get insurance. It's why all of these things we're talking about essentially are. If you just replaced private insurance companies with a government-run insurance, everyone could just be insured. The government it wouldn't be a concern of profit, paying shareholders, but just making sure people, when their homes are catastrophically, they're destroyed or otherwise damaged catastrophically, there's somebody there to help out. For society. For the future. Speaking about the future, let's talk about Donald Trump and his son. Well, one of his sons. Donald Trump was here at the FIFA World Cup reception at Trump Tower. Because, of course, it was held there. He had some interesting remarks to say about the old Baron Trump. Wait, where did he say this? Hold on.
So, I want to thank Johnny, this guy.
Yeah, Johnny.
He came to me with his crazy idea. I said, are you crazy? We're not a soccer country. It turned out we were a soccer country, and I think it's going to remain. But what he's done and what he thought of, with a lot of your friends that I met today, they were very much involved in the decision. But I want to thank.
Okay, hold on. This isn't the part I wanted. I forgot how long this thing is. I think it's towards the end. When does he say this?
But we're gathered tonight. Thanks, Victor. But we're gathered tonight. He's going to be at the game along with Melania, along with everybody. I mean, who's not going to be at the game? If we had about 10 million more, we would sell every ticket. This thing is sold out. Nobody's seen anything like it. But we're gathered tonight in New York City as we await the final face-off on Sunday between the two amazing teams, Spain and Argentina. I watched that pass that Messi made, and not knowing as much as the people in this room, but I know about sports and I know about a little bit about soccer. But I watched Messi and he was well guarded, right? Well guarded, and all of it.
Okay, I can't listen to this drivel. I forgot. I should have taken. Honestly, I've just been distracted lately. I'm doing a terrible job tonight. I recognize that. He made some weird ass comment about Baron. I can't find it in here. Screw it. Screw you, Baron. Go to hell. I'm doing great, thank you. Thank you, Manda. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. That was my attempt. I was attempting to segue between one thing and another, but since I couldn't find it, it's totally fucking me up. Well, instead of speaking about Donald Trump's son, Barron, let's talk about all of our children and the future of literacy in America. Post-literate age. A reading crisis on our hands. PBS NewsHour.
In the last few years, there's been growing concern about how reading habits are changing among children, both in school and at home. That includes questions about what kids are reading and why fewer books seem to be part of their educational diet. Now, a provocative new essay is widening the lens, raising similar questions about reading habits across the broader population. Senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown has our conversation.
You can see it in the numbers. Fewer than half of all American adults reported reading a book of any kind in 2022, according to the National Endowment for the Arts. And just 38% read a novel or a short story. A separate survey found the proportion of Americans who read for pleasure on a given day fell from 28% 2 decades ago to 16% in 2023. In some ways, it's a continuing trend, but a provocative new cover story in The Atlantic puts it far more dramatically. The age of reading is over. It's by Rose Horowitz, the staff writer at The Atlantic, who joins me now. And thanks so much for being with us here. Now, it's a big statement that you're making, so why don't we parse it a little bit? What do you mean, first of all, by the age of reading?
Yes. So what I meant by the age of reading was that this is bigger than what the statistics are showing us. That what is really going away is a time when reading was a major way that people transmitted, culture, information, news, and really derived meaning from text. And, my piece is arguing that that's ending and that we're entering what I call a post-literate age.
And as you remind us at the beginning of this essay, this age of reading, which many of us have been so immersed in for so long, it actually doesn't have that long a history.
Yes. Well, so, I think.
Yeah, and I guess for me, this is the thing that disturbs me. Is like, we humans haven't been reading for very long, consistently, like as a broad, like a societal thing. It was kept from us, by the gentry. It was for kings and priests and princes, not for regular folk. And it's just I worry that with what goes with this is also democracy and everything else. It's a disturbing trend. But we're seeing it's real, and you're seeing it in schools too. Worse and worse literacy rates coming out of high schools. And I just want you all to look at these words. It's about 8, 9 words or something like that. 54% of U.S. adults read below a 6th grade level. 54%. 6th grade. I remember 6th grade. It's been a long time, but I feel like I have improved since then. It's disturbing to me to think that anybody, let alone half of America, hasn't improved since then in any significant manner. That's just a disturbing figure. If you're able to read that, good job. Unfortunately, there's a war on literacy, Department of Education dismantled. Media less and less there for actual information. More and more focused on clicks. Unfortunately, there's another war That is the war that Trump has been waging on the media. Sort of separate, parallel war. And his latest episode, his latest battle, being that against the likes of ABC and NBC, who chose not to broadcast his speech over the weekend. And the emperor doesn't like that.
Cyclone Cheeto.
President Trump used a primetime address tonight to rehash his debunked election claims, complaining again that he won the 2020 election and threatening the broadcast licenses of NBC and ABC for not airing the speech live. Trump said his administration is unclassifying never-before-seen documents on election security. Analysts and experts poring over those released documents tonight are not finding anything revelatory, nor did Trump say that there is evidence of a single vote being changed. The documents do include references to Colorado's voter registration rolls being, quote-unquote, compromised by China. That's a misleading claim, given that Colorado's voter registration rolls are publicly available for anyone to download. In fact, the declassified documents out tonight make clear that what somebody in China did was not a hack. They just downloaded Colorado's publicly available voter rolls. President Trump has been punishing Colorado for using mail-in ballots, which Trump again said tonight are, quote, inherently corrupt. Trump himself votes by mail in Florida. And while Trump did not offer evidence of his election fraud claims, he did issue a direct threat to the news networks that did not air his grievances, saying the networks are part of an election fraud plot.
Yeah, that was one of the most ridiculous claims of all. Was this somehow ABC and NBC were involved in a cover-up of some sort of election fraud plot? Because they chose not to broadcast his speech. Here's my question. How is not broadcasting Trump's speech helpful to anyone? It was broadcast on like a bunch of other networks. And if there was some sort of massive voter fraud, Trump's in charge of the DOJ. He has the entire justice system. NBC and ABC can't stop the DOJ from doing an investigation. It's just such a weird claim from the fucking president of the United States of America. Like, ABC is doing a cover-up. I don't even know what to think these days. We have a deranged, authoritarian, octogenarian in charge of the country, doing whatever the fucking hell comes to his mind, no matter how nonsensical, backwards, illegal, crazy. None of that matters to him. And yet we are being told that we have to believe it. Anybody who doesn't believe or agree, outwardly support the president, is somehow actively engaged in some kind of a nefarious plot. Anybody who doesn't accept the line of propaganda, the state approved truth, is an enemy of America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, White House advisor Stephen Miller are pushing for a global crackdown on leftist organizations. On Thursday, Hours before President Trump's primetime address, the State Department hosted an international summit where Miller described the left as, quote, enemies of civilization. This is part of Stephen Miller's speech.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
On Thursday, the State Department announced new visa restrictions targeting what it calls, quote, members of far-left terrorist and other aligned groups. Secretary of State Rubio talked about targeting anti-fascist organizations.
Oh, boy. They're making it so clear just how pro-fascist they are. They love fascism. Anybody who's anti-fascist or against fascism is the threat to America, apparently. America's apparently a fascist country. America's a fascist country where being against fascism is, in fact, the actual problem. Not the Nazis that we supposedly fought back in World War II. No. No. Actually, that was a big mistake. Should have let the Nazis take Europe.
Supremacy, the enemy within, also author of Disrupt, Discredit, and Divide, How the New FBI Damages Democracy. And we're joined by Ken Klippenstein in Madison, Wisconsin, independent investigative journalist who's been closely following the Trump administration's designation of left-wing activism as terrorism. Ken, let's begin with you. Lay out what happened at the so-called terrorism summit yesterday and what caused you most alarm.
Well, it was an extraordinary event because it pulled in representatives over 65 different countries to discuss the supposed threat of political terrorism, and that's kind of how it was touted to the press in the run-up to the event. But any pretense that this was going to be a neutral look at the threat of different political groups quickly fell by the wayside as they introduced a term which I have never heard before, which is far-left terrorism, or FLT is the acronym they're using to describe this new purported threat. And if you
Far-left terrorists are the real threat, not the insurrectionists that Donald Trump gave pardons to earlier last year. The ones who immediately all started committing crimes. All right, not all of them. But like a bunch of pardoned Jan 6ers went back out there and committed crimes. And then the DOJ threatened the state prosecutor's office for trying to actually, if I recall, for actually trying to prosecute a Jan 6er for a crime that they committed that was non-Jan 6 related. Like, it's just wild. It is insane. Insurrectionists get a pardon and the $1 billion slush fund. Anti-fascists get a brand new terrorist designation. So what's it called? It's like the man in the high tower. What I can't. Whatever, high castle, right? Man in the high castle, the alternative history if the Nazis won World War II.
the language they've used to describe this event, the White House put out an admirably frank press release yesterday describing the event as prioritizing a counterterrorism approach that treats the political left with the same, quote, ferocity as we have fought traditional jihadi groups in the past. So they're putting left-wing political groups in the United States and abroad on the same footing as groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
And can the legal basis of being able to...
So being against fascism makes you ISIS now. I mean, they're making it quite clear that they're fascists. Being anti-Antifa is just admitting that you're a fascist. The people who don't realize that are just sort of living in this sort of incomplete reality, I find strange. But perhaps today we need a little history. Sunday Fun Day activated. Moon Day Fun Day. Moon Day Fun Day. Moon Day Fun Day action. Little tangent I think we should go down. It's actually not me. This was my suggestion. I wouldn't have necessarily thought to do this. But leave it to the great Bernard Sanders. He thinks we should all be learning about one early 20th century figure.
On a personal note, I remember very clearly, I was at the University of Vermont speaking to some kids. This is back in the 1970s. I said, by the way, how many of you have heard of Eugene Debs? Very few hands went up. This was a guy, he created the American Railway Union.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's actually late 19th, early 20th. Because he died, I think he died in like the 20s.
Together to stand up to the greed of the oligarchs of his time. As you mentioned, he ran for president 6 times, never came close to winning, but he educated and organized a whole lot of people. He stood up to the masters of war in his time and paid a price for it. Depp spent 3 years of his life in jail for his opposition to World War I. One of those stupid, endless wars that we should never have gotten into. The guy was, at his time, considered almost a Christ-like figure who would give you the shirt off his back. I mean, he was just an incredible human being. He goes to jail in, I think it was Atlanta, federal penitentiary, with hardened criminals. And 3 years later, he's released from jail. And all of the prisoners start banging on their cells and on the windows and thanks them. Because while he was there, he educated them, helped them read and so forth and so on. But his humanity came out in the midst of an environment of hardened criminals, and they loved him.
There's Bernie Sanders saying it's time we learned about Eugene Debs a couple weeks ago, posting that to his channel. I thought, geez, okay. Yeah, let's learn about Eugene Debs. I wonder who would be the foremost historian on Eugene Debs. I wonder who in the last 50 years has done like a documentary on old Debs. Gene. Just trying to think. Has anybody figured out who it is that's doing the voiceover right now? That is a nearly 50-year younger Bernard Sanders. Yeah. That's Bernie when he was like 30 or something. Younger than that. Hold on. It's 40. Yeah. He was in like his 30s. This documentary came out. God, he is an old man. He was in his late 30s. This was in 1979. Apparently Bernie was involved in a Eugene V. Debs documentary back in the 70s. Who knew that interesting tidbit? Yeah, from what I can gather, there's not that much information in this documentary, but apparently it was 1979. And Bernie produced and directed this documentary detailing the life of Eugene Debs. Well, there we go. Just a quick clip of this documentary. It's apparently produced by Bernard Sanders on Eugene Debs. I'll go to the end of this. It's available on YouTube in a couple of places. This was the People's War YouTube channel. But Eugene Debs was never elected president, although running 5 times. Received plenty of votes, but never enough to win an election. Not the presidential election. That much. I know much. I know that much. For certain. America would have been maybe a different place if he had. Very different place.
Of his term.
Inspirational figure, that Eugene Debs. His words read by the great Bernie Sanders 50 frickin' years ago in that documentary. Wow. There's a throwback. I don't know if that's what Bernie meant by learning about Eugene, but there you have it. But really, who better to tell us about Eugene Debs than Bernie? He's the one telling us to learn about him. It only made sense to me. You know, does that make sense, everybody? All right, for some more Eugene Debs talk. The last of the Eugene Debs talk, actually. Here's a guy you might know too. But he's not known for his work in Congress. He's known for getting angry. The Hulk. That's right, Mark Ruffalo. 18 years ago. Here, reading the words of Eugene Debs.
Another eloquent voice against World War I was that of Eugene Debs, the railroad union organizer and leader of the Socialist Party. On June 18, 1918, he addressed a mass rally of workers in Ohio, knowing that his words could lead, as they did, to his arrest and imprisonment. His sentence of 10 years was upheld by unanimous Supreme Court decision. Here is the speech that led to his arrest.
Sam Johnson declared that patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. He must have had the Wall Street gentry in mind, or at least their prototypes. For in every age it has been the tyrant, the oppressor, and the exploiter who has wrapped himself in the cloak of patriotism, or religion, or both, to deceive and overawe the people. Every solitary one of these aristocratic conspirators and would-be murderers claims to be an arch-patriot. Every one of them insists that the war is being waged to make the world safe for democracy. What humbug! What rot! What false pretense!
Holy Toledo!
Wars throughout history have been waged for conquest and plunder. In the Middle Ages, when the feudal lords concluded to enlarge their domains, to increase their power, their prestige, and their wealth, they declared war upon one another. But they themselves did not go to war, any more than the modern feudal lords, the barons of Wall Street, go to war. The feudal barons of the Middle Ages, the economic predecessors of the capitalists of our day, declared all wars, and their miserable serfs fought all the battles. The poor, ignorant serfs had been taught to revere their masters, to believe that when their masters declared war upon one another, it was their patriotic duty to fall upon one another and to cut one another's throats for the profit and glory of the lords and barons who held them in contempt. And what is war in a nutshell? The master class has always declared the wars. The subject class has always fought the battles. The master class has had all to gain and nothing to lose, while the subject class has had nothing to gain and all to lose, especially their lives. They have always taught and trained you to believe it to be your patriotic duty to go to war and to have yourselves slaughtered at their command. But in all the history of the world, you, the people, have never had a voice in declaring war. And strange as it certainly appears, no war by any nation in any age has ever been declared by the people. The working class who fight all the battles, the working class who make the supreme sacrifices, the working class who freely shed their blood and furnish their corpses, have never yet had a voice in either declaring war or making peace. It is the ruling class that invariably does both. They alone declare war, and they alone make peace. Yours not to reason why, yours but to do and die. That is their motto. And we object on the part of the awakening workers of this nation. If war is right, let it be declared by the people.
There you go. Mark Ruffalo, a.k.a. the Hulk. And at that time, I guess, that reporter from the Zodiac movie. I think he was, like, just off of doing that. It's like 20, it was nearly 20 years ago. The Hulk. Hulking out on some Eugene Debs. Speaking of entertainers with a based take, let's see what NBA point guard, I think, Jaylen Brown, had to say about his decision, some of his financial decisions.
Let's go into this Jaylen Brown. Last week, too, was Jaylen Brown was traded.
Right, isn't Jaylen point guard or guard? He's certainly not a forward. Right?
And
I'm sorry. Pretty
nothing.
Pretty poor return.
No, is he a small forward?
No, he was
Bullshit.
given nothing. I mean, the only argument
Really?
is that somehow like it's going to free up some cash.
I just looked it up. It says he's a small forward, but that doesn't make sense in my brain. He doesn't play. I guess he doesn't really play like it. He's dribbling all the time. Whatever.
And sort of like allow the team to get a more distinct personality, I guess. But Jaylen Brown
save some money
was,
for the private equity ownership too, which don't
Yes.
scoff at that.
Right. Isn't that what Celtics fans care about?
It's he's such a good guy.
I know. Well, that's the thing is now, unfortunately, he's on Philly. I wish he was out of the East, but he is so easy to root for. One, because Jaylen Brown is one of the few athletes that has really stood up for the Palestinian people and show.
I don't know if Emma's doing it intentionally. Hard to say for sure. But I feel like she's been trying to continue to dig it, the claws in deeper on like New York winning and Boston, because Sam's a Boston fan, right? Like he's a Celtics fan. Emma is a Knicks fan. Knicks won this year. Celtics lost. They didn't even make it to. They were in the playoffs, but they did not do well this year. Actually, they may not have even made it. Did they make it to the playoffs? I actually don't know. The point is I feel like she's just trying to continue to give Sam. Maybe I'm just picking up on it. Some sort of vague. What's the word? Passive aggression. passive aggression. Like, I think it's all out of love, but like I feel like there was still like this like inherent like, because Jalen used to play for the Celtics, right? So like he left Sam's favorite team to go play for Philly. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's like
with Gaza
it's like
bracelets to make a point.
It's like multiple layers deep. Like you got to know the players, you got to know the teams, but like I know basketball enough to know that much.
As Jaylen Brown is one of the few athletes that has really stood up for the Palestinian people and like showed up with Gaza bracelets to make a point at parts during the genocide, the ongoing genocide, but he's also just a champion for players' rights. So he sat down here on the $1 million worth of game podcast. I guess there's so many podcasts that are all exactly like this, but for athletes. But here is, or maybe this isn't an athletic show or athlete show, I'm not sure, but whatever. Here he is talking about why he chose to use the NBA Players Association instead of hiring an agent for the draft, and he makes a great case here for labor rights.
When I entered the draft, no, I didn't have an agent. I'm probably the highest pick selected ever that didn't enter with an agent.
Why you ain't have an agent?
Just when I was evaluating, I went through the whole process and sat with a bunch of people, and what they was offering, I didn't really need for real. And it was kind of already slotted, so I leaned on the union a lot more. And then, a lot of the agents came and was like, yeah, well, we're gonna move you to LA, we'll get you a trainer, put some money in your pocket, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, for what? And it was like, do I gotta get that money back? They were like, nah, but standard agent fee is 4%. So I'm starting to do the math, and the house, car, and all that, whatever you was offering, is a lot less than what 4% would have been. So, long story short, the math wasn't mathing for me, but I ended up being the third pick, even though I took some, I think because I came in like that, a lot of people tried to, with some of that, I think it was the agents, they tried to like slander my name a little bit, put it in the media that he's too this, he's too that. It ended up backfiring. But it all worked out in the end.
What game did the union give you that had you like, all right, I can do this?
With a union,
without the agent.
Yeah, with a union, we pay dues. All the players in the NBA pay dues. We all pay like $10,000 or something like that out of our salary. That goes to hiring lawyers, hiring just staff.
Yeah, but that's nothing. That is so much less. He's right. The math ain't mathin'. It's not even close to mathin'. Just think, real quick. Let's play the Jaylen Brown mathematics game. Well, there's Jaylen Brown's massive salary, $57 million. He's in the third of a 5-year, $285 million Supermax contract extension with the Boston Celtics, which runs through 28 to 29. Oh, does it? Wait, I thought he was leaving. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. That's the most unimportant aspect of this, whether or not I can be keeping track of what team he's playing for. Not important. $57 million fucking dollars. Okay? He's talking about paying the $10,000, whether it's a month or a year. That's less than, I'll tell you right now, it's less than 4%. I mean, 1% would be insane. I mean, 4% is literally, oh my God. What is that? Is that $2 million? A year. That's $2 million a year. More than that. We're just gonna do 57 million flat. Jesus Christ. $2,280,000 a year. He would have been paying those agents. For what?
Come on!
Sounds like a robbery.
Illegal.
Violent crime.
CEO, see everything that you need to lead a company, just that works for us. So all of that is our resources that we all pay for, that we agree to. So once I learned that, I just started using it.
If anybody have any issues in the NBA, they can just go to the players union. They handle it.
Who is that? This is Jaylen Brown. He's one of the most highest paid players in the NBA. It's not clear to me that whether or not he's still on the Celtics or if he got traded to Philadelphia. I think he did. But that contract holds when you get traded. But yeah, that's Jaylen Brown. By the way, I looked it up. He also has played as a guard before, which is why I thought he was a guard. I'm not crazy. But yeah, small forward, formerly for the Celtics, now the Philadelphia 76ers. He's a basketball player.
For sure, security. I'm talking about you can get private investigations done. They give referrals for financial advisors. They have a list of
you get a trust done, all type of stuff. Yeah, foundation wise,
health insurance, whatever you need. They have a liaison that's paid to make sure that you get it done. Yeah. So I put it on their desk like I need you to get this done, and they do.
Yeah, and another point in the interview, he talks about how players should have equity in the way that CEOs do when they're building up companies. But it's really interesting there because, like, he asked that question where he says it's slotted. Like in a lot of drafts, it's where you're selected that determines your salary, and your rookie contract is essentially because of the way that the CBA or the collective bargaining is negotiated, like those are slotted, and he'll have that contract for his rookie year, basically. So he's asking the question, why would I need an agent to take 4% of this when I could just have the union represent me here when my contract is already basically set? And then he touts unions there, and yeah, I thought, and also when he talks about how the agents were slandering his name in the draft in retaliation, that is a thing. That's a thing across sports where agents are upset when players go and don't hire them. But it's also a thing for teams. It's a dirty business where they want a player to fall to them, so they'll leak negative things about them in the press, harming the players and making them fall and losing.
Yeah, and they tried to do that to Jaylen Brown. In my opinion, it didn't work. I mean, he went in the first round, third pick, right? Like, I mean, yeah, he was the third overall pick in the entire draft. I mean, at that point, who knows exactly what people are thinking? But if you're in the first round, like top 3, like I mean, he's, as we just saw, making a fucking stratospheric amount of money. $250 million for like 5 years or something like that. It's crazy. It is crazy. He's making $57 million a year. But he was smart. He went with the union instead of the agent. And I think it's a good example of somebody who is making a ridiculous amount of money, but is still technically a worker. Right? Like, follow me on this logic here, right? And I think most people probably inherently understand this, but maybe there's some people who are like, what are you talking about? He's a millionaire, he's an overpaid athlete. It's like, no. Like, unlike billionaire, CEOs and stuff like that, these guys are actually working. Like, their physical bodies are under threat every single day. They get into an injury, their career's over, right? Like, they are, and if you look at the way that these industries are, like major league sports are set up, depending on what, I mean, basketball is slightly better than other sports to some degree, right? But like, you're like chattel. Like if you're a professional sports player in practically any league, like you're like chattel. You're like a piece of meat. They do not. You know what I mean? Like they're paying people a shitload of money, but they see players as like human property and are like expected to do, you know, like to behave as workers, right? Essentially like the way they're treated, like, and how the power dynamics are, I still view them as being workers. You know, they're not Elon Musk just making billions of dollars off of his shares. They're actually providing a service that people want. Of course, they still have to, like, these guys still have to pay taxes, right? Like, unlike you know, like Elon Musk, these guys are like W-2s. I still think we need to raise that cap so that they pay a fair share, because they're not paying. Unfortunately, there's some of the people who are workers but are paying a non-fair share of money into the system, right? Just to be clear, in case it wasn't. But they are earning like an actual, you know, like a. It's like they're just different. It's just like different than a fucking being a CEO. It's just different. And it's good to see people like Jaylen Brown speaking up about things like this, being like, you know what, the unions are a good thing. And they'll own your children. Wait, who's going to own my children? The NBA? Jaylen Brown? Yeah. It's weird what we reward in this society. Like who we choose to uplift and who we choose to punish. I'm sure a lot of these guys had big sports dreams perhaps at one point in their lives. But that changed at one point. They found themselves here. On Rikers Island. Doesn't mean you can't have fun.
There is a match happening, and we talked about 66. You have one star only. You can see it there. On the other side, they have 3.
Zohran Mamdani.
You guys were fun.
I hope that this shares with.
That's right, Zohran Mamdani went to Rikers Island Prison to watch the World Cup. Rather than going to the game, taking up one of the seats there, which I'm sure he could afford now. No. He went to go visit a prison that he's promised to shut down to watch the game with the prisoners themselves. This guy... Zohran Mamdani is like the epitome, like the embodiment of walk the walk, right? Like he says things and then he does them.
People who are incarcerated here on Rikers, that they too are a part of New York City. The World Cup has been a magical moment for the entire city. These are New Yorkers, and they will be New Yorkers when they get out of Rikers. They're New Yorkers today, and I wanted to make sure that we can celebrate this moment together. Messi, World Cup, I guarantee you.
Even though it's not a sports bar, we can't get our drinks on and stuff like that. That's okay though, we got to eat on, so that was good though. You know what I'm saying? So we got the, privilege of drinking stuff, eating food that we don't really get and you know what I'm saying? Like with me, I've been locked up 21 months, so it's been a long time since I had real food like that.
Well, there you go. There was another clip I was saving for Sunday Fun Day that we're doing here today. Heartwarming story. Zohran Mamdani bringing food. And his love of soccer to the inmates of Rikers Island. Apparently there's a few soccer fans there too. Watching the World Cup semi-final. With the people. I don't think a lot of mayors would have done that. I don't think a lot of mayors have done things like that. I mean, that was just, to me, is crazy. I couldn't believe, when I was like, wait, he did what? Okay. Okay, Zohran really living what he preaches over here? You just hope they were rooting for Spain? That one guy was clearly rooting for Argentina. He said Messi. But everyone's allowed to root for who they want. I personally was rooting for Spain because there were a bunch of creeps seemingly rooting for Argentina. But, Messi is the biggest name in soccer almost of all time. It's like between him and, Ronaldo or... Is it, I don't know. Tis what it is. But also, fuck Argentina. I blame their president for that feeling of mine, okay? Javier Milei sucks. He's a dickbag. He's bringing great shame on your country, Argentina. You should get rid of that guy. I know it's tough because he's a fascist and all, but... And who am I to say anything considering what we've got here? This lunatic who's got to make everything about him, doing a flyover at the World Cup final in, where is this again? I forget. Hold on. I can't remember. Fuck. Is it New York? I was in New Jersey. Was he in East Rutherford? Why does he have to do this? Why does he have to make why does it always have to be some military style display of power? He is obsessed with making shit about him. It is crazy. like, I think we all kind of inherently knew that most of his excitement surrounding the World Cup and the Olympics falling, and America too, and the 250th birthday of America, all falling during his presidency. I think we all, even before we've witnessed most of it now, like, I think we all inherently knew that it had to do with his own ego and not his love of America, which doesn't exist. But my God, every fucking day he just proves to me that there is no limit to self-extravagance and narcissism. Delusional megalomania knows no bounds, especially if you're the president. Because there's nothing stopping you when you get there. There's absolutely nothing stopping you from doing your deranged, whatever, enacting your deranged will upon society when you're in charge of society. The multiple flyovers. They just, you gotta do multiple loops. Make sure everybody knows I'm here. I'm here, everybody.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'm here. Now, some people were more excited about the games themselves. The fans. Argentina, Spain, rallying ahead of the World Cup final. Fans in the streets. Exuberant over there. Possible. Look at him.
The night before, I mean, it was like a spur of the minute. We knew that the party was going to be here, and she's a soccer player, so we really wanted to be here. And this is just so exciting. It's just so much energy.
So cool, like hearing all the chants and stuff, and just like everyone just vibing in here for Argentina, and it's just so fun.
We are so rooting for Argentina, and we got to win tomorrow.
I think we will be less people than Argentina, because Argentinians tend to move all around the world and are much more. But we will promise that we'll shout for represent the 47 million of Spanish people that are in the country.
Well, there you go, Argentinian and Spanish fans. Amped up to an 11 ahead of this World Cup final game. Spain! Apparently winning, I think 2-0. I'm sorry, 1-0. After extra time. Big W for España. However, big W for Spain. Trump thinks it's a big W for him. However, apparently, FIFA cropped Emperor Cheeto out of Spain's World Cup victory photo.
What?
That's right. Actually, hold on. I should just do this instead because I always get... Here's Forbes breaking news from earlier Monday afternoon. FIFA crops Trump out of World Cup photo. White House adds him back in. It's just so petty. It's so petty. Oh my god. Oh my god. FIFA appeared to crop out President Trump and FIFA President Gianni Infantino from pictures shared to social media celebrating Spain's World Cup victory over Argentina. But the White House shared a series of pictures Monday afternoon that all prominently featured the president. Oh, pictures shared to FIFA's social media account follows the World Cup final, depicting the Spanish team holding the trophy on stage at MetLife Stadium, appeared carefully cropped to exclude Trump. Yeah. No Trump. Who stood near the team while they celebrated. Why does he always do that? He's always standing around every time anybody wins anything. He wants to show up and be like, I was there too, right? I won too. We both won. A photo of the Spanish team posted on Instagram immediately after the match also does not include Trump, nor does a 20-slide post from later Sunday night that shows the team celebrating. Oh, God. A whole montage that excludes the president? Oh, no. Ahem. I hate Instagram. Fuck you. But on Monday afternoon, the White House... By the way, I follow the White House Twitter because I have to for my job. Keep track of what these idiots are doing at any given time. Oh, I saw this slew of pictures. But on Monday afternoon, the White House shared 6 pictures from the final on social media, all of which include Trump, and 2 of which he is the only person in focus, while only 2 of the pictures include the Spanish team. There he is. There's the president. No, I don't want to log in. Stop that. Don't be a dick. Oh, I hate you. Don't make me log in. Oh. This is history that you're preventing right now. Oh, God. Hold on. We need to look at these. Because it's real. It's extra. It's real extra stupid. It's a special kind of stupid. These guys are out of control. Hold on, I can just do this and then do this. My should already be signed in over here. Right? Right? Yes. Exactly. Here we go. Oh, look at these. Look at him. It's just him. Why is there a photo where he's the only thing that's in focus? I don't understand. No Spanish team here. No, is the Spanish press? Oh, I think that's the Spanish prime. No, is it? No, that's not him. The Spanish. I don't think the Spanish prime minister is even in this photo. There's President and Messi. There's the president and Messi. Oh, there's the Spanish team who won. And the president looking weird as shit. Like this is fucking deranged. These are the good photos. These are the ones people really want. Trump's presentation of the trophy was described by some commentators as quote-unquote awkward, as Infantino apparently attempted to guide Trump away from the team as they lifted the trophy and confetti launched from cannons. Trump and Infantino were also met with boos from the crowd when they appeared on screen and entered the field for the trophy presentation, though a Spanish player mimicked the president's Trump dance, which he often performs to the Village People's YMCA while President Trump was on stage. Oh, he is an embarrassment. He's a goddamn embarrassment in this fucking country. Look at him. That's mine. Look at him in this photo. Like, look, it's me. This is my trophy. I won it. I am the one who did it. When you really think about it, I deserve this trophy as much as you. Maybe I should keep it.
But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs.
That's amazing. He's saying Canada should pay us damage.
Oh, was that the king? I forgot they still have a monarchy. I forgot they have a constitutional monarchy. I don't recognize the Spanish king by I know what the prime minister of Spain looks like, but not the king. But thank you for pointing that out. At least it had the king in there.
So we had the World Cup final yesterday, and you know, I ended up rooting for Spain in the final for the very simple reason that all of the modern day Hitlers were voting for, or rooting for, I should say, Argentina. You had Ben Gavir posted some Go Messi shit and, you know, was holding up an Argentina flag or something like that. You had Netanyahu as well. By the way, the history with Argentina is, it gets sort of sketchy. Not only is Javier Milei one of the biggest psychopaths on earth, currently running the country into the ground, crypto scamming his own people, selling out the country to Israel, but like, you know, the history, a lot of the Nazis who survived, escaped, and went to Argentina. Now Argentina is like, you know, married up to Israel, and Israel supports them. They support Israel. It's a fucking free market hellscape where, you know, people are dumpster diving for food because Milei is such an anarcho-capitalist extremist. He's gutting whatever social safety net there was.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about how shitty Argentina is becoming because of Javier Milei in the past. I don't want to beat a dead horse too much here today. What I do want to say, though, is we're 4 hours into the stream, but we don't actually have a galactic content goal. I meant to mention this earlier, but someone donated between yesterday's stream and today's stream. We did like a Twitch-only stream yesterday because I was still so pissed off about the monetization thing that I just didn't feel like doing a YouTube stream. But suffice to say, we're back, and somebody donated between then and now. $50. That's enough for at least one galactic content goal. Meant to mention this earlier. It's one of the reasons why we're getting closer to completing the galactic deficit. Well, we still have a long ways to go. With only 10 days left, we gotta raise $50 a day somehow. Not per stream, but per day. Maybe I'll have to stream every day between now and then. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But just know that all of your donations do help keep the Galactic News Network alive, especially since we're still demonetized by YouTube. Still fighting to get that back, but till then, your donations more important than ever, since we no longer receive ad dollars. Super chats or super stickers or memberships. But we still got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All good ways to help with the production of the stream. Of course, the only reliable ways to contribute to the galactic deficit: Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. And I think we might start live streaming to Patreon as well as Substack, if I can figure out a way to get us to do a quintuple stream. But that's my next plan. Since things aren't going as well as I'd like with with getting since it's been such a struggle getting remonetized. After 2.5 years, I'm like thinking we just have to, regardless of what happens monetization-wise on YouTube, we have to branch out. Because I don't think I can trust YouTube anymore. Like, I've genuinely lost, like, most of my faith in the platform that used to be just my favorite. Just my favorite place. I still love YouTube, but that love has been tainted by what's been done to me at this point. Because let's just recap now, at this point, what's happened. First, we had the entire channel terminated for claims of... Well, I don't even remember what the claim was then. What was the... Anybody remember what the channel got terminated for now? There's been so many things. Being a scam. That's right. They claimed we were a fucking scam. So first we're a scam. We get the channel terminated last year in September. Which still, I can't even understand how they made that determination. Then we get the channel back in December. 4 months later, we're told that I'm demonetized for being inauthentic. Being inauthentic content. Then, 2.5 months or longer into it, that designation is arbitrarily and without warning changed from inauthentic to off-putting or unsatisfying. Like, so without being told, all of a sudden that gets changed. And then I reapply for monetization and they change it from unsatisfying or off-putting to reused content. YouTube, at this point, it's quite clear to me that YouTube has a problem with me. People have suggested this is some sort of right-wing troll thing. It's not that. YouTube doesn't want me to be monetized. I don't know why, but they have a serious problem with my existence. That's how I feel at this point. I don't know how else to take it. They can't even make up their mind on what I'm doing wrong. They refuse to tell me exactly what I'm doing wrong. They haven't pointed to a single video or videos that are violating the policy. They're just vaguely saying, oh, this policy, this policy, this policy. You're violating all the policies, apparently. All the vaguest, most general fucking policies that could probably apply to most channels on YouTube, you're violating it. But not everybody, it's just you. You're the one, you're violating it. Because, like, if you look at all of the different things I've been accused of, every single channel on here, aside from the scam thing, which is still fucking insane, and of course we didn't do anything even close to that either, but when you come to this, the 3 different reasonings that they've used for taking away the monetization in the last 3 months, it could apply to practically every political React channel. It's completely subjective.
This is ridiculous!
But Still dealing with that situation, I'm afraid. I don't know when it's going to be solved. I wish I did. It can't possibly be not showing your face. If so, they're making that distinction completely arbitrarily. Because I know for a fact there's plenty of channels that are monetized that don't have anybody's face on them. You know, like nature content. There's nobody's face on a nature documentary about elk or like a zebra. Telling me you can't monetize that content now either? What about like first person like biking content or racing content? There's so much content that doesn't include people's faces. Or at least the face of the person making the content. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And nobody has told me that. So until somebody tells me that's the problem, then I'm assuming that's not a real fucking thing.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And I really haven't seen any... I have not seen any new YouTube rules suggesting that there is a rule that you can't... that you have to show your face.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right, we're going to take a quick galactic intermission here, 4 hours into the stream. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, that like button. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. One of the many ways we have available to you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All great ways to help support the stream. Alright, now enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, get back in those seats, otherwise you might miss it. Okay, I'm back. Still a lot to talk about here tonight. Gonna start off in the second half with some environmental news. Democracy Now! On an effort to block the Trump... to block the Trump administration's move to gut the Endangered Species Act. If you recall, this is something that Trump did early. I think he started working on last year, making protected lands unprotected, deeming the development of lands as non-threatening to endangered species. Things like that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Mimi Goodman with Nermin Sheikh.
We turn now to the latest effort by the Trump administration to dramatically weaken the Endangered Species Act, a bedrock of successful U.S. conservation for more than 50 years. The Interior and Commerce Departments announced a rule change last week that would reinterpret the word harm in the language of the law to no longer include destruction of habitat where endangered species live. This change will open previously protected areas to development, oil drilling, and other extractive industry.
Conservation groups, including the Center for Biological Diversity, the Sierra Club, Oregon Wild, and others are now suing the Trump administration over the rule change. They're being represented by Earth Justice. So we go to Earth Justice now. Senior attorney Ben Levitin. Ben, lay out your case. What is the lawsuit based on? What is this change?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Amy. We at Earth Justice filed suit because the Trump administration is trying to eliminate one of the most important tools that we have for saving species from extinction. They are trying to say that destroying a species' habitat does not count as harming it under the Endangered Species Act. Now, the Endangered Species Act is a landmark law for protecting the natural world. It was passed almost unanimously by Congress in 1973. signed by President Richard Nixon, supported by majorities in both parties. And it has always recognized that in order to save endangered species, they need to have a place to live. And that's such an important national commitment that we made in that statute. It's like a statement that we are not going to let the web of life unravel on our watch. And what
Yeah, I mean, this is just a deeply problematic plan that completely excludes nature from the equation. Right, and like I said, technically, I'm pretty sure Trump passed an executive order on this like last year, but it's just now being enacted by the agencies themselves. And that is what this group is suing to block. Because that is, in effect, the important part. I mean, Trump can put out as many executive orders as he wants to. It's really about whether or not they're being implemented. And unfortunately, it looks like they are going ahead with this ridiculous plan. You know, like, I'm not just completely against all development, but the fact is this is a completely irresponsible way to go about development, right? Also, it's being done in, like there's multiple reasons why this plan is just so fucking insane and stupid, right? Like, there's plenty of land existing to develop, right? The land that they're opening up to development is national parks and like endangered habitats. They're like, oh, don't worry about those. Like, so that we have like, is this opening up more of our land to billionaires and corporations, oil drillers, whomever else, to come in and just reap the benefits of the natural environment and give nothing back to us, to the planet? They're pirates. They're just fucking pirates that are running around stealing. And of course it's going to be bad for the environment. And in fact, like I was saying, like, there's plenty of private lands that exist that we could develop on, right? Billionaires, multimillionaires that are just sitting on vast tracts of land, undeveloped, near or adjacent to large metropolitan city centers that they refuse to allow to be developed. I don't think we need to start building in the national parks. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like building social housing in the middle of I'm trying to think of a good example here. Yeah, my brain just broke. Why can't I think of any of our national parks right now? Like, we don't need to clear out like the Adirondacks for housing. Like, there's already existing housing supply and existing places where we could be putting housing, where it's actually needed. But that's not what we're doing here, right? It's just for oil drillers and lumber, what do you call them? Lumber, oil, whatever, miners, not children, but like, you know, rare earths. The rare earths and things like that. That's who's going to take advantage of this. Not going to, this isn't about making housing for people. Hope I didn't make it seem like that. Because that's truly not what it's going to be about. Just going to be reaping the planet, its natural resources. Probably in a very low, if not tax-free environment under the Trump administration. Selling it off big profits. None of us reaping the benefit. Meanwhile, it's all burning down. Well, it is at least in Minnesota. 15 different wildfires now burning there in the northern part of the state. Here's CBS Minnesota WCCO from 9 hours ago.
Maria, you're following the latest on those wildfires burning along the North Shore.
Yeah, Shayla, that's right. Right now, officials say there are 15 active wildfires burning in the Superior National Forest, covering more than 62,000 acres of land. 3 of those are inside the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. As of late last night, firefighters say some of those fires have emerged, which is changing the number of fires burning. The BWCA remains closed to campers until at least Friday. That's as pilots and firefighters continue to flock to Ely to help contain the flames. And the current weather isn't helping much. According to the DNR, it's so dry up there that just one spark could ignite a catastrophic wildfire. Because of that, there are now burn restrictions across the state. Take a look at this map. New restrictions just kicked in.
Yeah. Things are bad in Minnesota and Canada, of course, which Minnesota borders. Also bad. Fires across Ontario. Continuing. Here's CBC News on some of these Canadian wildfires.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. You're watching CBC News Network. We start in Ontario, where almost 200 wildfires are currently burning. Hundreds of people have been forced out of their homes so far. Premier Doug Ford says there's a major effort underway to control the fires.
We have 155 fire crews and approximately 80 water bombers and helicopters remain in operation across the north, with roughly 40 additional support aircraft ready to assist. 13 communities have been evacuated or are still in the process of evacuating, with a decision still pending on one additional community.
And the CBC's Mark Carcassole is here monitoring the wildfire situation. He joins me in studio. So, Mark, you're watching wildfires both in Ontario and in British Columbia. Let's start in Ontario.
Yeah, well, let's start with the numbers, right? We heard from the Premier there just how many resources are being thrown at these fires, just how many people have been displaced because of them. Let's show you what they're dealing with. We'll bring up the map to show you just.
That number is insane. 200 fires just in Ontario alone. Just the province of Ontario. I mean, it's a huge space too. So you're being forced to spread out these forces on 200 fires across a state or province. It's about the size of Texas, right? Just for context for everyone. It's huge. It is huge. And let's not forget, there's like another 700 fires burning across the rest of Canada. Something of a disaster scenario. Really don't feel like I'm exaggerating.
Many there are across Ontario. And as of the province's update earlier today, 190 active wildfires across the province, 16 of them discovered over the last 24 hours or so. Most of those fires, new discoveries to be found in the province's northwest region. 56 of the fires in Ontario currently are not under control. 6 of them are being held. 16 are considered under control at this point. The amount of total area being burned up by these fires right now across the province, somewhere around 735 hectares. That's a lot of fire, and that's why the province is throwing so many resources at it. 155 fire crews, 80 various firefighting aircraft being used in the effort, with 40 additional aircraft.
You see what I mean? So this is an area the size of Texas. And you got this many out of control fires. From top all the way to bottom almost. Oh boy. Of course, right next door. What is this, Saskatchewan? Fires over here too. Fires in northern Manitoba. And the rest of the northern Canadian provinces. And this fire season has gotten off to an insane start. It is real disturbing. And the fact is, it's not just Canada, but the rest, all of America. All of North America has been seeing an extended fire season. It goes into the fall because the forest just continues to dry out straight through summer, straight through fall. And so this whole thing could just continue to get worse until, I guess, Canada runs out of forests. Not a good situation. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From earlier on Monday. What is happening? What the fuck?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Millions across North America face another day of hazardous air pollution as nearly 1,000 active wildfires continue to rage in Canada. Hazardous air quality alerts are once again in effect today for major cities, including Chicago, Detroit, Columbus, and Minneapolis. Here in New York, air quality's improved, at least for now, following what officials are calling the second worst smoke event in New York City modern history. In Canada, the fires have disproportionately impacted Indigenous communities, forcing thousands to evacuate their homes. On Friday, President Trump threatened to impose new tariffs on Canada over the record levels of hazardous air. Trump wrote, quote, "The United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable," Trump said. But Trump has not said...
He is such a lunatic. Oh, my God. Blaming Canada for the existence of wildfires is deranged.
Word about climate change, which many scientists say is a driving force behind the fires. We go now to Montreal, where we're joined by Rachel Gilmore, independent journalist, creator of Bubble Pop Media. Thanks so much for being with us, Rachel. If you can talk about what's happening in Canada, the blowback, I guess you could say, in the United States, and President Trump threatening Carney and Canada with tariffs, blaming Carney for what's happening in Canada, actually standing next to Carney and the Mexican president at the World Cup on Sunday in New Jersey.
Yeah, the situation in Canada is, it's horrifying. I mean, we're watching the impact of the climate crisis in real time. It's disproportionately impacting, as you noted, Indigenous communities here. People have had to flee their homes, a large number of them ending up in Thunder Bay, where there's actually not enough space for everyone. The people are camping in tents just so that they have somewhere safe to sleep that isn't their communities that they've had to leave behind because of the ravaging wildfires. As you noted, there's almost 1,000 of them burning. It's genuinely a crisis. There's lots of mobilization happening here in Canada. And the commentary from Trump was extremely offensive to a lot of Canadians. I mean, what else is new? I think, unfortunately, no one's really surprised by it anymore up here. But, you know, particularly given just days before he made those comments, a Canadian firefighter had died in Colorado fighting wildfires. So it was just extremely, extremely tone deaf. But the additional horror, I guess, of just the apathy in Trump's comments is the reality that he's not acknowledging climate change. And Mark Carney sort of did a little
Shit. I was muted. What I was trying to say is, it's just deeply, deeply ironical, paradoxical that Donald Trump is complaining about wildfire smoke that he himself is contributing to with his own climate and energy policy. A guy who has some weird obsession with drilling for oil and strange fear of windmills. He's the guy. The guy he's looking for is him. He's the one who's making these fires more likely. It's a real sicko.
He doesn't usually respond directly to the more unhinged stuff that Trump says, but he sort of made this this comment about how it is the climate crisis that is making the dry and hot conditions for more wildfires to be sparked when there's more extreme weather, which causes more lightning strikes. But the difficulty here is that, you know, as much as Carney's saying that in response to Trump, he's not exactly taking the climate action that we need here in Canada. In fact, quite the opposite, despite him sort of selling himself as this climate guy, leaning on his credentials from his time at the United Nations.
If you can talk about that, I mean, on the one hand, you have Prime Minister Carney announcing a multi-billion-dollar strategy on what he called breaking Canada's economic dependence on the U.S., which must have infuriated President Trump. But it includes a new pipeline in Alberta and building up multiple liquefied natural gas terminals. The proposed pipeline would move 1 million barrels of oil daily from landlocked Alberta to the southern coast of British Columbia.
Yeah. And here's the other point that I was trying to make the other day after Trump first made these comments, right? And it's that the people Canada has right now, to some degree, as leaders, are not the best messengers on this particular topic. You know, Doug Ford and Mark Carney. They're not claiming. They're not. You know, Mark Carney's a fucking banker who came to power saying that he was going to build that pipeline. She was just talking about just now, right? Like he was. Like he's not some sort of tree-hugging environmentalist. In fact, he's got a rather shitty environmental policy, in my opinion. One that contradicts itself. And like I was saying, like I really wish Mark Carney was a different guy, so that he could like tell Trump that you're saying something fucking insane. I wish Canada was the leftist utopia that people claim it to be sometimes, because I needed someone in this moment other than Mark Carney or this dickbag, Doug Ford. Is it Rob? No, Rob's the brother, right? Did he die? Anyway, this dickbag.
You got to remind President Trump that there's 3.9 million acres burning in the United States right now. And if we had resources, we would send them down to our closest friends and allies. So, you know something, rather than criticize and threaten Canada, your closest friends, maybe one day you're going to need our help like you did last year, and we deployed the people. I get frustrated just listening to that bunch of rubbish. It's unacceptable that President Trump still...
Hey, get upset listening to this kind of rubbish. Okay, Doug. Hey, thanks, buddy. Really upset, that poor Doug. He loves America. Oh, he really does love America, though. The worst possible ways. You know, I met Doug Ford one time. He brought his family down to New York. I used to work at a exclusive-ish hotel like a boutique hotel, if you will. He stayed in the most expensive suite, showing up with his family in a black Bentley convertible, and proceeded to be a real fucking tool when someone dropped his key, I think, on the ground or something. He's just but aside from my own anecdotal personal experiences with Doug Ford, he's a bad guy as a legislator. Him and his brother are a couple of corrupt idiots, run around enriching themselves and drinking too much and have this ridiculous neoliberal, neoconservative, it's like neocentrists. Like really, the Doug Ford, the progressive conservatives, that's a thing, by the way. That's the name of Doug Ford's party, the Progressive Conservatives. It is in itself an oxymoron. The name itself is a paradox. Doesn't make any sense. How can you progress and also be conservative? How can you be both? But Doug, he tries every goddamn day to his neo-centrist best. Galactic Bellboy. That's right. That's right. I used to do multiple hotel jobs, including bellboy slash shuttle driver slash. I had a lot of hats. I had a lot of hats at that hotel. I've done a lot of service jobs. They never last. I never last longer than a year. It's always, I get to the year, if I get there at all, and I'm like, how long? As we've been doing this for too long. And again, I feel like I'm immediately gone.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I look around at myself and I say, what are my opportunities for advancement? And I say, actually, I'm good. Now, one more quick clip before we get to the latest development in this story.
President Trump suggesting our neighbor to the north should pay for the smoky skies across the U.S. caused by Canadian wildfires. President Trump said he spoke with the Prime Minister of Canada about it at the World Cup last night. Listen.
Our air has been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, you know, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs. But it was terrible.
Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, responded just a short time ago. Listen to this.
Okay, we don't even hear, but here's something interesting for everybody. Earlier today, the White House posted this to the website. President Donald Trump imposes additional tariffs on Canada. Wait, what was that? What did I just see? This is so dumb. Welcome to the golden age. Sign up for news and updates from the White House. Good God. People are deranged. Defending American workers and ensuring fair trade act. Today, President Donald J. Trump signed 3 proclamations, like an emperor, pursuant to Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930, to impose additional 50% tariffs on certain goods of Canada. First, hockey sticks. I'm sorry. Each Section 338 proclamation imposes a 50% tariff on a different set of Canadian imports, covering products ranging from wine to hockey sticks to cement. Not hockey sticks. Oh, God. These Section 338 tariffs apply to all covered goods, regardless of whether a good originates under the U.S., Mexico, Canada Agreement or USMCA. The tariffs will take effect 30 days after signing and are designed to offset the burden and disadvantage on U.S. commerce from Canada's discrimination and totally not having anything to do with the smoke. So yeah, this happened to pop up on the White House website at the same time Trump was threatening Canada with tariffs. The claims of the tariffs all pop up. Supposedly they will be imposed in 30 days. It's not clear. I have to look for the whole list. I don't have a full list in front of me. It's obviously for the tariffs. It has nothing to do with unfair business or trade practices. It's got everything to do with trumping a fucking child. Angry about some smoke. So stupid. So deeply, deeply stupid. But prepare yourselves for more expensive Canadian goods. Maybe. Because here's the other thing I would just like to point out to everybody. Since I'm not like a trade lawyer, I can't actually say this for certain, but I could have sworn the Supreme Court ruled he can't do this anymore. So it's just a little confusing to me. I don't know if anybody else is here with me on that, but right? Didn't the Supreme Court say you can't just like unilaterally decide to impose these tariffs that go beyond the scope of his presidential power? Isn't he literally doing that again right now? And how is this time different? How is this different than him tariffing Brazil because they they decided to charge Jair Bolsonaro with election crimes? Like, how is this any different than him raising tariffs to 150% against China? Some stupid fucking who blinks first tit for tat. Like, it's not. There's no difference. This is equally as stupid, if not stupider. Write that down. Tariff the penguins some more. Yes. Good point, Omega. We could tariff the penguins too. Not just Canada. Can't forget the penguins on Heard Island. Yes. It makes me want to watch that stupid fucking AI slop content. Oh, okay. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What would be prudent? Let me think. What would be prudent right now? We're 5 hours into the stream. How am I doing? What would be prudent is to talk about other fires, actually. No. First, this. A deadly storm, actually. Let's go all the way down to South America. We're in Chile. Extreme sudden storms.
So hot right now.
Left half a dozen people dead. Honestly, I've had almost no time to look through this one. Like, this happened right before the stream started. Like, I got word of this right as I was getting ready to go live. In fact, a bunch of details came to light that I've added into today's stream right as I was preparing to go live. Really inconvenient things happening. You know? It's very rude.
How rude.
I'm sure these people felt the same, if not more inconvenienced.
emergency teams are working round the clock to rescue isolated families caught in the worst winter storm front to hit Chile in more than a decade.
Yo soy santiaguino. I am from Santiago. I saw snow there when I was little, but this amount of water? Never, never.
It began last Friday in the south-central regions, with gale force winds and rain that in just one day surpassed the yearly average. Mudslides, landslides, and flooded rivers followed. And now the storm has moved north, pounding the Atacama and Coquimbo regions, an area more accustomed to acute drought.
We're experiencing not an emergency, but a catastrophe. So far, we have 80 families that are isolated, 11 people missing, all the ravines flooded, and routes 41 and 5 cut off.
10 of Chile's 16 regions have been put under a state of emergency. And now President José Antonio Cast has declared a state of catastrophe in Atacama and Coquimbo.
Yeah, but this is one of the storms. Like, write this down. This is one of the storms. I'm going to try and look more into this. And I think it hit a more populous area in like the last 12, 24 hours. And that's why I'm only hearing about it now, even though it's been going since Friday. But this is one of these storms that is almost definitely tied in to the El Nino. Right? The El Nino right now is sitting right above Chile. You know, all of this warm water is congregating right near Chile. And as a result, you're going to have, we've been saying, you're going to have a bunch of unexpected storms in the Pacific, right? Like in the Eastern Pacific, you're going to see storms in places that are known for droughts, like exactly here in this region of Chile. Where instead of a drought, they had a catastrophic storm.
The storm is caused by the El Nino phenomena, described by some as a Godzilla Nino because of its intensity. El Nino is a climate pattern marked by unusual warming of surface waters in the central and eastern tropical Pacific Ocean. In cities like Ovalle, the government is rushing to replace flooded hospital services.
The Army's modular hospital is on its way to the Ovela because as a result of the rains, intense damage was caused to 5 of the 7 wards of the Ovela hospital.
Okay. Now to a more uplifting story. At least less horrible story. One which was intended for Sunday Funday. But might as well leave it in here. Let's go to an annual environmental festivity tradition. Stretching back over a century. The British counting of the swans.
He was going that way.
Yeah, we were trying to get him past.
We're here swan upping today, but swan upping years and years ago, right back to the 12th century, it was a very important food, served up at banquets and feasts, and you know, people used to be very, very proud of keeping swans. Of course, today, swan upping is nothing to do with eating swans. It's all about education and conservation.
I don't even know.
Last year, we had 115 young cygnets, but that was quite low compared with sort of 3 or 4 years ago when we were up to about 140, 150. But we've had the problem of bird flu in the winter months, which has taken a lot of breeding pairs have died through that.
There we go, British swans struggling to survive. Numbers dwindling. But the swan uppers must continue to up the swans, supposedly. Keep track of them. The swans don't seem all that disturbed by the swan upping, which is interesting. All right, now let's go to the Nordic countries. First, Norway, where they just got done having the largest fire in Norwegian history. Yeah, we've been talking about this. I don't have a new update. I think it might be done. I actually don't know for sure. But since there's a lack of news stories, I get the sense that they've managed to get a handle on this fire. But suffice to say, this was a shocking event in Norway. 100 homes burnt to the ground. Biggest wildfire in history. Real freaky weather events happening in Europe. I'm just realizing I think these are out of order. Isn't Sweden west and Norway east? I always forget. Well, anyway, right next door. Sweden. Oh, no, I was right. Just next door to the east, Sweden. With another shocking weather event. A rare double tornado captured on video here yesterday. Yeah, Sweden's not the place I think of having a lot of tornadoes. And it's true, they don't. It's true, Sweden doesn't normally get tornadoes. And then you get two at one time in a very strange double tornado event. I don't know what that means, but it seems ominous. Meanwhile, European water levels are falling to historic lows across the continent. Recently, we talked about them falling in the Netherlands, also Germany, which we'll quickly talk about again here, for those of you that missed this one.
We're traveling on a ship taking iron ore from the port of Rotterdam to a steel factory in Germany. But as you can see, they're taking a lot less than usual. Cargo ships on the River Rhine have reduced their weight significantly to prevent hitting the riverbed. The Rhine is an important artery in Europe, transporting yearly around 300 million tons of cargo. The drought has now doubled transportation costs.
Normally we take 5,600 tons only in the ship and the barge. But now, what did we take? 2,100 tons. So actually we need 2.5 ships to transport the same level of amount of cargo.
Yep. Water levels are so low, these boats practically unable to use the river at this point for shipping. Being forced to reduce cargo by over 60%. That's a problem. But it's not just Germany. Romania, not far away, having some problems with their most well-known river, the Danube, falling to the lowest levels in 30 years. I'm sensing a pattern. Humanity's running out of water. Yeah, people over here bathing in a puddle in Romania. Good God. Okay. So yeah, Netherlands, Germany, Romania, all running out of water.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Meanwhile, extreme heat threatening pasta lovers across the planet. With Italy's Parmesan heartland under threat.
Is extreme heat threatening Italy's Parmesan heartland? We are in Reggio Emilia, where authentic Parmigiano Reggiano is made. 300,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano are stored inside this warehouse run by Italian bank Credito Emiliano. The cheese is made using just 3 ingredients: milk, salt, and rennet. But there is a fourth one: it's time. Wheels are stored during the aging process for at least 12 months, and sometimes several years. Parmigiano Reggiano is stored as collateral by...
You have friends with a bigger pond than that? They call it the puddle too? Yeah, well actually that's the Danube, not a pond. That's the Danube River that looks like that. Right? Like, the thing we were just looking at, that was the Danube. You know. It's just running out of water, so it doesn't look as glorious as it once did. Yeah, it's a disaster. Save the cheese. Yes, save the cheese. Whoa. What's happening here?
Is extreme heat threatening Italy's Parmesan heartland? We are in Reggio Emilia, where authentic Parmigiano Reggiano is made. 300,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano are stored inside this warehouse run by Italian bank Credito Emiliano. The cheese is made using just 3 ingredients: milk, salt, and rennet. But there is a fourth one: it's time. Wheels are stored during the aging process for at least 12 months, and sometimes several years. Parmigiano Reggiano is stored as collateral by Credito Emiliano in exchange for credit lines that help to finance production costs. More than 500,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano are stored in its 2 warehouses, together worth more than 300 million euros. But director of MGT Giancarlo Ravanetti says extreme temperatures are becoming a major challenge.
This year, during the hottest days, we recorded an increase of around 30% in daily energy consumption. We are certainly concerned, but over the years we have tried to find solutions.
Yes, cheese industry in Italy doing everything they can to fight back against the heat. But it's costing them an arm and a leg. Threatening cheese production. Threatening cheese production in a big, big way. One thing you could do to escape the heat, take a little summer vacation to Croatia's underwater museum.
It is located at a depth of 3.5 to 4 meters. All the statues are approximately human-sized, about 2 meters high, so it is ideal for all beginners, non-swimmers. It is not at all important that people have to dive with equipment and diving tanks, but it is more based on a snorkeling tour, so it's made for all generations.
Looks fun, just remember, when in Croatia, don't get a tattoo when drunk. That'll be funny some point. Okay, let's keep going east to Iraq. They are trying their best to tackle the intense heat with an agricultural product of sorts. A green belt. They're hoping will help soak up the heat.
We have hybridized a special type of seed, Dutch turfgrass seeds. These seeds tolerate very high salinity levels and high temperatures, which of course makes them very suitable for the Basra Governorate. As you can see, we are in the 7th month, July, and still planting.
Yeah, a little geoengineering here in Iraq. Basra. Getting a green belt. I don't know if it's going to be as effective as they're hoping it to be, but might as well stay optimistic. A lot of resources being used to get it done. All right. I think that's going to do it on the environmental news for today. Let's do a quick space news. So the Sunday Fun Day variety. Did you know that the Aliens franchise turned 40 this week? That's right. The James Cameron classic Aliens. 40 years old. Coming out in 1986. Sci-fi action classic. Cult favorite. In fact, galactic favorite. There's a lot of Aliens fans around here.
You gods don't speak in ways we understand.
Who doesn't understand pain?
Rated opening of the year.
So let's talk more about this. Scott, Movie Mouse is here. I think this opening, a much needed boost for Hollywood, right? Because there have been some misfires. Variety is saying, hey, we might be back to pre-pandemic.
I've been saying this for a couple months now. We are so back with the movies. Because going back to...
Settle down, buddy.
Cost $700 a week, $50 million to make, and we're only at the halfway point. Half after I graduated high school, just 2 months after the opening of the original Top Gun.
Take us back. What do you remember about seeing Aliens for the first time?
Oh, you know what, John? I remember everything about it because it was just a month and a half after I graduated high school, just 2 months after the opening of the original Top Gun, and I saw Aliens at the Neshaminy Mall Premiere 2 movie theater, which is about 20 minutes north of Philadelphia, and I went with a couple of friends. You know, it was the summer between high school and college, and this movie just rocked our worlds because it was so different from the original Alien that came out in 1979. That film, directed by Ridley Scott, was more of a horror film, and you only saw the alien, there was one alien, right. You didn't see it till the end, totally took a page from Spielberg's Jaws, you didn't see the shark until the end. In the Aliens film, it's more of an action film, it's more fun, a lot more humor, and there's a ton of aliens, we call them xenomorphs now, and then you have Sigourney Weaver, and she just changed the game.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Sigourney Weaver.
Morphs now, and then you have Sigourney Weaver, and she just changed the game.
Yes, indeed. 40 long years since Aliens came out. I hadn't even made it to this planet at that point. But it's certainly a great movie. I've seen it a few times myself. Xenomorphs. Always running around on the Galactic Space Station ever since Columbia Rican let Bob out. But they live in basic harmony. Okay, that's it on space news. No real space news to report today. Just remembering of old space news. We do have Earth news. Still a lot of it. And, you know, I gotta say, got a real disturbing sort of authoritarian trend going on all over the place. The planet's in dire straits, democracy-wise. Nicaragua getting involved for some fucking reason. President of Nicaragua declaring no more elections earlier on Monday.
ejército de Sandino. No crean que porque no hay guerra.
Don't think that because there is no war, we are at peace.
Estamos en paz. No, yo bien
No, they are conspiring, organizing, looking to organize parties, so that in an election, which they assume, then those parties win the elections.
Entonces, que esos partidos ganen las elecciones. Y aquí se acabó.
And the days when parties backed by Yankees and the Somocistas who return to power are over. Never again. This is disturbing to me. I mean, the fact is Nicaragua is like a leftist government. Was a leftist government. Till they declared elections over. And now they're authoritarians all of a sudden down here, and it's disturbing to me. Sort of declaring elections over. On a whim. Not great. Not a great vibe. Speaking of bad vibes, let's go to Peru, where like a avowed authoritarian, Keiko Fujimori, received the credentials for her supposed presidential election win.
Señoras y señores, en este acontecimiento.
We don't need this whole thing. We've followed the Keiko Fujimori story long enough. But, suffice to say, here it is, it's official. Election victory. Certified. Presidential credentials, whatever you call them, handed over. Handed over to Keiko Fujimori. A woman whose father was literally a brutal dictator. Now elected president, who seems interested in doing very similar things, like expelling all the immigrants, which is still confusing to me. Since her father was an immigrant. But hey, fascism doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, honestly, why does fascism have to make sense when you just rewrite history anyway? Speaking of rewriting history, let's talk about the rewriting of history in other South American countries, like Argentina.
Sitting behind the electoral success of a wave of right-wing leaders in Latin America is a sprawling transnational network of far-right influencers, YouTubers, and commentators.
Pues prácticamente todo el mundo hoy tiene acceso a un teléfono de estos, otorgándonos el título a todos y cada uno de nosotros de pequeños brazos armados en defensa de la causa de la libertad.
Across the region, these figures are fighting what they call a cultural battle to reclaim the past. In Argentina, a push is underway to revise the record of military rule in the country.
Durante mucho tiempo se ocultó una parte de la historia y se impuso una verdad absoluta. No había nadie que se le animara.
These arguments have also found appeal among a younger generation, which grew up surrounded by corruption scandals and economic crises, with no memory of the region's history of dictatorship.
Javier Milei and his vice president Victoria Villarruel are engaged in a battle over memory, and one of the most important figures who informs the official narrative about the past is Agustín Laje.
La idea era completar la historia para las generaciones que no vivimos la época, que se montó sobre un relato mentiroso sobre los años 70, un relato totalmente distorsionado.
He's not a government official, but his videos, articles, books, and speeches are part of the intellectual environment of the government.
El entorno intelectual del gobierno.
Javier Milei ha visto en mi trabajo.
What Javier Milei found in my work is a confrontation with the woke agenda.
This guy right here, who is a content creator by the name of Agustín Laje, I think that's how you say it, has been helping Javier Milei in his epistemological fight against history and rewriting history in one of the most disturbing possible ways that you could imagine. Like back in like the 70s, like the military dictatorship in Argentina just did brutal fucking campaign on the civilian population. Of which include a lot of accusations of things like ethnic cleansing. And they're trying to rewrite this shit. And basically claim, actually, the civilians were doing bad stuff too. And the government was just trying to make Argentina great again. And it's like, dude, are you shitting me? Like 50, I don't remember exactly how many, but it's like tens of thousands of people supposedly died. And you're telling me that it might not be the bad guys, it's actually the people fighting back against the military dictatorship. They're the ones. That is the rewriting of history. That is the fascist war. Epistemological war against facts. And that is what is happening here in Venezuela. I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. Honestly, they talk to this fucking dude way too much in this Al Jazeera piece. Like, they give him so much time to talk. Like, this guy has got some fucked up beliefs. They give him a shitload of time to talk.
So history persists, history continues, history carries all of its components, all of its fragments, forward into the most immediate present.
Hacia el presente más inmediato.
It's important that young people don't forget that these are absolutely extraordinary crimes, not comparable to anything in Argentine history. And those types of crimes are not called crimes against humanity for nothing. They don't have a statute of limitation. So, trivializing and relativizing these crimes is dangerous because young people lose sight of the seriousness of what happened, which puts at risk the founding pact of our democracy.
Yeah, it's kind of like trivializing other sorts of mass atrocities. It's just wrong. It's like trivializing the Holocaust or anything else, honestly. And honestly, from my understanding, some of the former Nazis who fled to Argentina had something to do with this. Because Jews were especially targeted in this, by this regime, the Perón regime, whatever it was fucking called. And it's wild This is the world we're living in right now. And it's not just Argentina. The United States, we're doing the same thing. Trump and his allies are trying to rewrite history, act like slavery wasn't such a bad thing, and everything, all these, you know, like
This is the very definition.
all this manifest destiny shit they're trying to bring back up. It's all this part of the same right-wing propaganda war. Fact is, a lot of these guys are working together in one way or another. We saw them all convene, at least to some degree, in places like Portugal, Hungary, earlier this year. All these fucking creeps. Made from the same cloth. Human F being. Ten-minute bull break. Yep, do what you gotta do. I like that name, by the way. Human F being. What does F stand for? Frank? Human Frank being. Alright, for an uplifting story. To a woman fighting for recognizing and educating the world on history. A woman who is honestly growing on me more and more and more. I already thought her music was pretty good, but, you know, a little poppy. Definition of pop, probably. But Dua Lipa's at it again, opening a library for banned and censored books in Portugal. That's right. Let's cross the Atlantic, see what the hell Dua Lipa's up to over here.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it's Dua here, and welcome to the Service 95 Book Club. If you're anything like me, books aren't just something that you read and put down. They stay with you. They're passports, mirrors, escape routes, secret maps for finding yourself or getting completely lost in the best way. Wherever I go, tour buses, airports, studios, there's always a book in my bag or tucked into a jacket pocket.
Oh, there we go. I just thought this was a fucking sweet-ass fucking project right here that we need. This is the kind of things that we need, you know, the rich and powerful and famous to get us focused on. You know, we were literally talking about literacy earlier and about repression of thought, of history. I couldn't have thought of a better thing for somebody like Dua Lipa. Get involved in Manifesto Library. What is now a permanent collection of banned books, censored and challenged books curated by pop star Dua Lipa and her Service 95 Book Club. Looks pretty cool. Looks like a sweet place to learn. And you know we love the learning around here. Speaking of learning, I wonder if the Labour Party will be learning any lessons from its first failure since taking power. Well, I won't call it the first, but first biggest landmark failure. I feel no. I hate to jump the gun on this one before a manifesto's been announced. Before the Andy Burnham, before the Keir Starmer smell has even left 10 Downing Street. But I do have some reservations about the future of the Labour Party and what Andy Burnham's going to be bringing, if anything, of substance or novelty. I do worry it's going to be much of the old, non-substanced bullshit.
Issues that Andy Burnham will have to deal with as Prime Minister boil down to money. How much of it and where to spend it, starting with the UK's defence sector. One of Keir Starmer's last major initiatives was the Defence Investment Plan, which lays out defence spending over the next 4 years. And that includes an uplift of some $20 billion paid for by cuts to infrastructure projects and government departments. But around 6.2 billion of that hasn't been costed, leaving Andy Burnham to deal with the budget shortfall. Now, the plan was supposed to get the UK on track to meet its NATO commitments of 3.5% of its GDP spending on core defence. But some critics say it's still not clear exactly how the UK is going to get there. Another big spend.
Yeah!
It's still not clear.
Yeah, some serious budgetary concerns here. Now, has been pointed out by a number of different people in the UK recently that a very small tax on the very wealthiest, a small wealth tax on the very wealthiest in the UK would easily shore up this budget deficit currently being experienced. But the initial vibes coming out of the Burnham camp don't seem to be rushing to claim any such thing or any such plan.
A way for the world's media to capture the moment that Andy Burnham officially takes over number 10. And questions remain over who'll be moving into number 11, where the UK's finance minister lives. Rachel Reeves is almost certainly out, and she's expected to be replaced by Shabana Mahmood. She's the current Home Secretary. A centre-right politician in the past, she's disagreed with left-wing former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn and his economic policies.
Yeah! Now, supposedly, Shabana Mahmood will not be finance minister. From my understanding, it's going to be Tim Leahy, I think. But that's no far left pick either.
A communist.
No, I said not one. It's the opposite of that. And so it leaves us in this near same predicament of what sort of changes will Andy Burnham be bringing? But before we get to any of that, let's go here to the final farewell of Keir Starmer. Yes.
Country and our party belong to everyone who has fought for them. I thank them again today, and I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Yes, everybody clapping. And immediately everybody's out of power.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, at least much further removed from it. If not completely. That's right, everybody shuffled out of 10 Downing Street so the new team can show up. Yes, Andy Burnham and wife.
We will make this moment
Lady Burnham.
a
I don't know her
circuit
name.
breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 4.
In fact, I'm pretty sure she's not to be confused. I just realized that that's part of the landed gentry. I don't think Burnham is a lord or his wife.
Years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around, and that's why we will change politics.
He keeps saying stuff, but none of it makes any sense. Or like it makes sense, but he doesn't address any of it. He keeps making these like vague, general statements about what is happening, but not what is going to happen. And it's that sort of like it feels like a real what's the word, like triangulation. Like, or it's certainly an attempt to avoid, in my opinion, to obfuscate whatever his fucking plan is. Like you don't avoid saying like any detail to this level without having a shitty plan, in my opinion. I could be wrong. You could come in, completely wow me and everybody else. Burnham says he's mandating an end to rough sleeping. I heard about that. That sounds great. That sounds great. I can't wait to see how that comes to fruition. Because I also heard that. I heard about that earlier too. That sounds fucking great. Are the beds going to materialize? The homes, you know, how? I mean, you know, just like with Donald Trump, I mean, you can mandate till the cows come home, but you have to have a plan to actually execute. And he's not taxing the rich. Exactly. This is exactly what I've been saying, Mitty. This is exactly what I've been saying this whole time, is that people have been saying, hey, you could easily solve this with a quick wealth tax. You know, real low number wealth tax. But he's not even coming close to saying that's the plan. Just some sort of bold, vague new vision. A vaguely bold and a boldly vague new vision being ushered in by Andy here. Hold on. You don't need this whole speech. Oh, right. This is the whole speech. Yeah. I listened to this whole thing. Honestly, the last clip was good enough, so we're going to skip this one. Oh. Okay. Let's go here, Channel 4 News, for breakdown. What's been happening here at 10 Downing?
The transfer of power is complete. Now he's got to get on with it before the electorate lose patience. And right now it's about naming the team. Many of Keir Starmer's highest profile ministers have gone, including Rachel Reeves and David Lammy. The new Chancellor, defying most speculation, is John Healey, the former Defence Secretary, who resigned last month. The Foreign Secretary is Ed Miliband. Shabana Mahmood remains Home Secretary, and Louise Haigh is Minister for the Cabinet Office. So for those who said Andy Burnham might be continuity Starmer, that Labour was on the road to Wigan Keir, the new Prime Minister was bold. He intends to be a radical break, promising the biggest political change for 40 years. He will start tomorrow with help on the cost of living and has talked today about tax reductions and social care free at the point of delivery. Tonight, is the plan coming together? Is it deliverable? And will the bond markets wear it? Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, has been watching events. Here's his report.
Welcome, Buckingham Palace. Please, let's go and see the King.
In less than 4 years on the throne, the King has found himself welcoming his 4th Prime Minister to Buckingham Palace. In Downing Street, lined with friends and political allies, he promised change on an epic scale. He gestured to his family gathered in front of number 11 Downing Street and blew a kiss to his mother before his first public words as Prime Minister. The chopping and changing of leaders of the nation, to which he was now contributing, should end now.
I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge.
Okay, I'm skipping past the rest of this. His boldly vague vision of a future where the British government isn't failing to meet the moment, where somehow what I strongly suspect are neoliberal economic policies and plans that he's got, like, somehow are going to come through finally after failing and failing and failing and failing, you know. And I'm looping in the Tories with neoliberalism. I mean, they're the distinction between the neolibs and the neoconservatives is not all that important, honestly, especially in this conversation, because this is what exactly has Labour done to distinguish themselves from the Tories since taking power? Not much. Not much. Basically the same thing. He's like, honestly, he's giving me the vibes that he's coming in, you know, to be like, neoliberalism will work, actually.
I'm staying in the race.
Hey, you know, the finance minister, John Healey, is one of the people who was trying to oust Jeremy Corbyn back in the day when he was Labour leader, right? So he's clearly no leftist. Andrew's clearly not rushing to the left for ideas over here. There were people he could have perhaps turned to, but chose not to. And it looks like he's going to try and get the W for neoliberalism now for the 7th time. They really refuse to embrace anything else. I think it's why he's been so vague about naming any policies with any specifics at all.
And bus fares. He wasn't ruling out rent freezes. He was still interested in unfreezing income tax thresholds, a levy to fund social care, and, he said, fiscal rules could be reinterpreted. Inside number 10, the cabinet secretary and team waited for the moment Andy Burnham was ready to enter his new domain. Teams have already been working on how his aspirations might be realised. Measuring up to this opening rhetoric will be a colossal challenge.
Good morning.
Andy Burnham began his day meeting rough sleepers in Westminster and visiting a homeless shelter to promote his new pledge. He was asked if, despite his pleas, infighting in the party had already broken out.
I'm appalled at those briefings. I'm appalled at any colleague being on the receiving end of an anonymous briefing. And coming back to Westminster, I kind of see that having gone to another level.
Earlier, Keir Starmer's staunchest cabinet allies filed into Downing Street to cheer him out of the building.
Okay, no, we already got it. I'm going to skip past this part because we already did this part of it. The Keir Starmer goodbyes. But we should take a look at some of the
with some exceptions, to have constituencies below
in and
the
outgoing people.
Those now in office after this
Excuse me, you're being very rude. Thank you.
You find those now out of office tend, with some exceptions, to have constituencies below the Midlands. Those now in office after...
Damn, that's moving so fast. All right, Lammy gone. Reeves gone. Thomas Simons gone. Steve Reed gone. Peter Kyle gone.
To have constituencies
Immediately,
below
if not
the
sooner.
Midlands. Those now in office after this reshuffle, or widely expected to be promoted, tend to represent the North, and the North West in particular. Edmund about...
Yeah. It's a shift in power from the South to the North. In theory, it could be good, I suppose. Potentially. But doesn't feel like it's going to be anything but like a geographical change. Ideologically, it feels like you're just getting the same people. Just different faces. Different faces, slightly different dialects. Things will sound a bit more northern. But aside from that, I am not so, I'm sorry, UK. I wish I was more optimistic for the outlook.
Now, so, John Healey as Chancellor, what does that tell us?
He's only reasonably recently out of a giant row with the Treasury the department is now in charge of. This is his resignation letter from last month. How the world moves fast, saying how the Treasury was unwilling to put enough money into defence equipment to make the country safe. But it also gives you a bit of a clue, this resignation letter, about why he might be going back in there. Andy Burnham is very keen to try and find ways of staying within the fiscal rules and yet somehow magically getting a bit more money, borrowing a bit more money. And it's quite clear from this letter that that was something John Healey was pursuing, and I wouldn't be at all surprised.
It's like Kamala replacing Biden. Yeah, it's got those vibes big time.
I'm staying in the race.
Which, I mean, to some degree, I guess is to be expected. But you would think that Labour, considering everything they're supposed to stand for, it would at some point get the fucking picture. Would have thought they would have gotten the picture much sooner, in my opinion, honestly. I mean, they were already super unpopular, but managed to eke out a landslide victory against the Conservatives because of how sick people were of the policies of the Conservatives. The 15 plus years of austerity, people got sick of that. And what did Labour to come do? They came in and did more austerity. They were like, actually, old people, you're gonna have to buy another blanket. Actually, let's get Palantir in here. They'll solve the NHS.
A what now?
They just came up with the worst, the most like conservative Tory type ideas to solve problems that I could have come up with. I don't think I could have even come up with worse ideas. They did it though. They did it. Now some people think that the new cabinet picks signal great merit and capability. Oh, so much experience in this team.
Back into work, and that is also a cost to our society, and it's an injustice that I know that really does drive Andy.
In addition, Krishnan, I think
Lord Kinnock, finally, I mean...
Yeah. Go on.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, Andy Burnham has also hinted that, you know, this is Labour's last chance. Is Labour drinking in the last chance saloon with this Prime Minister?
No, I think it's absolutely essential that Andy, from the first day, indeed last Friday, before the first day that he was Prime Minister, very emphatically sets down the reality that Labour is fighting for its life. It's got to win a battle to restore credibility and trust and do it across the country. And there's no better way of advising any kind of organized force, political or otherwise, of the responsibility they have than to say, you fail in this, you're finished. And I think that that is a direct and completely honest instruction.
Oh, it's completely honest. Oh, so much honesty coming out of the Burnham camp. According to the Westminster talking heads. Oh, how great. Let's see what the regular folks are saying.
This is the 37th service to Manchester.
How we got here and where we're heading next. With another new Prime Minister setting out on another new course. We're talking to people in areas where Andy Burnham needs no introduction.
Andy Burnham is a down-to-earth person. I think he needs to be given a fair crack of the whip.
And in other places, outside the northwest of England, where he might have more work to do.
He's just a random person that just popped out of nowhere.
I've heard of him, but I've never really understood what he's about.
As the sun rises, and with most in Manchester still asleep, we're at an industrial site on the outskirts of the city centre, where the work starts at 4 a.m. Making and baking bread and pastries, hundreds every day, to be delivered, then devoured.
We make croissants, pain au chocolat, parmesan.
If Andy Burnham were a pastry, which one would he be?
This is our parmesan. It's not really a classic, it's a revisited classic. This is your Burnham.
This is your Burnham.
Same thing, slightly different clothes.
This is your Burnham right here. Oh, thank you, sir. I hate to point this out, but resemblance to a... well... never mind. Now, I just want to scoot to the very end of this. The interview. What is this guy's name again? I'm always forgetting this the presenter, the Channel 4 guy's name. But here's Robert Jenrick, Reform MP. Let's see what he had to say about another election.
Want to chuck everything they can at Nigel Farage and reform.
This is a
have been
police
saying it.
investigation.
Well, we don't know what the police are going to say, and I suspect that reform will be, if I'm convinced reform will be found to have acted entirely appropriately. But my point is this: you've got to ask yourself, why are people chucking all this stuff at reform? Why are our opponents, trying to do this? Why are some of their friends in the media? I think it's because people know that Nigel represents change. The two old parties.
What's his name again?
I think it's because people know that Nigel represents change. The two old parties.
What is this guy's name? Somebody help me with it. Because that was fucking hilarious. Well, Jenrick is like, why are people chucking all of this rubbish at reform? Well, people are saying you'd committed crimes.
Illegal.
Yeah, exactly. People are saying that. It's true. People are saying you guys committed crimes. What's up with that?
Media. I think it's because people know that Nigel represents change. The two old parties failed the country. People can see the state of the country at the moment, and Andy Burnham doesn't offer anything.
If Nigel Farage loses to the bin, do you want to lead reform?
Well, one of the things that is good about being in reform is the question of who leads this party is entirely settled. Nigel is the leader.
Because Nigel owns it.
Nigel is the leader. Nigel created this party. He is this party's greatest asset, and long may that continue.
See, reform is running scared from the bin. They can't even say his name. They can't even say the Count's name. Oh, well, even if he does lose, look at them. They're already coping. They're pre-coping. Even if he does lose, that's weak sauce language right there. That is the talk of a man who's already lost to a bin. Long live Count Binface. I figured we'd leave that part of the Channel 4 clip in for today's discussions. It only felt right. Speaking of Binface, what's this fucking guy's name again? Why am I forgetting British people's names? I know this fucking guy. Nish Kumar. Is Nish or Nish? I think it's Nish. Nish Kumar had this to say about the rise of Count Binface on the Saturday show.
Although I always think it's funny with Count Binface that even our joke candidates, particularly in England, and I imagine this is of some entertainment to the Scottish audience, in England, even joke candidates have to be members of the landed gentry. Even our joke candidates have to come from a lineage. Binface is actually pronounced Binface, and
it's going to be. I was going to ask Nish, is that to do with lineage? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's the lineage. It's the lineage.
Very good.
It's the lineage of Count Binface.
Now, let's not forget that Count Binface's royal status is only of a galactic nature, and he renounced any Earth title. So, don't worry. Not a real part of the landed gentry, although I guess technically the realest part, because he did literally landed on Earth, but then renounced his title. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Literally, yes, but also in practice, most certainly not. A bin of the people. You don't think Farage will lose? But wouldn't it be amazing if he did? And what if all of the... What if all... the thing is, it's a mono... bin. It's a one-on-one race. And what if all of the people who would either have voted Conservative, Labour, or Lib Dem, or Green, what if they all vote bin? I've heard the numbers bear it out that if that were to play out, he would win. Now, it's not clear that that's going to happen. It's not clear it's not going to happen. I'm not ready to rule it out. All right, back to Burnham.
It's Monday morning and it's a big day in Westminster. We're about to change Prime Minister. Sir Keir Starmer's leaving and Andy Burnham's taking over. And we're going to take you behind the scenes. It's a bit busier than normal. The world's media are here for the handover. As you can see, there's a big queue just to get into Downing Street.
Yes! Oh, God, the fanfare, the pageantry, the suspense. It's palpable. All right, let's go to a more sensible place. I've had enough BBC. I'm sorry. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
That's too much BBC for me. Let's go here. To a journalistic outlet with a brand new British, what do you call it? Wing? Office? Zateo. Mehdi Hassan and Shahab Khan discussing this new Prime Minister.
Hello, hello. Good evening, UK. I'm Mehdi Hassan. I'm joined by Zateo.
By the way, for anybody who obsesses over this sort of thing, I tried to do this sort of 8 hours ago. 9 hours ago. Live streamed.
UK's political editor, or I thought I was joined, but I just lost him. That's the beauty of live broadcast. We are live discussing for the next, I don't know, half an hour. Join us with your questions and comments. Andy Burnham becoming the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. Andy Burnham is now the Prime Minister of the UK. Former Mayor of Manchester, just got elected to Parliament, and he's immediately turned up in Parliament and got the top job. Keir Starmer quit.
Immediately, it's not sooner.
Andy Burnham became Prime Minister. Zateo UK launched at the same time. Now, there's a good time to launch a media outlet in the UK when it's got its new Prime Minister. Shab, can you hear me? Are you good?
I can. Sorry about that. Some slight tech issues on my part, but we are.
It's all right. There's a lot going on in the UK today. Tell us what we should make of this big news. This is a big deal. Britain has a new Prime Minister.
Is it a big deal?
You guys have got used to it.
Yeah, this is not particularly surprising given that we've had 7 prime ministers in just over 10 years. It's almost sadly become part of the norm. It's not supposed to be that way. Usually when a prime minister gets elected, they stay in office for expect at least a term. That's not really been the case. But Andy Burnham is now the prime minister. When we launched Zateo UK, he wasn't even an MP. When we soft launched, I should say. So it's been quite a very quick turnaround. He ran in the recent by-election. He won the recent by-election. But look, he was on the steps of Downing Street today. He delivered his very first address as Prime Minister. It was very different to what we'd seen before. But he did point out the fact that it has been an unusual time in British politics.
Let's play that clip.
I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you. And I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough. And we need to be better. We will be. We will make this...
Okay, sorry, I got distracted looking at my notifications on my phone. We don't need all this goddamn clip. Oh, sorry. I thought they were going to play the whole thing. Never mind.
This moment, a circuit breaker for Britain.
So, a circuit breaker for Britain, he says. It's big talk from Andy Burnham so far. He's really hit the rhetoric in terms of we're going to be different, we're going to change, we're going to take on neoliberalism. Meanwhile, the appointment so far, which we're going to come to, the big cabinet appointments, not sure they represent the same amount of change. He himself acknowledged that Britain has been a place where there's been a lot of political change, as you pointed out. I think we've got that clip where he acknowledges that he's the 7th Prime Minister. Let's play that.
I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution.
Big question then. Are we going to get an 8th Prime Minister anytime soon?
We shouldn't. Given the amount of support that Andy Burnham has at the moment, you would expect that he is able to cling on for at least a little while. We're not due an election for a while. He's got at least 2 or 3 years in him. He's said he's not going to call a snap election, so he should be in place for a little while. The question is now going to be how much time he is actually given. I think, weirdly, he doesn't actually have very...
He gives big Beto O'Rourke, Rogana, Gavin Newsom energy. Big time. Huge Gavin vibes. Although somehow less likable than all 3 of those guys. Or at least like and maybe this is just a difference between American and British politics, but just there's certainly nothing that grabs your attention about the guy. Like, he's exactly the sort of guy who gets lost in a crowd. He looks boring. Everything he says is boring. And like he's deeply forgettable. Like, if he wasn't just made the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I'd go back to forgetting him. But suffice to say, Zateo didn't seem either wowed or convinced by much that old Andy has presented up to now, although it hasn't been much, because once again, they still haven't released a manifesto or a plan, not even a concept of a plan for this new prime ministership. Whoopsies, I just did that? Really? I hate myself. Why did I do that just now? Oh.
Quo, and when you go against the status quo, there is significant pushback. If he tries not to do that, he will be accused of not delivering on his promises. He's going to find himself in a very tricky position. There's been one major pledge that we've heard today. On the steps of Downing Street, he said he's going to eradicate homelessness in the United Kingdom. We are the 5th richest country in the world. We should not have homelessness in the United Kingdom.
Let's play that clip. I think we've got that clip. Let's play it.
I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
It's a big pledge. I would point out a couple of things. One is, you said he's a serial winner. In recent years, he's been a serial winner. But of course, in 2015, he lost to Jeremy Corbyn. That was a shock. He was leading. He was the favourite. That was supposed to be his moment. And Corbyn, of course, as we know, upturned everything. Jeremy Corbyn's pledge, correct me if I'm wrong, Shiab, was to end rough sleeping. That was one of his big pledges if he became Prime Minister. This left-wing Labour leader who's no longer allowed to be in the Labour Party. Interesting, well, number one, that Andy Burnham made that pledge. Number two, I think we can pull up a graph from the Manchester Mill paper. As Mayor of Manchester, he also pledged to end homelessness in Manchester. He started off very well, if you look at that graph, 2017 to 2021, every year he brought it down. But in the last 4 years, it's gone up again. It's still lower than what he inherited, but it's nowhere near ended.
Yeah, this is the sort of follow-through to expect on these pledges from Andy. Not great. Not great. It had glimpses of greatness, then immediately mired in failure. Oh, that's not great. Homelessness, rough sleeping, returning to the highest level it had been since less than a year since Burnham was elected, originally making that claim. And that was 2025. Anyway, let's go here now to Owen Jones. See what he's got to say.
Oof, brutal. Andy Burnham has become Prime Minister of our fair land and engaged in a mass purge of the allies of Keir Starmer. That is the Prime Minister he de facto overthrew in a coup. He's also appointed someone as Chancellor, which I'm afraid to say is bad news for those who want an actual break with a broken economic model, to put into practice what Andy Burnham's actually promised, which is to end 4 decades of neoliberalism. I cannot see John Healey, we'll talk about him, doing any of that. And you know what? I've got to speak the truth here. I'm not here to just be a hatchet job merchant or whatever. But I'm not here to be deferential or to try and suck up to power. I'm here to try and speak the truth. With Keir Starmer, a lot of political journalism didn't see the red flags or decided to ignore the red flags when some of us could see them very clearly, which is why I'm going to do the same again. Doesn't mean it's going to end in the same way as Keir Starmer, but I am going to point out the red flags today. Now, Andy Burnham became Prime Minister with a speech promising the return of hope.
It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
You know what? It sounds compelling, uplifting even. And look, just the fact he can speak like a human being, unlike his predecessor, is probably going to give him something of an advantage. You know, and he's there, at least talking in a sense of a vision, what he wants to do with the country. That's in the abstract, and I must emphasise in the abstract. And understanding that politics has become about despair and fear and decline and stagnation. But lofty rhetoric and practice, policy, not the same thing. Now, there was one striking commitment.
We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
He followed this up by emailing Labour members, "We are going to end rough sleeping in this country at the first opportunity. People have told me it'll take decades, some say it's impossible. I'm not..."
He went through the doors and backed down at the first convenience. Whenever possible, let's end rough sleeping. I mean, wow. Everybody certainly noticed this pledge, it would seem. I mean, it's quite a pledge to end houselessness, rough sleeping, whatever you want to call it. I think even he knows there's going to be some struggles going forward on completing that. That said, I do give him all the best. Truly hope that he does solve that. I mean, at this point, I would take pledges here in the United States over what we have now, which is just criminalizing, criminalizing rough sleeping.
Parliament. So, we'll see. Will that mean there'll be some leeway to have some more investment? Alas, he has said he's not looking at raising the top rate of income tax. He said, I think it would just be premature to say that. Labour very unwisely ruled out such an increase on those who are well-to-do, income tax at the top. Again, we need to tackle inequality, but we also need to tackle the fact that the wealthy are booming whilst others are struggling. Now, he went on a big sacking spree. David Lammy, Deputy Prime Minister and former Foreign Secretary, he's out on him.
Yeah, good riddance, Lammy. Yeah, the decision to say this early that they're not going to raise taxes seems like a really odd move.
Of the economic situation Britain faced in terms of its debt, leading to the notorious International Monetary Fund bailout, which was not actually necessary and involved imposing swinging spending cuts, which were not.
You housed everyone in less than a Z week during COVID? Is that true? Did the United Kingdom solve homelessness during COVID? I'm actually unfamiliar with that. Did that happen? What happened after the COVID? They just kicked everybody out? What the fuck? It sounds like America. Fuck yeah! He ended child poverty overnight and then said, actually, we need a little child poverty.
A what now?
Necessary. That was because of Treasury groupthink. They were there pushing forward in terms of austerity. They're constantly pushing against policies which would deal with the decline and stagnation of this country. Now, Ed Miliband would have been able to face those down. Well, look, neither of them have become Chancellor, and instead it's gone to John Healey. He's the former Defence Secretary who resigned over defence spending. What does that mean? Well, look, I said I'd be fair and reasonable. I mean, as Defence Secretary, he renationalised the housing of the armed forces. That was a good thing. That could bode well for building council housing. I'll come on to that. He was also the Shadow Housing Secretary of Jeremy Corbyn when he, at the time, pushed the policy, which obviously Jeremy Corbyn was pushing overall as leader, to have a mass council house building programme, which is what Andy Burnham has been talking about. But if you want to dismantle 40 years of neoliberalism as this new leader, new Prime Minister Andy Burnham is committed to, is this the guy to do it? Absolutely not. There's no evidence at all that he has a compelling, radical, transformative economic vision. There's no evidence at all of kind of any real kind of interesting economic thinking from John Healey.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. I listened to all of these clips, which is why it took me so long today, because I was really trying to unpack what's going on here. Because I've been personally struggling to nail down what Andy Burnham's about. Because I hear these speeches from Andy, then I hear other people talk about him. I look at what's the substance of it, and and what's being claimed. It's just like things aren't like quite lining up on it. And it's clear that I'm not the only one having the same problem. Seems like everybody's looking at it and saying, well, he's making a lot of bold claims, which is good. But if you wanted to get those claims done, you'd put it the exact opposite of the people in charge that Andy is currently putting there. And, you know, his record on some of the things that he's claiming, like houselessness and or rough sleeping, is inconsistent with the claims he's making right now at best. Not that it's not a good goal. It's about execution, I think, rather than the aspirations. The child poverty comparison is perfect. Well, it's all I get is the very first thing that came to mind. I was like, oh yeah, we did that. I remember now. we did a very similar thing. And then we were like, you know what? We prefer hungry children rather than children with food.
To be fair, that's a bit more related to defence, which Yvette Cooper is now taking over, having been shifted over from foreign, which Ed Miliband's taken over. But nonetheless, obviously, he has input into that and will help shape the relationship between Britain and the US. And actually expect him to be a much more powerful foreign secretary than most, because Andy Burnham's not that interested in foreign affairs compared to domestic policy, whilst Keir Starmer wanted to kind of grandstand as a global statesman. The danger, though, with Ed Miliband being shifted there, not just not being Chancellor, is given he was in charge of climate policy and actually was doing good stuff there, that was one good part of this government, it takes away one transformative-minded domestic minister away. That's the issue. The other point about what does this mean for climate, because Donald Trump tweeted the other day, the people of Aberdeen and Scotland are dancing in the streets because the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has stated that he will be opening up all the way the invaluable North Sea oil. Well, that's what it sounds like it's going to happen. So,
yeah, and this is the thing that I was talking about the other day. I don't remember what day it was. Might have been Saturday or Friday. But I was talking about this during the environmental portion of the stream, since it looked like Andy was going, it was all but, all but a handshake, a kiss of the royal ring away from being the prime minister. So we were talking about, what his environmental policy might look like. And this is the exact concern that I was saying, is that this guy, some people seem to think that this guy is going to go out there and drill baby drill all of the supposed national oil deposits that are mostly in the sea. And it does seem like those concerns were potentially correct, although it hasn't come to fruition yet. It's all this technology people have been working on. Instead, they're just going to embrace oil, which is honestly, is not just the United Kingdom who's doing this sort of thing right now in the wake of the oil crisis. It's just disappointing. That's all.
All the way the invaluable North Sea oil. Well, that's what it sounds like it's going to happen. So a retreat on questions of climate. I mean, we've just gone through rolling heat waves in this country. I mean, we are in so much trouble. And the polling shows that people want us to stick by net zero targets, not least the sorts of voters who Labour is interested in. And it makes economic sense. It's about investing in the jobs of the future. But again, we'll see what happens. But that doesn't look good. It's also not good that Shabana Mahmood remains as Home Secretary. That means that the anti-migrant policies of this government will continue. Now, he's due to set out cost of living promises, and we'll see what that actually means, because obviously we've gone through the worst cost of living crisis in modern history in this country. Wages have been squeezed for the longest period since the Battle of Waterloo. Millions of people are no better off than they were about 2 decades ago in this country. And it's an absolute calamitous situation we're in. But that can only...
An absolute calamitous situation, says Owen Jones. It does seem a bit calamitous over there in the United Kingdom. It doesn't feel like Andy is coming with a big, bold change. If anything, it seems like a big, bold same. but I can't wait to be proven wrong. Really looking forward to that. End of neoliberalism in the United Kingdom. Jones gives a good. I thought he gave a good synopsis as well. I think everybody had good points, at least of the independent news. Even Channel 4 had a good couple of reasonable takes in there. BBC, good production value. Paid for by the British taxpayer. I'll give them that much. Okay. Well, let's wrap up this discussion. With a somewhat pessimistic tone. Global news 12 hours ago. Quote unquote, a lost cause. Some UK residents skeptical of new PM Andy Burnham.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government.
Andy Burnham becomes Britain's 7th Prime Minister in the decade following Brexit, promising to rewire the nation to focus more clearly on issues people care about, such as a cost of living crisis and poorly performing services. Once Burnham has unveiled his cabinet, which is already the subject of much debate in the ruling Labour Party, he will have a long list of problems, ranging from underperforming utility firms to struggling economic growth.
Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work. It's about putting the right values and the right. I ask you all to pull with me.
The weirdest thing about him is that nobody really knows who he is.
It's change. We're going to have to see how it goes. I don't really know him very well, so I'll be interested to learn more about his policies and what he's got planned.
I think there's quite a bit of still uncertainty. You know, we don't know what he's bringing on board. Personally, I'm just surprised with how many prime ministers we've had in the past couple of years, so I'm just hoping that he will just take up the mantle and do what's best for the people.
I think it's a lost cause. I think we've all seen over the last couple of years of what the Labour government's done. I think it's just the same thing. If not, I think it could be worse and stuff.
Oh, there you go. A ringing lack of endorsement from those Brits. Now, one Brit has been watching over all of this for over a decade. One prime minister after the next sitting aloft his little throne. Stoop, really. Step? What do you call it in Britain? I'm talking about the occupant of the front step of 10 Downing Street and the rest of it, the official mouser, Larry the Cat. Where is he?
I don't think there'll be any issues, but I mean, mostly because he's seen it all before, and he's well used to all of this, and he's spent time with Rishi Sunak's dog, so I'm sure Andy Burnham, when he brings his dog Axel in, shouldn't be a problem. And hopefully Mr. Burnham will also understand and respect that Larry has been there forever, and he's the boss, so, you know, whatever Larry says goes.
I don't know about you, but Larry the Cat's one of my favorite British political figures. He's been around for 15 long years. Lasted much longer than any old prime minister. Seen at least 7 of them, I think. Maybe more. He's... How many since 2011? A lot. He's been mousing, although, to be fair, he hasn't done a lot of mousing. But certainly been more productive than any of the other occupants of 10 Downing Street. Much cuter, too.
Been there forever, and he's the boss. So, you know, whatever Larry says goes.
Is this the end of rats in Downing Street?
He's the most stable thing in British politics, and you know, no matter you know what prime minister comes in, Larry's always been seen as this stable character that people look up to, and people kind of feel as like the night watchman of Downing Street.
It's exactly what he is. He's the night watchman of Downing Street. Oh, Larry. Larry's been here through thick and thin. Through the best of times and the worst of times. My feline hero. Larry for Prime Minister. Or maybe Binface for Prime Minister. Larry is Commerce Secretary. I don't know, something like that. Can he work a calculator with the pause? Either way, he deserves some sort of honorary position. Larry is the only stability we have in politics. That's not true. I'm here. I haven't given up. Never forget.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
What am I? Am I chopped liver? Mashed peas to you. He's about his career. The cat? Or Burnham? I assume Burnham. It's quite a jump in his career. Not that much. Is it really after 5 a.m. already? Good God. How long have we been going? 6.5? Oh, I started late as shit tonight. That's right. I forgot. I started super late. That's totally on me. Okay. Now that's it on the Prime Ministerial update for you, Space Fams. Hopefully you feel slightly more educated on the topic. I feel like America, we don't pay attention to what's happening in the United Kingdom, and it's not fair. That's not fair. We should care. We should care, in fact, about everything that's happening outside of our country. You know? We're all on one planet. We need the solidarity, as they call it. Now, with mid-July comes a strange holiday. Half Christmas.
A what now?
Well, some people call it half Christmas. At least I know of some who celebrate this ridiculous holiday. And all of the Santa Clauses have apparently convened in Denmark for some sort of horrifying plan.
Er færdig pinden jo ikke.
Okay, that is literally all I can handle of this. I am sorry. But this is the 2026 Santa Congress. I'm sorry, the World Santa Claus Congress is the official title. A Merry July from Denmark. This is somehow worse than SantaCon. But this was one of the clips I was going to play for Sunday Fun Day. I take that back. I love SantaCon. There's nothing wrong with it. And it's totally normal. Run around. Drunk. In a Santa costume. Even though it's not Christmas. You only celebrate half holidays? Wow. Anyway, I take it back. SantaCon has good things to it. Better elements to this. This is ridiculous. Why do we need a Santa Congress? Is that necessary? What is that doing for everyone? At least SantaCon's close to Christmas. It's not on Christmas, which just sort of drags the holiday out even longer. But this July, why? Why, Denmark? But to each their own. Not going to question it. I'm going to let Denmark do their thing. We've been threatening Greenland a lot. So they deserve have a little fun. Yeah. We're going to go to the Middle East in a second. That's coming up real quick. But before we do that, I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. Because this came out 12 days ago on Democracy Now! I was going to do it on Sunday Fun Day, but today is Monday Fun Day. Monday Fun Day, everybody. Unfortunately, this is the least, which is why I think for the last 2 weeks it hasn't made it into a Sunday Fun Day story. It's just not fun. No. No. Let's talk about Sudan, a place that we don't talk about enough. But I think we talk about it more than a lot of people. Where millions still remain displaced. One of the biggest, in fact, I think still the biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet. Has been for years now. Displacement crisis. Hunger crisis. Of course, there's been ethnic cleansings, other sorts of war crimes, crimes against humanity in the last 3.5. How long has this been going for? However long this has been going for. Let's talk about the secret network that is funding one side of this bloody and horrifying civil war.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn to Sudan, where the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has warned another humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan's besieged city of El Obeid. The UN Human Rights Council held an emergency session last week as fighting intensified between the Sudanese army and the UAE-backed paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, which are vying for control of the North Kordofan state capital. UN experts have urged the international community to prevent widespread atrocities similar to what was witnessed in al-Fasher after it was seized by the RSF. Already, UN fact-finding missions have documented summary executions, abductions, torture, and sexual violence in Kordofan. Over 11,000 people, including more than 5,500 children, have been displaced from El Obeid in the last 2 weeks, according to Save the Children. And in the United Kingdom, a top human rights investigator said the British government was uniquely positioned to stop a genocidal massacre carried out by the RSF in Sudan's al-Fasher, but failed to do so over economic interests and diplomatic ties with the United Arab Emirates, which is accused of backing the RSF. Nathaniel Raymond of the Humanitarian Research Lab at the Yale School of Public Health submitted testimony to the UK, Parliament detailing his team's efforts to warn of the threats. This is a portion of his comments.
I will speak personally and I will speak bluntly. My outrage at institutional failure in the face of preventable genocidal killing, I see as a duty to stay angry, as the obituary and the memorial for these people. They deserve someone to be angry for them.
We turn now to a new investigation from Lighthouse Reports, Evident, Sudan War Monitor, and Der Spiegel that has uncovered how the United Arab Emirates supports a secret network of military training camps for the RSF that enables them to continue their deadly war in Sudan. This is a clip from the documentary called Inside the Secret Network Fueling Sudan's War. In this clip, journalist Julia Steers of Lighthouse Reports is at the border of Libya and Sudan reporting on the UAE-backed RSF training camps supported also by the Libyan National Army, or LNA, a militia in eastern Libya.
Analysts say that weapon smuggling at this border has surged by up to 3 times pre-war levels. And it's not just a trafficking route. We're on patrol about 50 miles south of Kufra, and they want us to go back to the checkpoint, but we know that there's an RSF camp about 30 miles in that direction. And even though they say there's nothing going on out here, we actually saw on satellite images as recently as a couple of days ago that there is activity over at the camp. Equipment and troops from this training camp have been linked to critical RSF battles.
When did this actually start? I just want to make sure I have this correct. It's just like all these fucking conflicts are like blending into fucking... ...2023. Yeah, so it's been more than 3 years. It's insane. Yeah. It's like 3.5 years or something like that. Almost exactly. This has been going on for so long. This conflict, the Ukraine war. I mean, the Gaza genocide. The cleansing campaign there started nearly 3 years ago now. That anniversary is coming up in like 3 months. It's just disturbing how many multiple years long, bloody, horrifying conflicts. And let's not forget Myanmar, which we do all the time. Another thing I feel like we talk about more here than a lot of places, but I still feel like I am constantly not talking enough about. But there are still 2 million people ethnically cleansed from that country living in either Bangladesh or Laos, and an untold number of millions of people inside the country fighting a fucking bloody sectarian guerrilla-style civil war against the fucking military junta, which is pretending to be a democracy. It's fucking, like, it's oh my god. Why is everything getting so much worse on the planet? Oh. But I'll bet if you asked any normal person who doesn't watch the Galactic News Network regularly, I bet they would struggle to name half of those conflicts that I just named. And they've been going on for years. Like, especially, like, Gaza, Ukraine, people are more tuned into those two. But Sudan and Myanmar, nobody's talking about these things. Let's not forget the United Arab Emirates, who is being accused here of, and that's not, I mean, this has been going on for a while. This is just a very well done documentary that, using investigative journalism, has compiled evidence that is, I think, irrefutable here. But, like, we've talked about how the United Arab Emirates is funding this, a U.S. ally, right, is funding the RSF, who has been accused of the most war crimes in this conflict, although not the only war crimes, but the most, by far. But the SAF has committed war crimes too, technically, on a number of occasions. They're backed by, I think, like Russia and Iran and Egypt. But fact is I think the SAF has the most legitimacy. If you they're the ones who have essentially kept the banner of the former government, while the RSF has created its own, right? And in my opinion, that's, like, granted, there's been, like, the whole thing stems from military infighting. It was already, like, military dictatorship. Like, that's part of the problem here, is because the aims of the two warring factions are not democracy or freedom for anyone. In my opinion, that's part of the huge problem here. It's like both sides want military power. And like, everyone else is being forgotten. But, like, the evidence here is undeniable. UAE is, like, from what I can tell, UAE is clearly funding this thing. They are, and we know what they've been accused of. It's fucking atrocious, inexcusable type of shit. Like, at the peak of this conflict, it hasn't improved very much. There's, like, 20 million, like, internally displaced, or, like, was it 10 million? 10 million internally displaced, 20 million under near famine condition. Like, people have been starving and, like, running for years now. It's out of control. The human suffering is at a fucking 11 here. It just needs to stop. Right, but they're happening in brown people's countries. Yes, good point, Mitty. These conflicts, Myanmar, Sudan, they're brown countries. Not like Israel and Ukraine. Yeah. But this is why I refuse to change the format of the show. Right? This is why we do it the way we do it. We started off with the U.S. news when the most U.S. people are awake, and we continue talking about everything else through the rest of the night till everybody else wakes up. Hopefully some Americans are still here through it all. Because I think, to me, that's been one of the big issues that I've been most worried about. It's just, like, how tuned out America is to this kind of stuff that's happening. and like what it takes to get them like focused on it. It's just crazy. It's out of control. Like we're so self-centered when it comes to the news. It's a real problem. It's a real problem for honestly for everyone else, right? Like, because we're the ones dropping the most bombs, selling the most bombs. The UAE wants the gold. Is that true? Is there a lot of gold deposits in the Sudan? That aspect of this, I wasn't considering. When I think about gold in Africa, I think about the Congo. It's like like I know there's gold all over the planet and all over the continent. I just don't think of Sudan as being minerally rich. I guess it's hard to notice through all the conflicts. Speaking of conflict, tonight marked the 10th night in a row the United States unleashed strikes, missiles, bombs, and other attacks on Iran. Like I said, like 10 nights ago, this thing's over. More than 10 nights ago, actually. I think I said like at least like a couple weeks ago now. That memorandum is done. Oh, never have I been less pleased to be correct about that. Although I am glad to some degree that the media is at least accepting these facts. Because for a while there, if you recall, literally everybody was just continuing to try and pretend like the Memorandum of Understanding still applied to reality. Not that long, like a week ago. There's like, can the memorandum hold? It's like, what are you talking about? We're in the, what? Have you seen the other news? I know you're doing this news story right now, but have you looked at the other stories at all? Is there a primary today? Chewy, good point. I might not sleep today, this morning, like I was planning. God damn it, what do I do? Yeah, there's a primary today, Arizona. That's why I posted that video yesterday and last week talked about it and talked about the Arizona election. This is the one and only July election. God damn it, I hope today goes well. Knock on space wood. Oh, everybody. Who we got today? Arizona's first, Rick McCartney. Arizona's third, Yasmin Ansari. Arizona's fourth, Kai Newkirk. Arizona's fifth, Elizabeth Lee. Arizona's seventh, Arlita Grijalva. And Arizona's eighth, Raymond Keeler. These are the galactically approved and or recommended candidates in this election. All the other House races, no primaries. Same thing for the Senate. Or governor, whatever it is. No primary there either. But thank you for reminding me that. Somehow I already forgot since last night when I posted the video. Probably because I've been focused on all the other news. But yes, today's primary day. The Galacticam. I gotta do a Galactic Election Cam stuff tonight. Jesus. Okay. Good reminder, Chewy. Good reminder. Oh, God. Did you cover the radioactive contamination? No. Send me a link in the Discord. I didn't. I did not. Oh, I'll try to look into that. Christ. Yawning. Okay. God, I'm like at maximum pressure right now. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube if you appreciate the content. Consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. Things like Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon all really help us out. Keep me alive, keep me from going homeless, and allow me to keep bringing you this kind of content on the regular, or as regularly as I can possibly manage, while also managing my mental and physical health. Something that's been a struggle recently. Oh, I'm not stressed out, I'm fine. Actually, I'm fine. Actually, I sound like I'm complaining, but what I'm actually saying is everything's great. All right, let's talk about the last couple of days in the Middle East, because it's been...
Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, suffice to say, it's been rather eventful. And in the worst possible ways. Things like reports of the United States hiding troop deaths. One that happened on Monday, which we found about through Kyle Kalinske the other day. Then reports of 2 more U.S. service members supposedly killed over the weekend. And when I said Monday, I meant last Monday. A whole week ago. Like 8 days ago from now. Like it was... Right? Like you didn't hear about that, did you? No, but it happened. And we found out about 2 more U.S. troops supposedly killed over the weekend. Or at the end of the week, sorry, like I think Friday it had to have been, based upon the way the DOD deals with these things. 2 U.S. service members supposedly killed in Jordan and 1 missing after an Iranian attack in this country we've been talking about because, of course, I've been saying Iran is going to focus on Jordan, take out the radar infrastructure there, which was the last line of defense at this point for Israel. In terms of early detection, without that, they'd be sitting duck as the Iron Dome has completely failed in preventing Iranian attacks. I think this is honestly not just due to the loss of the lives of these soldiers, but also the military significance of these attacks. I think this is important.
And we're just going to bring you some breaking news now. A statement from CENTCOM about the recently fallen and also missing U.S. service members. Well, the statement reads the following. On July the 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordan hospitals, and they have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty, and out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of these fallen warriors until...
This was the first inkling that we got of this. Al Jazeera posting first for anybody else. Yeah, and CENTCOM confirming these strikes.
2 more US service members have been killed in military action against Iran, and a 3rd service member is missing. US Central Command, which is responsible for American military activity.
Help GSL. Wait, what? What do you need my help for? Wait, are you telling people to help me? Oh, I think I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I appreciate that. Although I have to say, everybody, we have an update. I was going to post it, but I just didn't have time. I appreciate you all. I see all of your posts coming through, and honestly, they're giving me strength. So they are doing something. They're making me feel a warm and fuzzy feeling inside. I love you all very much, and your thoughts and feelings about this channel and my efforts are inspiring. But we've received a decision from YouTube. We will not be getting remonetized. I have the option to appeal that decision, and if that appeal is denied, I will not be able to reapply for another 90 days after that. So October, mid-October, late October, effectively. They've completely changed the reason why I'm demonetized now, though, which is fascinating. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. This is the 3rd reason for why we've been demonetized since April, or whenever it was that we got demonetized. First, it was inauthentic, low effort, then unsatisfying and or off-putting. And now they're just saying it's reused content with little to no educational value added. Little to no commentary or educational value added. As if. I'm pretty sure most people wish I would stop talking sometimes. I'm pretty sure most people are like, God damn it, StreamLord, would you shut the fuck up? Okay, you keep talking, you keep saying words. I'd also like to hear from the supposed experts for a second. Well, this is the fine dance that I must dance. But they're suggesting that I'm somehow, like, you know, just like slop tube regurgitating content. Like, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You know, it's crazy. No. At this point, I know that it's not some sort of right-wing attack. It's YouTube. I don't know what I did to piss off people at fucking YouTube, but they're coming at me, and they'll just they just changing reasons. They're just changing reasons. They changed the reason in the middle. Like, just to be clear, what happened? We got demonetized in April. Right? We continued to have the channel. I've continued to stream the whole time, but we haven't been making money on YouTube. 2 weeks ago, or like a week and I don't remember exactly when it was, but like 2 weeks ago, I noticed recently, I go on to look at my monetization options, which has just been this sort of fruitless endeavor I just keep doing in some sort of masochistic ritual. To pain myself over it further, to look at the little yellow cone, little orange traffic cone, and tells me I can't be monetized. I looked at it, and they had changed the reasoning, right? They had changed it from the original reason, which was supposedly inauthentic or low effort, right? They changed that, switch it up to a completely different reason without telling me, without emailing me. I only found out about it because I looked. And, you know, no heads up. But it's like they convicted me of robbery, and then halfway through, they're like, actually, you're an embezzler. And we changed the conviction without a trial. Then I reapplied for monetization yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever day it was, like 2 days ago. And they come back with a completely different reason for why we're demonetized now. called reused content. It's insane. They can't decide on what we're doing wrong, but they just know I'm doing something wrong. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
There's some sort of like concerted effort to shut down the glorious Galactic News Network. I won't let it happen. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I got that. Never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
All right. Let's go here next to Al Jazeera from yesterday.
The Central Command says 2 soldiers have been killed in a...
Yep.
in attacks on the country. CENTCOM says the service member died attempting a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone from those strikes. 2 U.S. soldiers were also killed in Jordan on Friday after these...
Don't you think it could come as some astroturfed right-wing attempt to cut down on small leftist creators? It could be, but it has to be happening internally at YouTube, right? It has to be happening internally at YouTube somehow. It's not people flagging the content. Because I've been looking through, you can't flag content for being inauthentic or off-putting or reused. That's an internal YouTube determination.
attacks on the base there. A third is missing. CENTCOM says unidentified remains have been found at the location of the strike. If verified, that would mean 4 U.S. soldiers would have been killed in Iranian attacks on Saturday. Now, there's growing alarm as civilian targets are hit in Iran as well as the broader Gulf region. Kuwait's foreign ministry has condemned an Iranian strike on one of its water desalination plants. It's called it a violation of international law.
Illegal.
Yeah. As things have been heating up, war crimes have been happening. But it's not just Iran committing them. It's both Iran and the United States. And now other nations are getting caught up in it because they've been host to U.S. war activities for years and throughout the entire conflict. And, you know, over a week ago, I think, right? When was it? Somebody tell me. When was it? Hold on. Now I have to look at my own channel. So sometimes it comes down to this when I want to be like, make sure, like the best way for me to know is to just look at the channel. Over a week ago, 8 days ago, the United States struck a water facility in Iran. And then, of course, you know, a few days ago was Bridge and Power Plant Day. Although we didn't do the power plants yet. But we struck like, 3 different, or like multiple, I don't remember exactly the number, but like multiple bridges. Bridges, they're clearly multiple use, but mostly civilian. That people like CNN tried to justify for us. And what we're witnessing is just a complete devolution back to where things were, where, yeah, we were every single day we were watching more and more fucking war crimes. And honestly, the Gulf is not gonna, I mean, everything that I'm looking at suggests to me that the Gulf's just gonna be seeing more of this and the worst of it, right? Because they're the ones that are most proximate to this, that count as U.S. targets to some degree. And, or at least, you know, as has been the state of play up to now, they are going to be at the brunt of Iran's retaliations on the United States. When they can't hit U.S. vessels, they're going to go for U.S. bases, or both. They've been doing both, actually. But they've been threatening of worse than this. We heard the IRGC and the Supreme Leader, even some of the elected parliamentarians, the more diplomatic types in Iranian government calling for severe retaliation, vocalized in different ways. Basically, a lot of threats coming out and a lot of follow through on those threats from what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing threats and then people following through on those threats. Now, a video of the supposed strike that hit the American base in Jordan, killing 2 troops, circulating the interwebs yesterday. That was it. You can see 2 separate strikes. One that went across the skyline to a different target. One that landed literally right next to this person holding a camera. And that would have been from about 4 or 5 days ago. Now, new strikes in Jordan, seen here in this clip from the AP from 13 hours ago, causing air raid sirens to go off in Amman. Yeah, less dramatic video, but you can hear that air raid siren going on in the background. And this, the sound of air raid sirens, once again, another sign, in my opinion, of our return to where things were at the beginning of all this. The only thing that has not come to fruition yet, which I've been saying now for days, maybe more than a week, because I think that's around the time that Israel said it. But the only thing that hasn't happened is Israel's return to this conflict between them and Iran. Now, of course, they're still technically fighting a war with an Iranian proxy, which we've been reminded of their proxiness like 2,000 times over the last 3 years, but has been now deemed not proxy enough for it to be part of this other conflict that's going on right next door. The Lebanon thing has been going on for as long as the rest of, the broader Middle East conflict that we've been watching for the last fucking 3 years. We've been told that they're intrinsically interlinked with Iran, and then all this comes about, and all of a sudden they're not, and those are two different conflicts. Okay, if you say so, it doesn't make any sense, but okay. I guess my broader point is that, like, we have been watching this thing drag on and, like, sort of fester and have the media and the powers that be, the president and everybody else tell us that we're doing ceasefire stuff and peace stuff, while all the evidence said we're not doing that. Now we're back to doing all of that stuff. And we've all been participating in these non-peace related activities this whole time, especially Israel. But really, not just them. But the one thing that hasn't linked back up is Israel's and Iran's direct conflict. Right? And that's basically what we're waiting, or I'm waiting for. To be like, okay, we're literally there now. Not just in spirit, but now we're actually back there. But like I said, like a week ago, Israel was saying, hey, if you need us, we're totally down for bombing Iran again. America. Okay. And yet the AI philosophy channels never get clapped. It's true. Yep. I sit here doing my show. It's fine. I see the irony. Not lost on me. All right. Let's go here. CNN, 20 hours ago. Iran war. Trump responds as a third U.S. troop killed.
This is ridiculous.
This is number 17. This is number 17. You know, I really hate that I said that. The thing that I said that turned out to be right, but I literally said it. I said, just do the math. This thing's been going for 5 months. We got 16 people dead. That's like 3 people a month. There's no way that this thing continues that we're not going to see more people dead. Especially with the kinds of promises Iran's making over there. And here we go, immediately, if not sooner. Like 48 hours since I said that. Another U.S. soldier dead. In no way does this bring me any satisfaction to be right. Would have rather have Trump surrender and be wrong.
New details about the U.S. troops killed in the fighting there. At least 17 Americans have died since the war started. This weekend, CENTCOM says one service member was killed in northern Iraq while trying to detonate a downed Iranian attack drone, and remains have been recovered in Jordan amid the search for a service member still missing after an Iranian attack that left 2 others dead. And just moments ago, the Pentagon identified those 2 soldiers who were killed in Jordan. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas. President Trump spoke about the losses.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost.
This guy is a sick, sick man. Did anybody pick up on what he's basically doing there? He's basically, in the wake of these deaths of these 2 U.S. soldiers, who he is the commander-in-chief of, he said, look, listen, they're dead, but they were fighting to prevent nukes in Iran. So when you think about it, they're probably really happy. They're probably very happy to be dead because Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. Actually, when you think about it, this is probably what they wanted. To die, stopping Iran from having a nuke.
everything almost militarily.
He's a sick man.
Let's get to Kevin
He's a
Liptak
sick man.
live at the White House.
Militarily, when you think about it, they're probably thrilled to be dead because we're doing a great job. He's a sick, disgusting human being. Why he says the words he says, ever, I don't know. I don't ever fucking know. How you can say that with a straight face, beyond me.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Old Emperor Cheeto just saying it's the sickest possible things. When you think about it militarily, the deaths of these two soldiers, kind of a win-win.
Latest reaction from there. Good morning, Kevin.
Yeah, this has been one of the deadliest stretch of days since this war began almost 4 months ago, really ratcheting up the cost for Americans, but also deepening the quandary for President Trump. And the death toll does appear likely to rise. CENTCOM saying that it's still working to identify remains that were found at the site of that attack on Jordan. They say that 2 service members had been killed when they came under attack from Iranian missiles and drones.
Well, there you have it. 1 service member dead in Iraq, 2 dead in Jordan, 1 still missing in action. But that may be the person, the unidentified remains that they have found. Senseless loss of life in the pursuit of more senseless loss of life. War whose goals will never be achieved via the means we are attempting to achieve them with. This is continuing to be waged unilaterally, effectively, by the president, unchecked by the rest of the government. 19 is too young to have voted for Trump. That's a good point. Although they may have been a Trump supporter, but yeah, too young to have voted for Trump, I think. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Good mathing, BCAT. Real sick, sad world that we got. Needs a lot of fixing. Needs a lot of fixing, Space Vams. Are you that, Space Vams? Are you that human to save humanity? Because it feels like it needs some saving. I'm just asking randomly, just checking in. I feel like oftentimes we don't take the moment to just ask ourselves questions like this. Anyway. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news. According to them, Pentagon has been coming out with a lot of denials on all of the very well-documented claims of them hiding casualties during this war. Actually, I'm just going to read this freaking Forbes breaking news of the Forbes article this is based on anyway. It's the same freaking thing. It's just easier. After report, dozens... Whoop. What is happening? Are you being a dick to me? I just said this was going to be easier, and now you're ruining that plan. You realize that, right? You realize that, right? Alright, fuck you. Forbes. Write that down. Your site sucks. Pentagon denies hiding injury stats after report dozens were hurt in undisclosed Iran strikes. The Pentagon denied on Monday that it has failed to disclose complete statistics on the number of U.S. service members injured in the Iran war after the New York Times reported earlier in the day that dozens of U.S. service members were hurt in 3 undisclosed Iranian strikes last week, citing unnamed U.S. officials. Department of Defense spokesperson Sean Parnell said the Pentagon, quote-unquote, rejects these baseless and malicious accusations of hiding injury numbers, quote-unquote, with a screenshot of the Times' report, accusing the paper of attempting to, quote, further distress the American people. Wait, hold on. Wait. Quote, further distress the American people in the wake of the 3 service members killed in action. Oh, how dare you, New York Times, for trying to further distress the American people with questions and words. After this disturbing report. I think I'm going to get paywalled on the New York Times report, too. Aren't I? Am I? Am I not? If I don't, I'll read this. I just was assuming this one would get paywalled because the New York Times is especially paywall-y. Okay, hey, look, if you don't want to do that, I will read this because this is compelling journalism. This is even better. All right, here's the New York Times report. Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in... Hey, stop that. Everybody stop it. Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in Iran war. On social media, the Pentagon said later on Monday that the number of U.S. military casualties from Iranian attacks since July 7th had risen to nearly 100. By Eric Schmidt, July 20th. In the week leading up to the Iranian attack on Friday that killed 2 U.S. soldiers and left 1 service member missing in Jordan, Iran carried out 3 other strikes against U.S. forces in the country. Those attacks injured dozens of U.S. service members and damaged several helicopters, according to several U.S. officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. The Pentagon did not disclose the earlier strikes, nor the casualties and damage they inflicted. Yet later, on Monday, on social media, its chief spokesperson said that the number of U.S. military casualties from Iranian attacks since July 7 had suddenly risen to nearly 100. The episode from this weekend is the latest example during the Iranian conflict of the tension between what the Pentagon says is the need for operational security and the government's obligation to inform the public about the conduct of the war. In statements after airstrikes against Iranian military sites last week, U.S. Central Command said it was retaliating for Iran's attacks against commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz, never mentioning Iran's strikes on bases in the region, including in Jordan. Central Command is not required to release information about injured service members, especially when they quickly return to duty, said a U.S. military official. Moreover, another U.S. military official added, why would the Pentagon divulge information that could help Iran zero in on its deadly ballistic missiles and drone attacks in Jordan and other bases in the Middle East, where thousands of American troops are stationed? Central Command has also stopped announcing how many sites in Iran it hits every day for the same reason, says U.S. officials. Oh, so they're just not telling us anything because of war. I see. So because war, the military can no longer tell us what's happening, how many people are dying or getting injured as a result of this war that we're paying for. We're all just to expect and assume that they are conducting themselves with honor and dignity and not, I don't know, failing in a shameful manner and or incurring a great number of casualties or committing any number of war crimes. Or I mean, it's crazy that, like, look, this is fine because we're not going to tell you anything anymore about what we do because it's not helping. We got to do this whole thing secret, even after the fact. The whole thing's got to be a complete secret. You know, this is really just in line with everything else we've seen out of the Department of Defense. right? I mean, they made everybody sign a loyalty pledge earlier. This is just sort of following with the tradition that they have started. Tradition of complete secrecy and no transparency. Just march in line, take orders, loyalty. It's all we're allowed now, Space Fams. Always remember that. We don't deserve journalism anymore, apparently. We don't deserve we don't deserve to know what our government's doing with our tax dollars, okay? They're too busy using them.
Kevin, I know you have new reporting that the U.S. is sending additional military aircraft to the Middle East right now.
Yeah, and this coming as the president is weighing whether to widen this conflict. Now the U.S. sending additional F-16 and F-35 fighter jets from bases in Europe towards the Middle East. The U.S. is also increasing the number of aerial refueling tankers that are in the region, all as these tensions escalate with Iran. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it had carried out the 9th consecutive night of strikes against that country. You see both sides of this increasingly going after some very sensitive civilian infrastructure, including water desalination plants. The U.S. has been hitting roads and bridges in southern Iran. But at the same time, I think what these deaths over the weekend really underscore is that Iran has retained some fairly significant missile and drone capabilities, kind of puncturing the president's claims of total military dominance.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, anybody with any sense knew that Trump's claims about total military dominance were complete garbage. For all of the, because of all of the evidence that we could see with our eyes and hear with our ears. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence that precluded Trump's claims and followed them as well. That completely contradicted everything that he's had to say about Iran's military the last 5 months. Now, honestly, anybody still hanging on to any of that at this point is fucking living in an alternate universe. Like, anybody who actually thinks that Iran's military has been decimated, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I literally don't even know what to say to you. Anyways, if you didn't catch that, the United States is sending more F-16 and F-35s. Just a reminder. F-16 costs $80 million a piece to build. F-35s cost $100 million a piece to produce. So billions of dollars you would expect in planes heading out to Operation Epstein Fury. Now, Donald Trump had some pretty disturbing threats earlier on Monday for Iran. Here's BBC News. Like 12 hours ago.
Hello, I'm Martine Croxall. This is the Iran War Today, our briefing that brings you up to date with all you need to know on the US-Iran war. Let's start with some of today's key developments. A 9th consecutive night of strikes.
Is the video? Oh, how long has it been like that? I think I know. I think I know how long. I'm sorry. How are you the first person to mention this? Anyway, thank you, Paul, for the, yep, volume up, redo.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Hello, I'm Martine Croxall. This is the Iran War Today, our briefing that brings you up to date with all you need to know
on the US-Iran war. Let's start with some of today's key developments. A ninth consecutive night of strikes. The US says it targeted Iranian missile and drone launch sites as well as communication networks. The US president says the attacks are in honour of 3 US troops killed in recent days. It's emerged that 2 of those 3 US service members were killed in Iranian strikes on a US base in Jordan. The third was killed after an Iranian attack in northern Iraq. Iran has retaliated once again, firing at US interests in the Gulf. Both Kuwait and Bahrain have reported incoming fire. Meanwhile, oil rises to its highest price in a month after Iran said it had also attacked 2 oil tankers trying to transit through the Strait of...
Okay. Let's go to the threats from the president. Here we go. Cyclone Cheeto. Emperor Cheetamus.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Strikes were in their honour and that ongoing attacks were aimed at further degrading Iran's missile and drone capabilities.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
Almost all gone.
They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the strait. They don't control anything.
Does that sound like completely decimated? A little missiles, a little drones, a little manufacturing. It only sounds a little decimated. In fact, I don't think you can be a little decimated. So not at all decimated. It's either decimated or not decimated. Definitely not decimated, it sounds like.
They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2.
It is one of them. He outdoes himself like every other minute for utter depravity. But what in the shit? Have you ever heard a leader, let alone a president of the United States, say that we just did a military airstrike in honor of a soldier or anyone? Just wrap your mind around that for a second. We just did an airstrike in honor of someone. Not for a military objective, but for honor? What in the shit are we doing? Please somebody explain to me what we're doing. We're doing strikes in honor now? In the honor of things? What the fuck does that mean? Somebody make it make sense to my brain. Oh, it hurts. Oh, this one hurt my brain when I heard this one. I just was beside myself. I'm still, as you can tell, beside myself. I'm struggling to first A, interpret what the fuck that means, and B, why? Why would we be doing such a thing? You must see my quandary. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. None of it. We're doing honor strikes now? What? By the end of this thing, we'll be doing strikes in the name of Jesus. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God.
That's in the Bible.
Like, that's one step away from just being like, this one is for Jesus. This is for my homeboy JC, who people like a lot. Some say almost as much as me. That's by Christmas. Praise be to Allah. I'm literally, I'm hoping that doesn't actually happen, but you can't tell me that that's not far off from where we're at right now. Honor strikes. The most farcical possible thing I've heard all day. Honor strikes. Get the fuck out of here. What a farce. What a fucking farce. This whole goddamn thing is a goddamn clown show. I am sick of it, Space Fams. I am very sick of it. Okay, alright, I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I don't even know what I'm complaining about. By the way, Red Seas is blockaded. I don't know if you heard. Last 24 hours. Houthis have officially blockaded that puppy.
This is definitely an official end to the Saudi Houthi truce that took place in 2022 and has been, despite many things, actually surviving. First, what this will happen is the Houthis will try to go after Saudi shipments, specifically in the Red Sea, but I wouldn't be surprised if further. But the easiest way for them is the Red Sea and around the Gulf of Aden. And I think the attempt of them just announcing it on Saudi Arabia is an attempt to neutralize the US and other Western powers. But I think that's a lot of wishful thinking, because if you're attacking Saudi shipments, you're basically attacking a pretty much good number of the world interests, from the US to China to UK to Europe. This is for the Saudis. They have to a certain point been able to survive the Hormuz crisis because they...
Yeah, exactly. As we talked about before, Saudis have been able to avoid at least some of the effects of the blockading of the Strait of Hormuz, where they were both taking in a great deal of goods, but also sending out oil by circumventing it via the strait. What's it called? Not Gibraltar. The one in the Red Sea. I remember the name of that strait. I'm sure we'll be talking about that again. That soon enough will be... What is it called again? Bab el-Mandab. Bab el-Mandab. Bab el-Mandab. But no, they officially closed it, announcing it. Little red beret cap Houthi guy.
Saudi Foreign Ministries condemned a naval blockade imposed on the kingdom by Yemen's Ansarullah Houthis. The Saudi-led coalition says it'll respond to Houthi threats with, quote, force while protecting commercial shipping in Bab el-Mandab Strait. The Iran-backed group announced the blockade, saying it was in response to the recent attack on Sana'a airport.
في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير.
The Yemeni Armed Forces announces a ban on maritime navigation for the Saudi enemy. According to the rules of a blockade, the siege will be implemented as soon as we have issued this statement.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, there you go. I think you get the vibes. Straight. Bab el-Mandab. Red Sea. There's not only super important for Saudi Arabia, also for the rest of the Mediterranean too. There's going to be a problem. This greatly complicates the shipping situation here in the Middle East, in a way that is certain to be calamitous to the global economy. All right, Sams, we're making it. We're almost done with the Middle East. I know that's crazy. 8 hours nearly into the stream. But before we leave the Middle East, we should talk about the struggles of one man. One man who went on vacation.
This is a human man.
A vacation in a deeply unfair place. Place where influencers go. For a number of different reasons. But Clavicular had a weird time in Israel. Let's talk about it.
Well, who is Clavicular? This young influencer who started the sort of like looks maxing, hit yourself in the face with a hammer so it grows back more handsome sort of thing.
Right. So he's like somebody who's, you know, done a lot of cosmetic procedures at a very young age to look a certain way, and a lot of drugs, right? Didn't he overdose on camera? And he's always clubbing. He's down in Miami. There are long-standing rumors that Peter Thiel has some link to Clavicular's rise, and I cannot confirm or deny that, but I can say that Peter Thiel and Palantir and all of his other investments are heavily invested in the state of Israel, that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, who was quite likely a Mossad agent, had been communicating for quite a while prior to Epstein's incarceration, and after those communications, coincidentally, Peter Thiel opened up a Tel Aviv office. So, but there are other billionaires that could be financing Clavicular here. Who really knows? However, he went over to Israel as a part of some PR push because they are having some bad public relations right now. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this, but everyone's pretty disgusted with Israel for committing genocide.
Oh, yeah, right.
So they've got to pay people to come over and win back the youth. Netanyahu is freaked out about this. He's all over cable news saying that, you know, oh, don't worry, we're not going to need U.S. military support anymore. And that's why I'm pushing for us to permanently integrate our military and the intelligence sharing in a way that the public has no input in it. But I'm definitely not worried about how young people, including young Republicans, are disgusted with Israel and want to sever ties immediately. So they are trying to do public relations to bring in younger influencers to make them be pro-Israel. However, there's a bit of an issue here because in Israel, the population was a little upset about Clavicular coming to town because he's one of the guys that was filmed earlier this year or a year or so ago at a club in Miami singing along with Andrew Tate, the other rapist brother, Nick Fuentes, and somebody else,
in Miami, ho.
Singing the Kanye West song that praises Hitler,
yes.
And there was a Nazi salute that was,
Yes, I think most of us remember that, although some may have missed it. It's a worst of viral moments. Those guys all gathered together on the party bus in Miami.
Of Tel Aviv.
But you know what everybody in Israel is talking about right now, right?
Well, everyone in Israel is talking about, what we're doing that's good. So for you to kind of start the interview off in like a negative manner doesn't really make sense. We came here after a ceasefire ended in a very unstable state, technically, to kind of show that Israel's a safe place. So for you to start off in an antagonistic way, I'm really, kind of just confused.
But how can you not talk about the song?
Poor journalist.
Oh my God. I love you showed up expecting totalitarianism. And got like just the slightest sort of straying from that, like a single question about whether or not he knows what's going on, and it just bursts his entire bubble. My God. Wow. Wow. Clavicular's really having a good time with adjusting to things here in Israel.
State, technically, to kind of show that, Israel's a safe place. So for you to start off in an antagonistic way. I'm really, kind of just confused.
But how can you not talk
That's
about
like
the
a very
song?
Poor journalist
Just tell
tactic. No. So if you're gonna be negative, and ask about like old situations that are not so positive, then I really don't want to talk to you.
That fucking shrug was hilarious to me.
Situations that are not so positive.
It wasn't even really a shrug. It was just an eyebrow shrug. He's like, I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I asked you a simple question. Do you know what's going on? You're like 19 years old. Do you know what's going on? I know he's not actually 19, but like, yeah, like, do you know anything right now? Isn't that crazy of a question to ask a dude who looks like he's still wet behind the ears? But Clavicular kind of implodes over this. I just find it very strange that he's like, dude, I'm here to do propaganda, bro. I'm not here to answer like questions about whether or not I know what's good. I'm like here to be like, dude, Israel's safe, man. I'm here to be like, Israel's safe, bro. And now you're asking me, do I know what's going on? It's like, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to know things about stuff. I'm here to be like, Israel's great. That's what I get paid the big bucks for, dude. I don't appreciate you asking me questions about what's happening either here or anywhere, okay? I couldn't tell you what's happening in my own hometown. All right, bro? And so I think it's a little weird you want me to tell you about what's happening in Israel. A place I couldn't even spell.
Then I really don't want to talk to you.
Last January is not that.
They're playing the old situation right now. Where
old situations where you and everybody said Heil Hitler over and over again.
Old situation of me in the club in this same calendar year.
Yes, and I forgot to mention why this is another wrinkle that is interesting here, is that this is Channel 13 in Israel. Channel 13 has been at the center of Netanyahu's a battle with the Israeli Supreme Court. That's the channel that Netanyahu is defying the Israeli Supreme Court over, because it was a group of investors is trying to purchase it. They're critical of Netanyahu. The second authority is Israel's public broadcasting regulator, and the second authority would need to approve the purchase. And Netanyahu is trying to defy the court to block the purchase because they're critical of him. So it's just interesting that this is the channel that he's on, that they're pushing back against Clavicular. Who knows how much Netanyahu's government was involved in bringing this guy over here. And he's basically like, hey, I was coming here to paper over you guys doing genocide and war. Why are you bothering me with the Heil Hitler song?
Are you asking me questions about stuff, bro? I don't appreciate questions about stuff. I'm here to tell you how great Israel is, and I find it to be the best environment to hit myself in the jaw with a hammer and sit like on the beach with like a beautiful Israeli woman. All right, that's like why I'm here, and it's got nothing to do with Hitler or with what's happening in Israel, okay? Any of it. I don't know why you're asking me questions. I'm sorry. That's the last I'm going to do the clavicular impression. I'm done. That's it. No more. No more clavicular impressions. Plus, it would be really weird to do a clavicular impression when we're talking about what's happening in India. And we got an update on a situation we've been following in the Southeastern Asian country. On a little political movement that has grown in big, big ways. If you recall, I think over like 2 months ago now. I can't remember when we first talked about this. But I want to say like a couple months ago, an Indian court judge made a very disparaging comment about effectively the permanent underclass in India, and on people trying to escape the permanent underclass in India through working. People who are generally not happy about their conditions. You will be shocked to hear that this comment was not well received. One guy
One guy, one time.
One guy decided to start something of a joke. Well, not really a satirical response, a political response to this that turned into a real movement that is now like really growing quite rapidly. Because let's not forget, there are millions and millions and millions of people across India to whom this statement technically could apply. We've talked about the caste system in India, maybe one of the most repressive and certainly the most ancient, still standing form of societal repression, classist repression. And the Cockroach Janta Party, which is what it was called, because, effectively, the image of the cockroach, according to the guy who started it, I can't remember exactly how he put it, but was like, seen as the cockroach seen as lowly by everyone, but actually resilient. And a movement has formed. Millions now, apparently, at least over 1 million that I'm aware of now, part of this movement, the CJP, Cockroach Janta Party. And the movement took to the streets over the last day, met by serious police force presence, crackdown, whatever you want to call it. Police were out in full.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The police personnel beat our sisters, but I want to tell them that if even one drop of my blood can be used for the benefit of the youth, I am ready for it.
Every time we have raised our voices peacefully, the Indian government took the responsibility to bury our voices. But let me tell them this through your medium, that if they try to silence one voice, 1,000 others will be born.
Those are some pretty interesting statements, I thought. That one young man saying that if a single drop of his blood could be used to benefit the rest of the youth, he'll spill it. Of his own blood. Make me bleed my own blood. But that woman saying that this is that every crackdown will lead to a compounding of the movement, or whatever she said. I can't remember the exact wording now that she said. I got too caught up in what I was saying, but like, I just thought that those two comments were quite stark, and shows just, I think, how dedicated people seem to be to this movement, to making some sort of change. It's now being compared to the sort of parallel youth-led movements seen in Nepal and then Bangladesh in the last year or so. Couple years, actually. When did the Bangladesh movement actually happen? That's like approaching 2 years. Right? Am I wrong about that? Yeah, was it 2024? No, wow. I've been doing this a long time. I remember covering that.
Pushing past police barricades in the Indian capital. These tense scenes unfolded Monday with security personnel dispersing crowds and baton-charging protesters. The march to India's parliament comes as the youth-led cockroach movement demands the resignation of India's education minister after repeated leaks of medical school entrance exams.
Accountability have to be taken by the education minister because in 2024 actually a paper leak already happened and this time it is again repeated. And he is not taking proper accountability.
I voted for this government, so I think it's accountable to answer our questions. That's the basic right, human right that I deserve. And I think I'm liable for whatever is happening because I voted this government. And hence I'm here to ask for answers.
The demonstration...
I voted for this government, so I'm here to ask for answers. Imagine that. Accountability.
New Delhi received fresh impetus after a well-known social activist linked to the cockroach movement was forcibly moved to hospital by police on Saturday. Sonam Wanchuk had been on a hunger strike for 21 days and his condition had worsened.
For so many days, Sonam had been protesting, but the government did not meet our demands. If they don't, we will see what happens. Hitler's rule did not last this long. Even the British could not rule forever. The BJP government will also fall. It's not impossible.
The BJP government too can fall, just like the British. The cockroaches are rising. I'm going to keep going through the clips on this. I find this fascinating, how this is unfolding. Like, they're seemingly scaring the establishment at this point. Enough that the establishment is sending serious police forces to try and crack down on their free speech, their protests. Apparently scaring people enough for that. And we've talked about my problems in the past with the BJP government, so I'm all for this. You need some change, some serious change in India. You know, over 1 billion people live here. You got like a theocratic government in charge with a system of oppression on top of a class oppression system that goes back thousands of years. And that's something I've always wondered, if that can ever be, actually, if that can be broken and be rectified. Because there are people who have literally just been told they have no upward mobility because of how they were born for so long.
It's a packed house at cockroach protest in New Delhi, central Delhi area. Thousands of protesters have gathered over here and they are demanding the resignation of Education Minister regarding paper leaks.
Yeah, the thing that supposedly fomented these protests had to do with leak regarding the testing system. That aspect of it, I'm still trying to wrap my head around exactly what happened, but from what I can grasp, it sounded similar to the sort of corrupt and like corruption and like favoritism that we were seeing in Bangladesh that led to that situation that unfolded there. But I'm still trying to figure it out a little bit. I mean, this fairly recent thing. Still trying to, I've always got like a million stories I'm trying to avail myself of, and sometimes minor details take me a little while to actually figure out. Let's see what TRT World had to say about these protests. This is from Monday.
They turned out in large numbers, united by one message to the government. They want Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to resign over repeated leaks involving high-stakes university entrance exams. They're also demanding compensation for the families of students who died by suicide following the leaks. The demonstration was led by the youth-led Cockroach Janta Party. Protesters say repeated exam scandals and recruitment irregularities have left them with little faith in the system.
Actually, we want to stand with the students who have affected with the NEET problem, the NEET paper leak, and the accountability have to be taken by the Education Minister.
Reports say close to 2.2 million aspiring medical students sat a new examination under tight security last month after the previous test was scrapped following a question paper leak that triggered widespread outrage.
I think in India, we all know that this education system is not going to be relevant in coming future. We are not competent with the world.
And by the way, I think this guy, I'm pretty sure this is the judge. I'm pretty sure. I've seen this photo pop up at a lot of these protests. I'm pretty sure this is the guy. Because they were carrying around photos of the judge originally at the original Cockroach Janta Party protests of the guy who said the fucked up thing about people experiencing extreme poverty and struggling. I can't remember exactly what he said now, but it was just like incredibly like dismissive, sort of classist bullshit. But people are pissed. I mean, you see how many people are showing up at this protest? I mean, it is vast. And it is giving me big time Bangladesh vibes from what we saw back in 2024. I still can't believe it was 2024.
And the protesters as they tried to march on Parliament. Internet access was cut in parts of central New Delhi, with police saying the demonstration had not been authorized.
They want us to become violent, but we are still following the Gandhian path. Even when we are pushed back, we retreat and then move forward again.
As protesters...
And this is important. This is why I want to watch this one. This is important. This guy is saying that they are following the Gandhian path. Essentially the non-violent path of resistance, right? So from the beginning of this, they're coming at this from, place of diplomacy and of just asking for accountability from the government, not of some sort of violent riot. I just think it's important that we get that picture before the powers that be almost certainly attempt to villainize these protesters. All right, one last clip on this. Who better to round it out than the former oppressors of India?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
BBC News and the BBC World Service. How India's cockroach party sparked a protest movement.
Hello and welcome to the Global News Podcast from the BBC. I'm Charlotte Gallagher, and today we're joined by our Global Affairs reporter Anbarasan Etarajan. And Anbarasan, there have been huge protests in India organised by this up-and-coming opposition party who are called the Cockroach Janta Party. Can you tell me more about them?
So the root cause of this was during a court case hearing. The India Supreme Court Chief Justice mentioned a section of youth being cockroaches and parasites. And that was when one of the founders of this movement, Abhijit Dipke, he was a postgraduate student in the US.
Oh, that's right. The judge literally called them cockroaches and parasites. That's right. And they just appropriated it. They're like, oh, yeah, we accept your label. We accept your label, go fuck yourself.
Immediately, if not sooner.
At that time, he was mentioning how about all the cockroaches come together. And that generated a lot of response on social media because a lot of people, youth, they resonated with what he said. So that started as the Cockroach Janta Party on a social media as a symbol. And it was like a cockroach wearing a suit. Basically, what this means is, there is a general belief that cockroaches are it cannot be destroyed, even in a nuclear warfare or something, even though it's not scientifically proven. But that's about the resilience. And then within weeks, there were millions of followers and many people joined this social media movement, and that triggered this Cockroach Janta Party. Even though they are not a political party yet, it is more like a movement. So Mr. Dipke came back to India.
Well, it does seem to me, considering everything, I think that you see some kind of actual political movement out of this. Some number of cockroaches trying to get their way into power, if you will. We're not quite done with this clip. We can't watch the whole thing. Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at
They
this juncture.
feel that they are part of this India's success story, India's economic growth. Now, India has a population of about more than 360 million youth population, one of the highest in the world. Now, every year, India brings out about 5 million graduates. Now, how do you find jobs for these people? More than half of them get jobs, whereas the other half, they try to find jobs in other sectors. So the overall unemployment is low, probably about 5.5%, but then the youth unemployment, it goes up to 16, and one report said it can, among the graduates, go up to 40%. So India's grown, India's economy has grown, but how far this is translating into jobs? That's the main question. Now, these entrance exams or exams for government jobs, they're highly sought after because that gives you stability and protection and security. Now, many of these youth people, the young people, are worried that these exams are being compromised because of corruption or somebody influential. That's one of the reasons why the youth, they want to say something like, we want something that is transparent, at the same time done in a proper way.
Wow, sounds familiar. Seems like a lot of us are all facing the same struggles. An unresponsive, untransparent government, lack of opportunity. And the bill of goods sold to us is not checking out. All right, now let's see. Round this out. Talk about the other Gen Z-led protest movements across South Asia.
Well, if you see what happened in countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal, definitely there were a lot of talks on social media. How come this is not happening in India? Because the youth are facing huge issues. There is a corruption issue here. Then the governance also is an issue here. And also people are worried about how far they can express themselves freely. Is there any kind of actions against expressing dissent? On what about the freedom of the press? These are some of the questions raised by some of the youth leaders. But now, if you look at Bangladesh, what happened a couple of years ago, a student movement later turned into a wider anti-government protest movement, because there were also issues about the brutality of the government, the alleged excesses by the security forces, and also about corruption issues. Again, the same issue happened in Nepal. Whereas what started as a small movement, it spread across social media, attracting tens of thousands of people. That led to even a government change. The governments were toppled, the regime changes were happening. But if you see what happened in Sri Lanka or in Bangladesh and Nepal. Now,
India is a much bigger country. It would take a huge force to change things there. But this is significant. This is a significant movement that has turned into millions of people. It's fascinating that I feel like I almost feel sort of, what's the word? I can't think of the word because I don't think I feel this very often. Pleased, proud to have been able to be covering since the very beginning of this thing. And just to have watched it go from where it was at the beginning to now, it's crazy. I mean, it made such an interesting, like, an explosive path for themselves. I am expecting this to lead to some changes in India. I don't think this just dies. I'm less sure that it will lead to the same kind of change that we saw in Nepal and Bangladesh. Because of course those are pretty, I mean, we saw like literal like overthrown governments essentially. I mean, the leader of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, had to flee the country to India, I think, actually. Which has gotta be fascinating for her to be experiencing now. But there you go, Space Fams. Cockroach Danta Party. Latest update, and it's quite a fascinating update. I'm pleased to be bringing to you here in India. What it'll lead to, unclear. I think change, in one way or another, much needed change in the country. It'll be enough to bring more equality, one can hope. India's a place that needs some serious work on that. Well, Space Fans, we made it to the very end of the stream. 2 clips left. Both involving China.
China!
First, to a random laboratory.
It's science.
to this disturbing video. Yes! That's right, killer kung fu robots gone rogue, attacking their handlers. Oh, puny humans. The robots are coming. Wait, I have the exact sound shot for this.
Look, Cam, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
That's right, America and Earth. You've been very bad and the robots are coming.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's actually some pretty good kung fu form. Look like some wushu to me. GTA, we're all doomed. Yep, that's it. That's it, game over. All right, now to a human-on-human confrontation over by the, what's it called? The shoal. The one China's been trying to occupy near the Philippines. What's it, like, whatever it is. Another...
That's too much, man!
An anonymous user gifted
goddamn.
5 subscriptions to the community.
An anonymous gifter. Some random person? Some unknown individual of great generosity? Gifting 5 sweet galactic subs. Well, thank you, whomever you might be. What a guy, gal, or non-binary pal. Freddie, Uranus, Melanie D. No fix dad dress. No. I can't. No fixed address. No fixed address. Ruti and Parkour's language. All getting one of those sweet subs. Thanks to an anonymous unknown gifter on Twitch. What was I saying? Oh, right. The South China Sea. Philippine Navy and Chinese Coast Guard facing off in a couple of dinghies. Literally. Hold on. Okay, so once again, an incredibly unnecessary, childish fight over a sandbar, artificial sandbar in the South China Sea. Chinese and Philippines Coast Guard, apparently, and military fighting each other with sticks and oars. I mean, better than bombs and bullets, as I've always said in this stupid conflict, but unnecessary. Okay, can we settle down, please? How about that? Have we all just not say that we didn't? By the way, Hype Train. I think that's the second. Is that that the second hype train of the night or the first? That was the first. Why did I think we had? Oh, no, yesterday. It was yesterday's crazy hype train. Or was it? Yeah, whatever day it was. Last stream's crazy hype train is still in my brain. Sweet, sweet. I can't end the stream until the hype train's over, so I guess I'll just sit here and talk to you, Space Fams. Oh my god.
Subscriptions to the community.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Omega Star gifting 5 sweet galactic subs to the community as well. Getting us to a level 3 hype train immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, now I can't end the stream even more. Although technically I'm going to just
This
be doing...
is the very definition of totalitarianism.
We got the super secret late night / early morning after hours galactic chill stream to do still. But since we're in hype train, I won't even go to that until that's over. It only feels right. This has never happened. It's never happened before. I don't see why not. It makes perfect sense. Right, it only makes sense, Space Fams, that I just sit here and talk to you. Even though all the content's done. I've done it. It's gone. It's gone. All done. It was beautiful. It was gorgy. It's a pleasure to have once again been able to bring you as much news as I could possibly have managed to aggregate in the last 24 hours or so.
First Amendment killed them.
What's that?
Get rid
Oh,
of
God.
The Second Amendment, get rid of the First Amendment. They're bad. They killed the kids, too.
That's true. That is actually true.
You're hurting the kids.
You're hurting the kids. Emote only. Omega Star. Can you turn emotes only on so I don't have to? Actually, I found it. Never mind. I did it. I found it. You don't have to do it. Emotes only on Twitch now. For the rest of the hype train. Next 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Right? We do 2-3 minutes per emote only redemption. It's 1,000 galactic credits. Not redeemable on planet Earth or by me, but by you for these sorts of sweet bennies. You've taken away the First Amendment on Twitch. Nobody can use words, just emotes. That's what amassing galactic credits does. Gives you the ability to do things like this. Things like this that you're experiencing right now, in this moment. You're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
By your own Space Fams, but of course we can't forget First Amendment. It was hurting the kids, so is it not worth it? Do you hate the kids? Everybody's asking. Wait, no, don't do this. Why are you doing this to me? You're way ahead of me. How much time we got left on that hype train? 1 minute and 25 seconds. Hype train level 3, 76% of the way through it. Stream coming to an end. Wow. I'm pretty tired. 8.5 hours. Hopefully you're all value-tained.
This is ridiculous!
How's the fight with YouTube going? It's bad. Were you not listening, Styx Dragon? We talked about this multiple times now so far. But the appeal's been denied. Or the reapplication's been denied. I can now appeal the reapplication. But, as suffice to say, has not started off so good. I'm going to post about that when I get a chance here. Just been so busy doing the stream. Sometimes I'm so busy doing the stream, just making sure you all get your news, I can't fight for myself. Which is why I need all of you to fight for me. This is why I need all of you. You know, Space Fams. Because when I'm in the middle of this, it's very difficult to defend myself. Much easier for you to multitask. Listen to this, tweet, post, whatever it might be. Oh, hype train over 10 subs. Gifted. Really appreciate that. All of you helping to keep us alive. Fact is, we were going real slow. We had a real slow start to Twitch this month. I was getting really worried. Not only are we struggling still, technically, to complete the galactic deficit, more than halfway left to complete with less than 2 weeks in the month. But boy, our earnings on Twitch were bad. But now we're actually, I think we're on track to do an okay, slightly okay month. Might be worse than last month, though. Which is why I was really hoping we'd get remonetized on YouTube yesterday. That didn't happen. Now we gotta, maybe I'm gonna have the opportunity to do a video rebuttal reapplication. I gotta look into it now. Last time I didn't even get the option to do that, even though I was supposed to. So, just another thing added to my list. Make a video defense. But the hype train's completed at level 3. Great job. That's gonna be it for the Moonday Foonday stream. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Biddy, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S., Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too. For the low, low price of just a few Earth dollars a month.